specific for molecular biology and, anything cell biology and other things, modern biology techniques, biotech biology, rather than for other fields. So it's not
rather than general healthcare or something.
It's basically for people who want to develop diagnostics, people who want to come up with better expression systems for for getting some proteins and things like that. So essentially something that has an industrial value. People who think they have a very interesting idea, they can incubate in our space and see how far that idea goes.
I'm going to ask in very layman terms so that I understand it and other laymen or women like me can understand it. If somebody was to do drug development, would...
Drug development is a seriously challenging work. I'll tell you. Let's assume if I have a target, a protein, which is known to be important for a bacteria to survive. Now I want to do a drug development. It's not going to start there. What it starts with in silico, means in the computer. After the in silico, you have to screen a library of compounds that will, whether they are going to stop that protein from functioning. I'm giving it in layman's language. I would have used the word inhibition otherwise. So stop the protein from functioning. So this is actually a more serious effort. And however, let's assume that somebody does this kind of a work in a laboratory. And after that, they have some kind of an interesting molecules, what we call as lead molecules. And from there, you have to decrease the concentration at which the lead molecule works in the context of stopping that protein from functioning in a test tube and inside the biological system, which is cell, a bacterial cell. And eventually, inside a system, when the bacteria, pathogenic bacteria, infects the concerned individual. We can't use individuals. We have to do it in mice and other things. So it's actually an involved process. And there are multiple phases in drug development. So, and it is certainly not something that can be done using the startup kind of a thing.
You need a much larger scale.
You need a much larger scale, and you need much more involved processes, because considering the phases, it's not something that can be done
deeper processes,
easily. However, to a discovery level, one can do.
Wonderful. What do you think is India's future in the research and development in molecular biology?
If you really think about our molecular biology or the number of scientists India has or had, say in 90s to today, you will find a lot more productive scientists, productive in terms of the quality of the science that is getting done in India is way better. And the number of institutes that are doing high-end quality research in India has also gone up pretty much drastically up because the number of institutes have opened. For example, now IISers, IITs, institutes like CCMB, NCBS, then you have IISc, TFR, so many institutes are, and IGIB. I've already counted around 8 CSR institutes, and there's so many in DBT. There are around 15 of them. So you consider all these things, the number of institutes has increased, which essentially means number of scientists working on various problems has gone up. So we are, in terms of basically looking and doing molecular biology research, there are many labs are doing it now. The second thing that has changed over a period of time is the technology. For example, prior to COVID, genome sequencing was not something that was routinely used in India. Now, COVID has changed that. So if you really think about it, now there are multiple companies which will do the genome sequencing for you with a cost maybe anywhere ranging for a human, anywhere ranging from 70 to 1 lakh.
And genome tracing and all of that.
Yeah, they can do, they are able to do many things. So in one sense, all these things are kind of, unfortunately, I shouldn't be saying this, but it's actually, pandemic has changed the ecosystem of how these kind of things are done. Okay. So now, given all these things are now already there. Okay. But what do we do next? I believe we are going towards a scenario where more and more utilization of these modern techniques is going to come into play, both at a clinical end and of course in basic bio and in doing molecular biology in the laboratory end. So if maybe not right away, but it may not be very far where a human genome can be sequenced for maybe as little as 20,000. maybe 30,000. See, this is actually going to happen. So would it change the way we are doing or we are treating things? Of course it will. Okay. Can we actually have a point of care diagnostics to find out what are you, like, let us say you have an infection. You go to the hospital. So we know where the infection is roughly. Let's say urinary tract. Can we just take that sample and find out whether the bacteria that is infecting you is resistant to how many antibiotics? Okay. So that changes the way you are getting treated. Right. So let's assume that, you go to a clinic and you think you have a suspected of a tuberculosis. Can we identify that whether you're realistically infected with tuberculosis? And if so, whether it is resistant to the existing drugs or not? If that will change the way you get treated. So the way that is one end, clinical end. And obviously these techniques are also going to change the way we address scientific problems, because you have the ability to address scientific problems in higher depth.
Wonderful. Great. I will again want to ask this specifically because you've given me a lot of hope with your answer. How long or how far away India is with respect to emerging as a global leader in research and development in the molecular?
We have to actually look at multiple things. First thing is you have to simply look into the number of people working in a particular area as a research community. At this point of time, we are better than where we were, but we are certainly not comparable. Let's say a country of US, which is approximately a certain size, there are a lot more people working and doing laboratory work, in science. So this will happen, but as aspirations of the society are changing. So obviously everything will change and it depends a lot. Economy, aspirations, and the ecosystem together will determine how far we will go. I would say that it is a positive outlook right now, but only time will tell how far we can go to become something better than where we are and most probably become leaders.
Historically, we've seen a lot of our good brains, our good scientists used to migrate to other countries. We used to call it brain drain.
Yes.
Has there been a change in the trend?
I would say that continues to happen. It's not like we are completely, but for example, when I was a PhD student, so you would always think when you're done with your PhD, I was long ago, way back in 97, you straight away used to think, now I have to go abroad for a postdoc, so many years, whether you come back to India or not is really a secondary issue. But almost everybody used to think that they have to go. Now I see that youngsters also think about starting the company in India. I see that they want to, some people stay back. They want to try out few things, which is happening, which wasn't happening earlier. So is it completely reversed? Not yet. Would it get reversed? Again, depends on how the ecosystem is changing in our country versus the opportunities and the money. In terms of the way they get paid there, they get paid here. Because one of the things that has certainly changed over a period of time is our own economy has really become much better. Okay. And the way people who are involved in any particular field, they're certainly getting much better,
support from the government,
reputation in terms of many ways, right. And all these things hopefully are going in the right direction. And if it sustains, let's see how it goes.
But we've certainly taken a big step in that direction.
We are going in a positive direction. We have to sustain these things.
What is the vision for CSIR?
Vision for CSIR is something a DG, Director General of CSIR, will answer or can answer. I'm not the right person to answer as far as vision for CSIR is concerned. What I can talk about is vision for CCMB.
Okay.
And I would limit myself to vision for CCMB.
Sure.
So CCMB is a fantastic molecular biology institute and is doing cutting edge science. If we really have to, obviously we have to address both ends, societal problems as well as important basic biological questions. And my own belief is that basic biological questions are as important as the societally important questions. And I believe that CCMB is in the right place to contribute to both ends. And we will continue to strive to do cutting edge basic biology within this organization, as well as use all the modern techniques also to address some of the societal questions. And, eventually we should be able to contribute both ways. In fact, in our history, in terms of CCMB history also, this has been the motto, and we've been quite good at it. Because DNA fingerprinting, for example, came out of our basic research, but eventually, Dr. Lalji Singh developed the probes for his work, which were eventually used for DNA fingerprinting, and we were the third country in the world to do so. So wow. It is one of the really considered one of the scientifically good breakthroughs. And same way, we have worked on conserving the endangered species, and we worked on coming up with the improved Samba Masuri rice, and we even worked on things like sickle cell anemia. And these are societal important issues, right? And we worked a lot on COVID and during COVID. So I believe as an institute, we have both ends are important, and we are planning to look at both ends. We want to work on rare genetic disorders. We want to work on infectious diseases, and we will want to still continue to do high-end, high-quality basic research that will give mechanistic insights into how things happen in model systems.
So I should take these are the milestones that you have ahead.
This is what we are, and I would like this to become and continue to be what we would be. But what I'm hoping is to do it better. So doing anything better requires people with that level of dedication coming into do research in CCMB. And so we take these parts very seriously.
What are the areas or projects that you are contemplating on collaborating with AIC CCMB on?
For example, with the AIC CCMB, we have already collaborated and we'll continue to collaborate. One of the things which we can very clearly say is mRNA vaccine. So mRNA vaccine was obviously developed by Moderna and Pfizer around that time. When we started looking into, COVID time, we worked with the AIC, closely with the AIC to actually replicate the technology. I'm not saying novel. So replicate the technology within AIC and CCMB in collaboration. And so this is now going to be used. Now, for example, AIC CCMB is actually coming up with better, lipid particles for packaging and other things. So we can use that as one project for collaboration. There will be others. Right now, just a while ago, we were having a discussion on wildlife, with respect to something called diagnostics for determining what is the quality of a shawl and other things. So there are many other projects. We have already collaborated with AIC CCMB in a few projects, and we'll continue to collaborate. In fact, one of the other things that we have done with the AIC CCMB is decreasing the cost of diagnostics during COVID time. So projects will come up for us. It presents an opportunity to work with them. And we will work whenever there is an appropriate opportunity. Over and above, 4 of our students are currently incubating in AIC CCMB. That's what we want. See, our students know that there is a place where they can test out their ideas. Our students, CCMB students. So these are the things we are having in Atal Incubation Center, and having, CEO and COO of AIC having a close contact or interactions with our people helps.
Wonderful. Any message that you would like to give to not just the viewers, but the whole startup ecosystem in general, and specifically in the biotech or microbiology sector? So that's a loaded question, but yeah.
If I have to say something to anybody who's working on whether it is startup or a good laboratory or anything, I would say focus on the quality. That's one aspect. And, quality is what takes you far. Not something simply, doing something and trying to, do something fast is not necessary. Focus on attention to detail, quality, and retaining the right kind of manpower for doing the work. If we can actually, because I personally believe, and this is actually any institute or any company is as good as the people who are working in that company, right? If you can retain the talented people in your fold, you'll do better.
Tie them with a vision, make them believe in the vision.
I said retain, but you have to retain them in many ways. You have to excite them at times. Maybe you will have to retain in different ways. But basic idea is attention to detail, focus on the quality, and try to keep the right kind of manpower working on your projects. Things will be different.
Thank you so much. Anything else from your end, sir?
No, that's about all I had to say. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Again, this is Shetty Kapoor with Dr. Vinay Nandipuri, and thank you for watching.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello viewers, I'm Shetty Kapoor and I'm currently at the Coveted Valedictory Tech Showcase organized by AIC CCMB and being covered by MyStartuptv. I have a very distinguished guest here today at the Thought Leader Show, Dr. Madhusudan Rao, who is the CEO of AIC CCMB. Sir, very, very welcome to you.
Thank you.
Now that the event has been concluded, what are your impressions and thoughts of the entire day? We started with a roundtable discussion. The chief guest, of course, was here. So I have a lot of questions for you, but just to kind of get you started, what are your thoughts on the entire day?
The first feeling is relief. Okay, we've been at it for almost 3 years now. There's a kind of culmination of a lot of activity that went in last 3 years. So it's a big relief. And then going by the response, we are always happy with what we have done, but that's our perception. But we always want to see the others' perception about our achievement. On that part, I think we have done the kind of feedback I got from various participants. I felt good, which means that what we have done has, been seen by them equally. That's a good feeling. So I'm happy.
Wonderful. How long you guys were planning this or organizing this? The whole planning?
We know that it's going to happen around this time. So it's kind of a thing in our back of our head for a long time. But the actual event started maybe a month ago. Mostly trying to look at the participation of CMD. So that we wanted a bit longer time from him to be part of this valedictory. So maybe a month is what, but then, fortunately, both CCM and AIC, CCMB has very good organizational skills getting into place because we have kind of known vendors, known devils in terms of services and things like that. So,
and a fantastic team.
That's what I'm saying. Not besides my AIC team, the CCMB team considers AIC's activity as their own. Which is extremely important.
Right.
Because the moment I use their facilities, their physical space, their, security or the, horticulture people, which are all small, the canteen and all that. But they come with no second thoughts about participation. They consider that it is their own event. So that takes a lot of load on what would be the outcome. I never had a worry. Though there will be some nitty-gritties, but that's not really an issue. But the support system is excellent. So, in terms of executing an event like this, yes, it needs a lot of planning, but it gets smoothly. So it's not a problem. Like, minute to minute programs and what is the role of each of the divisions at CCMB on our own, whether it is display, Shamiana, everything. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It is concern, but it never became a concern actually.
Wonderful. So what is Coveted Valedictory Tech Showcase?
Okay, I just came up with coveted more like it sounds like something, sound wise it makes that something we want to do it. COVID, tech event kind of technologies kind of a thing. So the idea was when these people wanted to support, everybody realized that the pandemic is a big challenge and everybody want to do their own bit. So at that point of time, we came up with this kind of a suggestion to support startups. And then I think probably that everybody likes, probably I can tell you, all people who can give money, gave money. So fortunately we had the support of SPMCIL, and we were very much into, around that time, I just came out of a project by Gates Foundation on assessing the Indian capability in manufacture of kits. Because at that point of time,
which kits?
The PCR kits for the diagnostics.
Okay.
So at that point of time, with the support of Gates, we set up a team. At that point, there was no, except one who was doing it, but many people, nobody had come up with a kit. Everybody has the components of their own, enzymes, primers, what we call.
But not a full-fledged kit.
They didn't put together in a packet. But everybody knows what need to be done. So there is, we wanted to assess, say one of the end goals at that point of time was, there is a capability to make 10 million kits per month by India. So because I'm a scientist, I know I can back calculate what is the quantum of enzyme, how much primer I require, how much of Taq polymerase, how much of tubes I require and all that. So we back calculated quickly and asked people to submit their own component to us. And then we tested them. I had a team of some 8-9 people who were we bought the best in the market and benchmarking the things that came to us again as the best in the market. Okay. So while doing it, I know which ones are good, which ones are not good. So we gave a feedback to them. They came back to us with their improved versions and all that. So that helped. They gave a lot of confidence to those people. And I know their capacity. Like, an enzyme guy, if he has a 50-liter capacity, he can produce this much. So that is sufficient for 100 million kits if everything comes up. That kind of a calculation became very important. And that also gave me a kind of cost analysis of the whole process. And now when somebody was saying in the morning that it costed around 3,500 rupees per test, it came down within a year to less than 1,000. Eventually came down to 600. And now I know the kit doesn't cost, the raw material doesn't cost more than $70.
No.
Okay. But the equipment is costly again, but the point is I'm not including the equipment cost, the whole thing, the human resources. But the basic cost is something, 60 rupees is quite amazing. I mean, what the hell? Suddenly the whole eyes opened and then, probably you could have offered the kit for $150, not 3,000. So, and the more important thing is we can do it ourselves.
Right.
That's more important because at that point of time, I was also part of the testing for ICMR. The Telangana government, we get a lot of samples every day. And then I was buying all the kits. And then they don't come in time.
Well, these certain realizations only come when you worked on things and then you...
The pandemic kind of is shouldn't be saying, but it's a very good teaching.
Very good teaching.
Very good teacher, actually, about our own selves.
Yeah.
A lot of...
In many ways then.
Yeah, a lot of misplaced confidences were kind of sorted out. And then now suddenly we know that, okay, these are the bad patches, these are good patches, so look at good patches. Yeah.
Wonderful. You must be very proud of all the work that AIC CCMB is doing in the molecular biology sector. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I was a scientist for almost 30 years, and I always felt that when I look around, obviously during our service we travel a lot abroad in various places. I must have gone to some 15 to different countries and see what goes out into the market. Looks to me, what the hell, we also have it, but why are we not putting it out? Then we know that what are the pathways that each of these universities in the West have, like technology transfer offices, how to protect the interest of the inventor, institute, and the client. That never happens very smoothly in our country. There was nobody was pushing it. So I thought it's an important avenue for us to be, because every time the government says, what are your deliverables? If you say, I have published and I trained these many students, is not what the government is looking for. Ours is not a teaching and research institute, CSR per se. CSR is a scientific and industrial research thing. So they look for applications. That never was happening in a very structured way. Things are happening, but in a fragmented way, depending on the individual's enthusiasm and initiative. That's not fair in these times. There should be, systems should take care of these inventions and take them out and make a product. That's when we thought probably a place like Incubation Center probably can give that bridge for things to cross from an idea to a proof of concept and things like that. But that journey is always not considered by an inventor very, very challenging, because, they think that's not my cup of tea. And he likes to do something next, more interesting thing, rather than, making something more robust or more market ready. I don't care about the market, hardly corporates walk into this building for them to appreciate what corporate understands. So there is a reluctance on the inventor side, but there is a national need for these kind of inventions to go to the public. So this bridge is what going to make a difference, is my way of looking at it. So we started this. Initially, we were looking at only people coming from outside, not from inside. So there was a lot of, and I won't say advertisement, but a lot of talking about our activities in CCMB was needed to impress people that this is what you're going to be evaluated for, not based on your own publications and things, which is important. But at the same time, you're using taxpayers' money, where is the social benefit?
Absolutely.
So now AIC can give some kind of a activity that they can show. Obviously, AIC is part of CCMB in a way, promoted by CCMB. So they can showcase the technology, the startups that are flourishing here as an activity that they have taken up. And then there is, in at least last 5 years, at least 10 different companies used the resources of CCMB to mature their products. Okay. And now we have 4 students who start their own ventures in CCMB, in our AAC. So these are all right things. And in fact, more faculty want to come in, but the processes are not still very friendly. So we are looking at it. Actually, we wanted to make sure that there is no conflict of interest in terms of institutional requirements of a staff versus the staff's interest in starting
in their own business or enterprise.
Yeah. So these are, I understand these are genuine issues to be sorted out. But at the same time, if you leave them unattended, things are not going to move forward.
Absolutely.
So that's where we wanted to, start a conversation so that SOPs or operation methods will be in place so that it's a smooth transition. Like, I made an invention. I don't know how good it is, but I want to give it here, start a company, employ somebody, take it up, and things like that. That's what we wanted to do.
Right. So you were a chief scientist for over 3 decades with CCMB, 35 years to be precise.
No, I was 28 years, but these 7 years
and
as a
CEO for AIC CCMB. What is the difference in both 2 roles, and how the expectations of your role have changed? As a CEO of AIC CCMB.
As CEO of AIC CCMB, the passion is to make sure that more startups are reached and they're enabled in their journey. That's the overall objective in the life sciences, because that's where AIC is probably good at. How do you, as I said, most of these startups come with, if I can say, monochromic vision, in the sense that they know this has value.
They know what they want to do.
But what else is required, they're not very clear about. So try to make their vision more colorful, in the sense like what is around the corner and what kind of business.
Open their minds
for. It's not purely a bench activity. It's more of a journey. It's a business journey, which has its own different mandates and then requirements. You have to wear different hats. That part is something challenging. So that's the kind of inputs that we try to give with this team. Bring in a lot of mentors and keep on, from all corners, almost like an echo. We keep telling them, this is the business plan you should have. This is how you look at the balance sheet. This is how the regulatory timelines. And this is where you can go for initial product design. All kinds of things. There is so many requirements that they need. And they're not very, they don't think they're serious. Those requirements, they don't think they're serious, but they are the only thing serious. And another big lacuna is communication. I mean, most of the scientists think that ideas are good, so others should appreciate them. Nobody gives a damn about science, in a way. They're more interested in the product based on science, not on science behind it. So you should understand the difference. You have to dilute yourself, the science part of it, and then tell them what is the benefit for the investor or the next guy about it. And these are not something that easily come to most of the founders. That's where we have to make that, break that, ice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I saw firsthand today Mr. Vijay Ranjan Singh, the chief guest, chairman and managing director, SPMCIL. He was very, very impressed with the startups and their products which were displayed. But I would like to know from you, what his feedback was, what all he said to you, and if there's any specific direction that he further gave.
Now, I think he's a very experienced man, and I'm sure he has seen many. But, taking the kind of comments he made about the activity per se, and actually I liked what Ajit Rangnekar was also saying about, the importance of both the things. What Vijay Ranjan Singh said about some of the CSR things that most of the companies spend on, 10 hospital tables or toilets for the school children or ambulances or a eye camp or a blood camp. I mean, these are all things, is what most of the people do. And it probably gives them the optics that they're looking for. But the point is that's somebody else's job. Basically, I thought that's a nice way to put it. And also Ajit was saying that, it is important for CSR corporates should look at innovation centers like arts to promote this one, because he said the right word, that is multiplier effect, which adds value to the whole chain ecosystem, rather than plug and just deliver some 100 toilets or one ambulance here or 100 wheelchairs and things, which is also important. But at the same time, this lasts long, and probably it has a much more outcomes than those kind of activities, which are also important. So what he was suggesting, at least 2% of the CSR money should be spent towards innovation. I thought I liked that a lot. I think Vijay Ranjan also I agree with that, the way he reflected in various ways, saying that, he was very happy with the way the money was realized, though he was not very happy with the percentage of money given to the startups, but that's fine, because that budgeting was done, it's a kind of a top-down thing rather than what we asked. So there are many aspects. I think I liked it a lot, and I think he was happy that the money was spent well. Yeah.
I agree with you. I saw both of them were very impressed. Mr. Rangnekar also was very, very impressed. And he was right that you guys should be talking about it more. So all the good work that you've done here. I will just end this with one last question. What is the vision of AICC-CMB, and what are your future milestones?
We've been in this game for almost 6 years now. And then we are reaching a kind of a revenue model that is going to become static. And that's not where we want to stop. And that is one part. But what we are looking at it is, obviously, we are looking at around what are the more successful models elsewhere in the world. Okay. And also, what are the kind of challenges most of the startups face? I can clearly tell you, it's easy to get money, half a crore, 30-40 lakhs. If you have a decent idea and a passion for it, it's easy to get that kind of money. But once you cross that initial journey, then the money that is required is big when you want to go for trials, especially life sciences. I'm not talking about IT. So you need money in crores. That never comes. Mm-hmm. Or the money that comes is very limited.
Mm.
So now, how do you, so many of them come there and kind of stop.
Mm.
Or they get delayed because of it. I can tell you so many companies start with a bright idea and then suddenly find their cash is crunch and then go for services which is not their forte. Okay.
They were not in it for that.
But they have to survive. So now what we are thinking is bring in investors right from the beginning and then almost say, I'll give you, 1 crore if I do a acceleration program of some 30-40 people and give some 5 people who are the best among that acceleration, give them 1 crore each and then ask them to. Now, there can be a stake taken by the investor also. But, investor right from the beginning is very important in their journey. As I said, scientists come with only not very wise about entrepreneurship. They're wise about the technology,
right,
and not on the entrepreneurship. So if the investor is right there from the beginning, part of their board or whatever, then it makes a huge difference on successes. That's where we want to go.
But the entrepreneur or the investor also has to firmly believe in the idea, because if he comes with a complete business mindset, then he probably could be one of the factors who would end up influencing the scientist to change his or her course of action.
I agree, but these are all part of the game. How much arm they twist.
Yeah,
these are all stories of life. So I don't see that as a problem.
But the latter is nevertheless a better scenario.
Yeah. Definitely the business approach to an entrepreneur, the so-called sciecepreneurs, it's very, very important. In fact, they may consider it as a less intellectual, that doesn't matter, but that's what works, because they have to understand entrepreneurship is business. You're not there to tell you how smart you are. You are there to make money. That wisdom has to come right from day one. Otherwise, things are going to be, you're not looking in that direction if you don't have that,
Absolutely.
So that's what I think.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for sparing so much of time.
No problem. It's our pleasure. Thank you, Startup TV.
Thank you. Thank you. Once again, this is Shelly Kapoor. And thank you, MyStartup TV, for covering this event.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Good morning, esteemed guests and all the dignitaries here and all our participants, the startups. We are very happy to have you here. We want to welcome all of you all to the COVID valedictory session. COVID actually stands for COVID-19 Technology Development. This was an acceleration program that we had proposed to SPMCIL back in April of 2021, right in the middle of the second week. So we during the pandemic, it was realized that the startups actually can really help in mitigating a lot of things that the country was facing, especially in terms of kits. So primarily our initial idea was that we will help these startups to take their technologies which were at TRL level 3, 4 and help them reach the market. So we designed a 16-week acceleration program. We'll talk a lot more about it. We were very happy and we were very grateful that SPMCIL decided to pledge 2.3 crores for this particular program, out of which 1 crore was directly given to this startups as seed fund. So 8 of the startups have been actually funded through the program.
Is somebody online?
So I will just like to make a quick brief introductions of the people here. So I'm very happy to out from his profile. I was just trying to Google search. Was that he has worked a lot in resolving man-animal conflict. So one of the things that even I talk about is livelihoods. That providing livelihoods from forests so that the forests can be protected. We have a couple of programs that we are also designing and working around. And we're very happy that, we have Sir who probably later can also guide us in those matters. We also have Shri Ajit Rangrekar sir. He is now the CIO, the Chief Innovation Officer of Telangana State. He is also the CEO of RICH, which is the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. So thank you so much for joining us. I know that you're not well, so it's really we're really happy to have you here. With us is the director of CCMB, and I will just like sir to say a few words about CCMB before we begin.
Thank you. Let me start with, I've been kind of associated with Rich for a while now, for last 2 years, and with you people for again the same period. COVID is a time where most of us have come together, and it is actually I believe that from the context of the way startups have built up and the way things have happened in India, COVID is actually the turning point, and I hope that that particular momentum is sustained going forward. And so these associations that we have built during COVID should be nurtured, and also something that we need to really use it, harness it for addressing other problems. There are many problems which are interesting, and startups are working on such interesting concepts which you would realize after a while when they start talking about their work. And there are once people who are taking these risks which not many people would take 5 years ago. So I like the ecosystem currently for this kind of innovation ecosystem that is existing in India, and people like you are actually the ones who are going to want help and make it drive it forward. So what I want to just briefly talk about, I don't really like to take too much time, is about CSR CCMB. CCMB is basically a campus that was started in 1977. The next door, there is a lab called IACT. At that time, it was called Regional Research Laboratories. And in 1977, Dr. Pushpa Bhargava, our founder director, came up with this idea of having a molecular biology institute which works at the cutting edge of basic biology and basic molecular biology. The institute was started in a lab there. And then this land was given, and this land was built into an institute. In next 10 years, the whole building was made. Now it may not look that much, but let me tell you, in 1987, this was literally considered Taj Mahal for science. The kind of grandeur that it was built with was literally considered as very heavily spent. And you can see that in every corner of it, so much love and affection is put into building this. Everything is literally, with such micro details have been taken into account. And over and above, there was a lot of association with art. Okay, so we used to have artists come to CCMB, do paintings, and musical fests used to happen. Now we do that, but only do it on Founders Day and Foundation Day. At that time, it used to happen more frequently. This institute was much smaller in size, and it had a very different feel to it, and it was so different from the existing institutes. And 1991, when I was looking for PhD positions, there were 4 institutes were at the top of my mind, and I was fortunate to be associated with all of them as of today. JF for Bombay, of course, and then IISc, the Grand Old Institute, and then 2 other institutes which were contemporary at the time, CCMB and NII. Eventually, I did my PhD in IISc. I was a faculty in NII, currently I'm director of CCMB, so at least 3 of them I've covered. I'm involved with many activities in TIF for Bombay. But these were the only 4 institutes that existed, which are really of that repute then. Later on, other things like NCBS and ICERs and IITs and everything has come up. Over the period of time, biology research in India is now much more widespread. But if you think about our time, that time in 1970s, this was the Molecular Biology Institute. This was actually the one which worked at cutting edge. And in 1980s, another illuminary named Laji Singh also joined, and Laji Singh actually in 1988 actually came up with this DNA fingerprinting technology that was actually originated here. And it was not done in fact but it was done as a way for his work. And it was later on those probes were used. We were the first one, the 3rd country in the world, and of course first in India, but 3rd country in the world to have our own probes for this DNA fingerprinting. Our idea is to go into modern areas in research in frontiers of modern biology. You can talk about anything, structural biology, developmental biology, anything. We have a presence there. If something is worth doing, we have a presence there in biology. So to train people, of course, in advanced areas of biology, so we take quality PhD students. We have around 25 to 30 students a year who graduate from this place. And generally, they are trained in, I would say, more holistically. They know how to talk, they know how to present their work. They go through the drills of multiple seminars and even comprehensives and other things. So whole idea is society and us should work together. And this has been the motto and continues to be the motto even today. And we have 3 campuses, and this is the main campus. Main campus simply because of the fact that it is built first. And next one is the Lacones, which is built in 1998. And this is where Karthik and others work, and Umapati, and there are 4 more scientists who work. And then you have CRF, which is where Atal Incubation Center is currently located in the top 2 floors. And the bottom, this one of the floors is for the what we call as diagnostics for the human like rare genetic disease diagnosis, and then wildlife diagnostics. These are the other 2 things that we do in the campus. We also have a business development unit, and I'm planning to move a full-fledged infectious disease biology unit to that place. So these are the various areas. These are the campuses that we have. We have at this point of time, including residents, approximately 40 acres in the city, and another 48 acres is something we have near BB Nagar. So we have around 98 acres of land across Hyderabad. And we have around 64 scientists as of today. There are, in addition to that, another 8-9 people who are superannuated but are associated with CCMB, even research capacity, which includes Madhu. And then we have, that is what, 8 fellows. And then we have tech staff, which is around 93 people. Support staff is lower, but it needs to go up. Our major strength is in the PhD students. We have 150 people, postdocs 41, and project personnel 116. Total, we have around 300 odd people working in this campus. And in addition to that, at any given point of time, we have around 40-50 trainees. And in addition to that, we have a lot of outreach programs. So we have an inflow and outflow of young people coming in and going into this institute. Organization-wise, we work on developmental biology. We basically use Drosophila as a model system. And we do, of course, cell biology. And this is yeast. And this is bacteria, zebrafish, mice, plants. And this is the embryo. So, basically we are even doing genetic engineering. We can even generate transgenic mice. So all these things under one roof. This is all in a very small campus of around 17 acres. That's all it is. And we do all these things under one roof. And these are the various topics in which we are working: structural biology, gene regulation, stem cell, crop improvement, developmental biology, microbial infections, and wildlife and conservation ecology, which is where the Lacones campus comes into play, and technology development. So we have most probably, may not be the best in the India, but for sure in the top 3. We have most probably the best possible facilities the country has to offer: bioinformatic facility, zebrafish facility, advanced imaging facility, X-ray facility, transgenic, cryo-EM, everything. Cryo-EM is one of the most recently added facilities in India here. And our scientists are recognized very well. We have 3 Infosys awardees here, a lot of J.C. Bose fellows, Shantiswarup Bhatnagar awards, 12, and many other awards, whatever that is India has to offer. Some scientist or other has got it, including all the way up to Padma Bhushan. So, and fellows of national academies, most of us are already fellows of various national academies, multiple. And this is, in addition to doing whatever we do, we have done some seriously important societal impact work. For example, DNA fingerprinting. The institute started from this place. Without, CCMB is the place where CDFD started. CDFD went on to become a different institute. And we were involved in this Samba Masuri rice. Samba Masuri rice is basically had blight resistance, which is a bacterial, blight disease. So because of that, what used to happen is that the rice would go bad fast. And Sonti and Hitain, they have actually come up with this blight resistance. This was done with ICAR collaboration. And this is now in 6,000 hectares across India. Then we were heavily involved in sickle cell anemia, and we continue to be involved in working with sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is a huge problem in India. 7 crore people in India are affected by or heterozygous minimally for sickle cell anemia because of one mutation, one base change in hemoglobin. That's enough for basically to give you the sickle cell anemia thing. We were involved in reintroduction of the Indian mouse deer into the wild, Umapathi's work, and Lacones. Karthikeyan will also talk about it. We are involved in wildlife forensics. This was developed during largest time, or at a later point of time, it became part of us. COVID-19 work, we have done tremendous amount of work end to end for COVID-19. Diagnostics, we trained people, we screened things. We have done everything in our capacity to help our government. And AIC was heavily a part of this because they even brought down the cost of COVID kits from what was 300 or 400 or 500 at that time to 70 rupees. By indigenizing.
Initially, it was 3,000.
No, but when they picked up, it was around in hundreds, and they brought it down to 60 rupees or 70 rupees. So, and also they were involved in mRNA project. mRNA project, we are among the first ones to do mRNA project successfully. Means we know how to do it end to end, and it works. So now we are taking it to other diseases like dengue and tuberculosis, and hoping that this will be used. And with all these things, we believe that we have contributed as much as possible into the society. And here is a slide that talks about Lacones. Lacones is such an interesting campus. It's not very often that in CSR system you'll even find one thing like this. They do everything. I mean, he works on snake venom and Pashmina shawls diagnostic to figure out whether it is Pashmina versus Shatus. He works on biodiversity. I'm talking about Umapathi, and anyway, endangered species comes up with some diagnostics for finding out from the urine metabolite diagnostics. Interesting work, a lot of interesting work by scientists of Lacones. I'm only talking about 2, but in case it is required, these are the people who really can talk about it. See, documenting biodiversity pattern in an integrative framework, ecology and evolutionary drivers of the community, assembly and diversity. So endangered species, of course, using genomics, reproductive and stress biology, understanding human-wildlife conflict, all these things. I mean, I would say that not even whenever our DG or anybody comes here, they're mighty impressed by the fact that we have end-to-end, which includes something like Lacones, right? There are multiple applications, including wildlife diagnostic, biobanking, we do it, executive species conservation, we do, all these things are done. I believe an institute of this level should be heavily involved in training people, and we are heavily involved, in fact, in training people at every level. So those who are finished masters, those who are doing masters, those who are doing BTech final years, those who are doing integrated MSCs final year, everything. We just train people and they come here. In addition to that, we have a huge level of science communication. Open Day in CCM is a very famous one, attended by easily 7,000 people from Hyderabad. Every Open Day on 26th September. It is attended by almost 7,000 kids. And Atal Incubation Center, I mean, anyway, you guys are here for that. But nevertheless, it is part of something that was started around 6.5 years ago and is doing fantastically well. And that is what anyway the talk is going to be about. COVID-19 work, as I just now said, we did everything in our capacity. And with this, I'm going to stop my brief overview of CCMB. It's a popular place. In CCMB, at least, we don't have to say that we are working in CCMB and they look at your face with a question mark. It doesn't happen. They know. And this is the Open Day photograph at CCMB. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would just like to introduce our CEO, Dr. Madhusudan. Sir, if you could just give a brief about AIC CCMB. Also, I would like to welcome Suresh sir. Dr. Suresh Munuswamy is from IIPH, which is the Indian Institute for Public Health, and he has also been a very good mentor to us, and we welcome him to the meeting.
Good morning. Good morning, and personal. I'm very happy to have you, sir, with us from an organization that was, helped us extremely well in a situation during the COVID time. And I thank you, Mr. Ajit, for being with us. Of course, Suresh from HI. Scale their products to a level where they will be useful. In fact, that point of time we supported, as you would see down the line, during the time in the morning in the tech show, you will see the kind of technology that we supported during with the support that we received it. Another very important thing in that particular program that you gave from the support you gave us is acceleration. See, as you know, startups come up with the kind of bit unsure of the business path. So it is very important to train them very early in their game about what kind of challenges they face. So we had a 3-month program, what we call as acceleration. I'm sure you are aware of, where we bring a lot of experts from different business, marketing, IP, regulation, and all these things. We bring them, make them aware, so that they can put their product in the market very quickly. In fact, you will see some of the products that they have made are really impressive, and we also made a couple of charts. Later on, you will see on what is the impact the support that was given by SPMCAL brought to the company. So we have certain slides in the tech show that tells us what is the valuation increase of the companies post the support that we received from SPMCAL. These are all the kind of metrics that tell us that the support was timely and the execution was proper. So this dashboard essentially catches up with the profile of our incubation center. These are the startups that we had in the last 6 years, and we invested around $0.6 million in various companies. These we call them as portfolio companies, and these companies have raised 25 million last 6 years in various private funding or public funding, and 35 patents were filed during the stay in these 6 years from these people. And these are the various national programs that come to us, like Destiny, the seed funds from Startup India, Mighty Startup Hub. These are all various funds we operate to support our incubators and also the startups. And these are all benefactors, like SPMCL is one. We also had the fortunate support from Rural Electrification Corporation and Humane Society International, Rockefeller Foundation, and Blaze Foundation for In Vitro Diagnostics of Case Foundation. So these are all the things that we've been receiving in a goodwill support to support these startups in various ways. So one of the things we will come back to, sir, in bringing a bit more attention to a Rural Electrification Corporation program maybe later on. Once we finish this with Karthikeyan, we did a project in Kashmir. We wanted to have a look at that, and we need your inputs because it's primarily a wildlife conservation project. So, as I mentioned, the primary purpose of this particular acceleration program is to, identify interesting startups in the area of COVID only. All the projects, health and COVID is the focus in the support systems, and the acceleration program, as I mentioned, is to create a kind of mentorship network for the startups so that failure rates are low. This is a 4-month project that is the acceleration program. Various experts come, including one of us is Suresh Muniswamy is here, who has been very helpful in various things. And we have so many support systems in the local Hyderabad ecosystem. I just quickly go through. This is the program overview, and this is where you're going to speak, Mike. I'll stop here. This acceleration program and the support system that we received is what we are going to. We were happy to use it in this system, and then we are very, very thankful for the support given by SPMCL and over the period of time. And probably if you look at the kind of impact that we created, I'm sure we would like to continue our conversation with SPMCL further. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. So I'll just give an introduction. I didn't introduce myself so far. So my name is Ritika Marampalli. I look after, I'm the head of corporate relations at AIC CCMB. Primarily, I look at the CSR projects. So I have also been the POC for this particular project. And I am extremely thankful for the opportunity because this was my first CSR project. And I learned a lot from it. And I have had the most wonderful experience, because one thing was that, people on the other side also understood what we were talking about, which for a lot of CSR projects, they don't understand why they should be supporting incubation centers. So primarily it started from there that, we explained what we were going to do, and from SPMCL also that at that point of time, Dr. Mystartupott Ghosh was the CMD. So she very graciously supported us. So we had actually devised a 16-week acceleration program where we got in professional consultants who were able to help our startups. Primarily, we were giving them a lot of along with this professional consultancy where they were getting one-on-one mentoring as to how to take their business forward, how to get into, how to navigate the regulatory pathway, because one of the main concerns with any kind of a healthcare product is the regulatory pathway. We also provided them with a lot of resources that we were able to build in-house. Some of the, we had asked SPMCL to support us with some capital goods as well, some equipment. We will show those as well later, as well as having a lot of discussions around business strategy, market entry, and product development. So as a whole, this is the impact that we have 3 years down the line. We're very, very proud to say that this is the impact that we have created. Out of the program, the 2.3 crores that was supported to us, we have launched 6 products through the startups. We have supported them primarily with the funding as well as the entire program. 6 of them have actually launched and they're doing well in the market. 2 of them are right now in the market. They're on the way to market. Of the startups that have, their products have been made, they have already screened over 1 lakh patients, which is a very good impact according to us. In total, 31 startups were able to take benefit of this program because some of the sessions that we were doing, we were also doing for them. So 31 in total startups have actually benefited from them. A total of 103 lakhs was supported to the startups. 8 of them have received funding from us. We have conducted over 70 hours of mentoring sessions, workshops, and technology showcases. One of them is right now, and over 50 hours of one-on-one mentoring. From here, I would like Dr. Ramji to just speak a little bit about the acceleration program and the impact that it has created.
Thanks, Ritika. Sir, I think having CSR support to various blood donation camps or maybe distribution of medical kits, etc. So for several years, I think so many agencies funded, but this is a first of its kind support for the incubation center to invest small funds to push the startups. So innovation activities SPMCL actually supported several healthcare programs that I were aware. Yesterday we were discussing with the audit team, and thanks to them for letting us know more activities about that. So these innovation activities, when we are getting this kind of support, we have to have a proper plan. That, as Dr. Madhu mentioned, how we can actually support them with the proper one-on-one mentoring. Those days, in fact, corporate connections and clinical connects, which are really required, and also having the problems in pricing as well. So we have to come for those kind of pricing strategies for the startups, and also marketing understanding, and also channel partnerships, sir, because they may not be commercializing their own products. So we have to actually connect to the existing market players. So we did first 2 cohorts with a partnering agency, but further we went down to our own extended mentorship programs. So as we 3 work for the core team to take care of this program, we have Mir, who is the coordinator. Mir is here. So he coordinates the entire program, and Nagmani as a technical officer to look at it. And having this small push of grant, they need much more seed fund or investments as well. So that's why we actually had Anuj Kapote. He takes care of all the investments, how they can be actually streamlined to the next level, scale up studies and GTM strategies. So, very diverse mentor pool that we have picked up, sir, that time, because having technical support, we are very fortunate to have our host organization, the scientists from CCMB, and Dr. Madhu, who hailed from CCMB, having a lot of knowledge in vaccines, diagnostics, or any other industrial molecule development. So, if you can see Sridhar Lanka co-creations, we actually did that initial 2 cohorts run by him, and he connected to a lot of stakeholders there, and Dr. Radha Rangarajan heading a couple of incubators and formed a couple of startups as well, like Vitas Farm and all. Now she's heading CSR CDRA Lucknow. So Sridhar being central point to connect to a lot of mentors in that ecosystem, and Dr. Radha more of technical support, and Mr. Habib into marketing area, and Ms. Usha in the finance and accounts, how to actually do the compliance and further rules a startup should look at it, and Satyanarayana again co-creations, and Ninand core business of this particular diagnostics or medical devices sector, and Varun is a regulatory guy, Varun Trivedi, and Pradeep, how to pitch the best to relevant stakeholders in the ecosystem. So that way, these are the core mentors, and other than this, we have another 20-30 odd mentors as well. So as we started in 2021, a grand start of this program where Ms. Tripti came here, and she actually understood how these innovations will go forward and what kind of infrastructure that we have. So then we slowly run programs one after the other. Recently, we onboarded 2 startups, sir, because we try to actually engage a national mandated program called this BIRAC's GenCare program. So there are 90 fellows that have been selected, and out of 75, the early stage startups, they need small money of about 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, where we partnered with BIRAC, but fortunately they already selected, and we picked the best 2 from our existing incubation cohort. So this is what we have done so far. And coming to the supported startups, though the money is limited about 1 crore, so how we can do 4 quarters, maybe 25 lakhs to 2 startups in the sense. So total only 10 we can support, right? So in that sense, 8 startups that we can support. But however, even without the money, we can actually extend the mentoring services and also the infrastructure that is supported by SPMCL to other incubators and startups. So the acceleration program has been enrolled by even more startups which are not directly funded by the SPMCL. So Wafer Chips, I think Achu and the team is here. So they actually developed this device. At that time, not only COVID diagnostics are important or vaccines important, comorbid issues. So how to actually understand the parameters, physiological parameters for those who really affected by COVID. So I think they came up with this beautiful device that is attached to your chest, you can actually get the ECG analysis, and that is actually seen in the mobile and looked after by the doctor and give proper advice. So they actually touched upon 16 states, sir, till now, and also did several other validations, and 2 global clients already they are having. In India, I think how many devices that you sold? 20,000?
12,000 plus patients.
Yeah, 12,000 plus patients they have been studied, and 600 plus clinics they have touched upon. And coming to the sterile, sir, this is a sterilization device. In the COVID times, lot of sterilization devices, even CCMV actually validated, starting from PPE kits, sterilization devices, sanitizers, and everything. More than 180 plus products. And out of that, simple UV based technologies that came up to sterilize the devices. But this particular bar kind of device, if you can see it, it actually releases some free radicals that can kill the microbes. So that is where they validated this device in Narayan Hrudayalaya and many other clinics, and they're actually in the markets. So this NMIVD again, this is another diagnostic kit that they came up with. So typical antigen antibody kits, there are several kits that have been promoted in the market that time, and they came up with a small alternate platform where they initiated the diagnostic kit development activities. Again, Auditum, they actually having their expertise in not only COVID but also in the tuberculosis, because that time people doesn't even know that tuberculosis also may be prevailing and many other devices. So they came up with a very interesting cyber green based technology, sir, because an artificial kits are there, but again, how to minimize the cost, how to increase the efficiency, etc. So this particular kit has been patented already, and they look for some commercial partners to take it forward. And enzymes, in the COVID times, mRNA vaccines becoming so popular, and the pseudoiridine, one of the molecules that we actually import, and also in the chemical based molecule, but they came up with a enzyme based molecule that pseudoiridine actually the efficiency is very much increasing, at the same time the cost also reduced. So that is a very good technology that enzymes has been developed, and Shankar is here. Yes, primary health tech, again I visited about 8 to 10 months before to their site. They are now manufacturing this device. At that time, COVID time, they came up with a base diagnostic kits, but this particular real-time device that they made, so more than about 15-20 parameters can be analyzed with 1 drop of blood. So this is a very advanced technology, and I think AIIMS and other hospitals, they are trying to validate more with more parameters as well. So they actually trying to apply for about $1 million grant by TDB and other sources, so that they can establish their own manufacturing facility in Delhi. Again, Bryota, Aditi is here. This is very interesting, product where having the lung health, we have to understand, how we can actually have the lung health. That's where spirometry assisted virtually and early, that's what the name that you have given, Aditi, save. So you can understand, what kind of parameters can be considered while using this device, so that the lung health can be understood, the COPD can be analyzed for each of the patients, and they also kind of how many states, you touched upon?
We have almost about 6 plus
states and
plus best, and we are going ahead with a big program coming under NHS.
NHS, so National Health Management. So I think that is a big story that Bryota is adding up here. And Ripple Healthcare, elderly fall detection, right? I think this is again, may not be directly linked to the COVID, but recently we picked it because, elderly people suffered a lot actually in the COVID times, and, again, probably the consequences that may be happening, COVID or non-COVID based infections or age-related issues. This is also very important to support such kind of communities. And they already finished the MVP and validating with which clinics and all. AIIMS you are doing, right? Yeah, AIIMS New Delhi, the device is being validated, sir. So if you can see, they may be at the TRLs 2 or 3, and some may be at the 4 level. But ultimately down there, the small 10 lakhs or 12 lakhs or 50 lakhs money, or even without the money, the companies could able to go to the TRL 7, 8. I think that is very important. Of course, a couple of dropouts are there in the sense because of their tech licensing problems. At the same time, team issues that one startup could not go forward. But otherwise, I think as Ritika mentioned, out of the 8 financially supported startups, 6 have been, going to the next level to reach the market. So these are some of the snippets that we have. And Dr. Ghosh came here and we kind of, announced the program to the entire country because, first of its kind of support to the innovation and technologies where a lot of interest came in, even not only from the CCMB, but outside CCMB as well. So these are some of the tech showcases that we have done using SPMCL support that these technologies have been promoted in various forms, not only in the BioAsia, Global Bio India, and many other, even the G20 DIA also in Bangalore, we actually showcased these COVID-based technologies supported by SPMCL. So these are the few equipment that we purchased here. And they have been used not only by the SPMCL supported grantees and awardees, but also other startups of AIC CCMB, thanks to the great support by SPMCL, sir. So I think we'll be moving ahead after another half an hour or so to the tech showcase that has been arranged, where you can actually see the real devices, how they are performing and interacting with the founders there. So we thank you, Mr. Vijay, sir. I think, this is a great support by you and also former CMD, Shri Shrimati Tipti Ghosh. And of course, one note we have to mention, Dr. Madhu is mentioning, the initial dialogues that have been started, as Durga is mentioning, Dr. Lalita Goyal and Dr. Dayananda actually put a note to CCMB, the then director, Dr. Rakesh Mishra and all. So the dialogue started that time, and fortunately today we have seen the reality here. So thank you so much for being here, sir. Probably any questions or at this point, otherwise maybe you can interact. So, so before we go to the tech showcase, we have some of the guest of honors today. We'd like to hear from them of how they actually engage with these startups that are associated with this SPMCL program. I request Professor Ajit Rangrekar, please.
So, I think even before I start, sir, I want to really compliment you because, while the use of CSR for innovation is legally permitted, it is probably less than 1 or 2% of all the CSR goes into. And I would very strongly urge both CCMB and you to please publicize this. This is a really path-breaking step. And this must be encouraged so that more and more companies start using, because the multiplier effect of this is going to be humongous. Yeah. So I think that is one very strong, and I must congratulate both of you. Of course, I know many of these startups. We work and support some of them, and in Telangana, we've had a wonderful confluence of a whole lot of things that makes it even better.
Yeah.
So let me just step back a little and talk about the whole issue of innovation in the state. So when the state was formed in 2014, the state decided that as a new state, what do I do that's different, say, from Karnataka or from Andhra or from anywhere, right? So the state decided that we will say innovation is our USP. The second thing the state said is that innovation must be inclusive. So it cannot be restricted only to the rich or to the educated. It must cover farmers, it must cover rural people, it must cover women, children, everything. So, and the third thing the state said was that as a state, our role is only to help create the infrastructure and to let the individual citizens do the innovation. So the state is not going to get into the actual doing of innovation, but enabling it. So under that, a number of institutions were created. T-Hub was the first one that we created. At that time I was still at ISB, and I take pride in the sense that we actually thought of T-Hub in my boardroom, and we were, some of us were the founder directors of it. Rich, which I now look after my retirement from ISB, was another entity which we created for a very specific Hyderabad-centric purpose. Hyderabad has 40 plus national research institutions and another 20 or 30 private top quality research institutions. Most of them are in health, agriculture. There are 17 agriculture research institutions, ignoring what you people do. I put you under life sciences, but excluding that, there are 17. And there are a large number of defense and aerospace. Right? So we said, let us focus. There is also a very big and robust life sciences industry. This is the seed capital of the country. Almost 2/3 of all seed companies are based here. And there is a slowly but fast growing aerospace industry. So when you have industry, when you have research, and you have a talent pool of people like these who are looking to do, how do we ensure that all of them work together and collaborate so that you get a multiplier effect? So that was why Rich was created, and Rich was conceived just before COVID had actually started, just during COVID. By the way, one of the things happened was in April 2020 when COVID was first the thing. At that time, the RT-PCR kits were about 3,000 rupees a shot. There was not a single indigenous manufacturer. In about 4 or 5 months, by about August, Jewel here in Hyderabad and a few others elsewhere, we were able to, working together, got them to qualify. In another year, the big effort led by Madhu here, C-Camp in Bangalore, NCL and others, worked together. And in 2020, we had no ability to even have a RT-PCR kit. By August, September, we had one, but made with imported goods. In a year, we had completely indigenous export quality kit preparation. A lot of this was again collaboration and support for initiatives like this. Right? Today, while COVID may have gone, they have now flipped, and that same community is producing TB kits. Tomorrow, if there is anything, you already have. So what we do not take credit for, or what you people do not take credit for, is for the fact that you have already built and enabled infrastructures which tomorrow can pivot and do other things. And I think we must recognize this, and we must, propagate that we've built a long-term institutionalization of research collaboration. And my congratulations to all of you for doing that. Right? So we work as an enabler. And as I said, our job is to enable hard and soft infrastructure. What we do is we look at the entire life cycle of innovation, say for example in life science. There are great institutions where research is done. There are young people who can find innovative products. There are people who can develop those products up to point of proof of concept. But then comes a very important step called validation. And unlike a digital product which I can put in manual, who the hell cares if it's validated or not? Who cares how much it is? We cannot let loose people in the life sciences sector without proper validation. And this is where many startups suffer. How do they go? Tomorrow I have a product. Can I knock on CCMB's door and say, come in? I mean, that watchman there is not going to let us, whether we like it or not. It's not the CC anyway. So that's number one. Number two is, where are the hospitals who are going to say, okay, where is the clinician support? Many of these people, how easily can you get clinician support? You manage to find one clinician to help you. God help you if you can do that. And then you're desperately looking. So how do we solve that problem? Today we have 16 or 17 hospitals working with. But there is one big problem, sir. The digitization of electronic records is only in the private sector, at least here. Again, CSR support to digitize public hospitals will give an enormous help to the startup community because, who goes to the private hospitals? Only the wealthy. So you're going to get a distorted sample if I go to the private hospital. We need help to go to digitize public records and to make them available with all due procedures, privacy, informed consent and everything. But I think that is what will really help this country to make to the. Without this, in both agriculture and in health, we are likely to be left behind. So my hope and wish is that as we proceed, we need to form bigger collaboration. Collaboration like what you offer is not available at the moment. So that CSR support and funding support by informed people who understand what is happening, I think that is going to be critical. Let us hopefully widen this. There is a lot more that these institutions are capable of. I think, in my opinion, we are doing less than 1% of what we are capable of. And, one more thing that really worries me is AI. It's already reared its ugly head. And we are only looking at misinformation. But creation of destructible, life-threatening products is a distinct and a big, scary fear. And how can all of us create an ability to protect the society against it is going to be something that I hope we all work for. We will always support you. One thing I will say is that whether it's one government or other, I have worked with 5 chief ministers in the last 20-something years. No chief minister of this state has ever not supported innovation. So I'm personally confident that going forward, whatever happens, whatever they do politically, that's their lookout. We don't want to get into that. But ultimately, all of them support, and that is the strength that this city and this street has. So thank you once again, sir, for your support, and thank you, CCMB, and well done. And more than them, thank you, these great young people who are working there. You are actually the people who do the work. We do only the talking. So God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Suresh Muniswamy.
It's actually great to see progress being celebrated, because it's not always often that we actually see change before our eyes. When I used to be in a clinic, which was fairly long time ago, patients, I actually started a clinic where I was born and brought up. So it's always a wonderful opportunity to treat people that you know of, you grew up with. They come to the clinic, you treat, and then next day you just walk on the road and then you see them, healthy and then happy walking around. We don't actually discuss anything, but it's always a feeling of happiness when you see people getting treated by you and being healthy. It's also reflected in a slightly lesser way when you are teaching, actually, because students come in fresh and then after a few years, at least they appear a little bit enlightened. But when you look at startup companies, you have a fixed time limit. People come with relatively raw ideas, and then you put them into shape, and then they go through this process, and the processes become helpful to the people, and then you see changes happening. So this is again a wonderful feeling that you actually see that ideas take shape and progress, and this is 10 times difficult in our country. Anything that happens in our country is extremely challenging. And what I usually say is, it's not just a challenge, it's not just a 10 times challenge, but also it's even more complicated when it comes to healthcare, as what Mr. Ajit Ranganekar actually said. If you have any new idea, it can go on to a product next year. But if you have any new idea in healthcare, it's going to take at least 5 years, 10 years for it to reach people. Thankfully, during COVID time, things were accelerated, but back to normal processes is going to take a long time. So my request is always three things. People may agree, may not agree. It's always like more money, more time, less questions. And there are reasons, especially in healthcare. We can't compare healthcare to any other area because it's heavily regulated. So you definitely require more time. And the regulatory process is very expensive. The moment you reach the field, it's all expensive, not under your control. You'll have to keep pivoting iteratively. You have to redo a lot of things. So every step is expensive, so you need more money. And of course, we all go through this ethics process and then we all try to do things the right way. But all questions cannot be answered all the time. So more money, more time and less questions is usually the thing. The other side of this entrepreneurship is India is always dependent, or perhaps even now a little bit dependent on ideas that have originated from foreign countries. Healthcare, the way we practice is allopathic medicine, it's English medicine. And the challenge here is we have a lot of unique problems. India does not have a comparison anywhere in the world. We are a country of 1.4 billion people. Maybe in comparison, China is perhaps the only one that comes as close. But our challenges are our own challenges. Nobody is going to answer. And 20 years, 30 years before, if we had a challenge, we were just seeing and we can't do anything. But now, at least we have a system. We have all these younger minds taking the risk and coming out with solutions. And that should at least make us very happy that there is actually hope, there is way forward, leading the way for the rest of the world, which has never happened so far, at least in maybe a lot of our own living memories. Maybe 500 years before it could have possibly happened. So there are a lot of wonderful things that are happening, and AICCCMB is literally in the heart of it. And Hyderabad has a wonderful ecosystem for healthcare. And we should all come together and, there's always a way to do it better. So I'll probably quickly end by saying congrats, great work. We should all keep going forward. And the donors, please, more money, more time. Don't ask too many questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Suresh. And also directly or indirectly, I think Dr. Karthik, Dr. Umapati, having their innovation zeal inside their brains, they're constantly engaging with us in various aspects. Thanks for joining us. So now I request Shri Vijay Ranjan Singh Saab. Before to that, I'd like to tell briefly, sir, a couple of liners. I got great information about you. Close to 3 decades is working for the government and in various roles and policy making, I think, in the country, especially the fertilizers corporation, how it is to be developed. And, he actually worked for FCIL and HFCL organizations and part of various agencies across the country, and of course, mostly into the Karnataka government. One last thing, an interesting thing that is close to my heart is he's also a wildlife photographer. Sir, actually, I would like to see more of your works, and please, I would like to hear you, hear from you to the audience, please.
Thank you. So, I am sitting here in front of all of you because first I was an IFS officer.
Yes.
Before being an IFS officer, by education, I have done my master degree from molecular biology from University of Delhi way back in 93. Then it was the only institute of Mr. Maheshwari. He used to run a MSc course in the Department of Botany. So I have done my specialization of 1 year in MSc from there. So I also wanted to be a scientist like you long back, but coming from a very feudal society of erstwhile Bihar, now Jharkhand, I was forced to write the civil services. I have written a GRE. I was selected for the Wisconsin, but I was not allowed to go. So that was my first career change, and then I joined the Forest Service. And as Ritika rightly said, that I worked in the forest department of Karnataka in different capacity, mostly in the wildlife area, which had a lot of problem. I was trained by Dr. Karthik. He was my teacher. He was my guide. When I said that, he was laughing. But this is a reality. He was my teacher once upon a time. Then I have worked in a human-wildlife conflict, that is true. On the first day of my joining, elephant killed 2 students in a place called Kutta in Birajpet, and it was a nightmarish kind of thing. So since then, I worked in the wildlife area almost for 12 years. Why I'm telling you this experience, then I'll come to the actual topic. Then I thought that my life has been my children's. I had 2 daughters, so my daughter's future was adjusted with my career. So I should give a good education because I was transferred 8-9 times in 12 years in Karnataka. So I came to Delhi and my completely light. I never ever thought that I'll be here or I'll be there in the department of fertilizer. So I was posted in fertilizer department as a director of a policy division at the project division of Department of Fertilizer. My main work was writing the cabinet note which will decide the fate of around 58,000 crore of subsidy of all of us taxpayer. And apart from the chemical formula of urea, I was not knowing anything about the urea. So at the age of around 41 years, I learned what is the urea policy, how the units are given subsidy on the basis of their vintage, their technology, their fixed cost, their variable cost. And so I learned that. And I can proudly tell you that till date, the policy which was written by me, approved by the cabinet. Why I'm saying me? Because still I remember that I have written, it's not a self-praising, it's just an evolution. So what I intended to be and what I became in between in my life, I became a fertilizer man. They were laughing once upon a time. अरे साहब आप क्या करते, जंगल घूमते रहते थे, फर्टिलाइजर में जाके क्या करते हो? It was a total mismatch. But that is the beauty of the Indian bureaucracy. And I wanted to take a challenge. If I have jumped in the deep pool, if I'll not know the nuances of the urea policy and fertilizer development and FCL, HCL, I was not actually associated. I was a board member. And including in Telangana, you might be knowing Ramagundam, that factory. That entire cabinet note, entire project with the 10% stake of Telangana government, 80%, 20% of EIL and then NFL. That entire policy note was written by me. So that time we have done a lot of work. Then you might be knowing the neem coating of urea. So those work was my original work. And that neem coating of urea came out of my research-oriented mind that why neem coating has to be done. And after seeing that, I became a PS. That Modi one government, they asked me to join as a PS to the then cabinet minister. He is no more, Mr. Anand Kumar from Karnataka. Although people say that you are from Karnataka, that's why you went there. So it was not like that. He was forced to take me at one point of time. He's no more, but I'm telling you openly in this house. It is not being recorded, I hope.
Yeah.
So when I became his PS, then I came to know about this, your Jan Aushadhi store, which is now 25,000 Jan Aushadhi store. It was just 88 when I joined the PS to the minister. So then we mastered how logistics supply chain, how generic medicine, what is the profiteering by the pharma companies. One Mr. Lanka Srinivasi is a great pharma man. So I saw, then I remember him. Then your Mr. Reddy's lab, Suresh Reddy. These people I used to interact, that how can you cross-subsidize our medicine in our Jan Aushadhi. So then I mastered that. DPCO is one note. Then came your stent price. What type of stents, how. So why I'm telling it, like SPMCIL, it was not in my plan of my life. It is just a divine conspiracy of it is good or bad, I don't know. On 15th of September, I always share with my people, when 15th of September, I saw my posting order, I Googled it, what is this SPMCIL? You are laughing, but just my daughters are there, was there in Delhi, and I desperately wanted to go to Delhi. And then I came to the SPMCIL. So why I'm telling you that the type of work these young minds are doing, the independence or the freedom, what they have received from their parent, or how you are helping them to realizing their dream, and out of 8, if 6 has come to some level of prominence, it is really a very heartening feeling. And it is nothing because of my predecessor. Just by default, I am sitting there. Maybe Tripti Patra Ghosh or the person who has helped you. And I was told that they were also not knowing about you. It was accidental. It was Durga Prasad can say that it was not that we were so willing to give you money.
Yes.
You really influenced us to give you the money. No, this is a reality I'm telling you. I have stopped all a CSR fund for last 2 board meetings that I'll not sink a single one. Why we should give 50 lakh rupees to some huge hospital whose budget is 5,000 crore?
Exactly.
Why should we give 50 lakh rupees because I know that hospital owner, I'll give that private hospital 50 lakh rupees?
Absolutely.
Why should we give 62 kachara collection weighted? These are the funds which is given by the government.
Yes.
Why should I build the Anganwadi? I ask my people that this is because I have suffered that fund crunch. How small fund used to be, we used to collect for the tribal rehabilitation. So the work has done by all of you whomsoever are present. I really compliment and commend and deep appreciation for all of your work. How it will be going, whether we are giving you fund or not, that is the future to say. And what our director IAPA said that we should not ask questions, but there are 1,000 people who ask questions from me. It is not our father's money. So we will bound to ask questions. I will bound to ask questions that when we are given 2.36 crore, then why only 1.3 crore went to the startups? I would have thought that again you have purchased some equipment to the CCMB. CCMB is a big organization. At least 80% could have gone to them. And unfortunately, the breakup which I was seeing while coming in the flight, it left there. Otherwise, I was about, you were asking to ask the question, I could have asked that question first. Because you can get funding, you can purchase equipment from many other sources, but where these poor guys will get from this? Almost 50% of money, not 50%,
35%.
35, 45%. So that was my only question.
Yes.
And as our DG Reach was saying, the digitization of data, that is not our mandate. And to be very frank and honest, sir, for that the government has to be convinced and some policy intervention has to be taken by the government. We are a mini Ratna company. How much CSR we make? Hardly 20 crores. And we are spread all over India. Our 2 units are there. And what catches the vote? If I give money to the startup, how many votes those politicians or my government will take? Because we are a bureaucrat, we are just a tenants. Okay, I have been paid salary to run that company. For one project, I don't want to name, but fortunately that project was decided. So we'll be having some money. You submit the project. I'll not promise that we'll give you or not give you. But I'm biased toward your projects. And I'll give a favorable consideration. For the CSR subcommittee will decide about it, and then it will come to me for the final approval in the board. I'll support your proposal, but question they ask. and we have to convince them why we are giving. Because some very powerful voice came, and that's why this money came to you. Otherwise, it would have not come. It would have gone somewhere else. So since we have done it, we are ready to showcase our success. We are ready to see that how we have helped innovation, how we have helped the young mind to realize their dream. We will definitely do it, but how and when, there is a question mark, because everything is not in my hand. What is under my control, I can tell you, but what is not under my control, I cannot promise you. Because I am also working in some system where I have to answer. Otherwise, there will be 100 of petition and CVC and all those things. So if a private organization, if the Infosys Foundation or SDFC or maybe HL, even other foundation, if they are money, they are not answerable to any public. But we are a public office. So we'll definitely support, sir. Don't worry. We'll not ask question. We'll convince them. So I am really privileged, feel honored and inflated to amongst such a bright mind and such intellectual people from different walks of life. So thank you for inviting me, and we'll definitely support, but how and when, it is just future to come. Okay, thank you.
Great, sir.
Yeah, so this is a available bed for elderly people. Elderly people, because of age, medical conditions, balance issues, they fall often. It's a very common problem. It's a global problem. So hip fractures are a very common problem due to the falls, injuries due to falling. So this belt detects the risk of falling. Based on the risk, it automatically inflates. These are the airbag cushions like we have in the automobiles, and it automatically inflates under a second. In case the fall is there, this protective cushions protects their hip from getting injured and thus saves them from traumatic injuries due to fall.
Oh wow! Yeah. But is it 80%? Is it comfortable while wearing?
Yes. So we have tested it more than 200,
especially in hot conditions.
Hot condition, I doubt.
It's very simple.
Yeah.
Why I'm telling you, suppose this is a very nice device, but is it not very hot? I'm being critical, so you can.
Yeah. So we have tested with a couple of about 150 patients so far, and we have got a mixed response. So we are working on the design, a little bit on the material of the the fabric.
How much it costs?
So to the patient, it costs about 10,000 rupees to the patient. So there are versions. There is Hip Pro and Hip Pro Plus.
So as you improvise the device lightweight and or even cost may be high,
yes.
So you will be reducing the cost.
Because based on the economies of scale, as of now, we are just making hundreds of devices. So once we go in the goods manufacturing,
what is the costliest part that raises your cost?
So the battery is the most costliest part, and the controller sensors.
Okay, so
So
the imported ones. Obviously,
imported ones is 1 lakh.
No, I mean the sensors you are.
Yeah, so it's coming from Taiwan.
That's where the problem, major of the medical devices and all these semiconductors and the chips and all. That's where the problem.
And batteries from China.
Good. Congratulations and all the best for you. Yeah, nice. Yeah, Ritika.
So this device does the testing of like 25 parameters का हम लोग testing करते हैं with a small amount of blood, and this device itself is sufficient to do all the testing. We don't need highly capital intensive units which are installed in the laboratories, and we can identify like the test related to kidney, liver, heart, like hemoglobin, cholesterol. Everything can be identified, and the accuracy has also been validated because we were talking about the validation. The accuracy has been validated by GMRC, Guwahati Medical Research Center, and we are conducting like trials in AIMS also, AIMS Delhi. They have also validated that these tests are like very good. And हमारा जो motive है sir, it is like making it more affordable, portable, and like digitized of course. AI is also enabled in this to get the accuracy part, and we have conducted 50,000 plus clinical trials already, and हम लोग 7 से 8 health camps भी कर चुके हैं जहाँ पे हमें बहुत अच्छे results मिले हैं, and we were able to identify कि कितने % of people like they have been like they have some anomalies, and we are focusing on NCDs, non-communicable diseases, वहीं पर हम लोग जहाँ पर प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर में हम फोकस करके सर हम लोग रिमोट एरियाज में जाना चाहते हैं और वहीं हम लोग सक्सेस में करना चाहते हैं. वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन सम कैंप्स लाइक सेफ एक्सप्रेस के साथ और कैनेडा बैंक के साथ. वी आर एसोसिएटेड विद सम हॉस्पिटल्स ऑल्सो एंड 50+ डिप्लॉयमेंट्स भी हो चुके हैं सर.
2 things quickly. How really it is real time? How much time? That's a question asked. How much
10 minutes of time. Okay. We can get the test.
Second thing, the question is, will you be able to screen all the SPMCL employees? This is the another question.
Those are very less people. They are well paid. They get
Good answer.
Tell me how much your one test cost
So it cost approximately 30 rupees for per test.
per test. मतलब per item or all 20 parameters.
No, per item, I would say, but it is the MRP right now.
No, suppose you said that one drop of blood you can test 20 parameters. So for 20
So
parameters,
we draw at least like 5 to 10 ml of blood.
Altogether, as a package.
how much so you draw 20 drops of blood. Okay.
जी.
So one test के लिए आपको 30 rupees लगते हैं.
जी.
तो 20 के लिए 600 रुपए लगेंगे.
जी.
इसका प्राइस क्या है?
इस डिवाइस का प्राइस है 90,000 rupees.
90,000.
What are the consumable costs and all other?
Consumable
ये तो
cost.
फिक्स कॉस्ट हो गया. इसका वेरिएबल कॉस्ट जैसे केमिकल रिएजेंट.
जी, reagents होंगे सर इसमें. reagents का जो कॉस्टिंग है because we are manufacturing everything, तो हम लोग वो तकरीबन हमारा 10 से 20 रुपए के बीच में होगा reagent.
पर टेस्ट.
जी.
महंगा ही है.
महंगा सर. लाइक हम लोग ये पेशेंट का कॉस्ट बता रहे हैं. मैं अपना क्लियरली बता पाऊंगी वो वाला कॉस्ट, लेकिन दिस इज द कॉस्ट टू द पेशेंट. जो 30 रुपीज हम पेशेंट को चार्ज करेंगे. अगर हम 20 टेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो वी विल गिव देम पैकेज लाइक 600 से 800 रुपए तक के पैकेज में विल कंडक्ट 20 टेस्ट फॉर दैट पेशेंट.
नहीं, जैसे मैं ये सोच सकता हूँ कि जैसे हम कोई बहुत जैसे नॉट तालुक लेवल हॉस्पिटल, होबली लेवल. इन कर्नाटका वी से होबली लेवल, तालुक लेवल, ग्राम पंचायत, होबली, देन तालुक एंड देन डिस्ट्रिक्ट.
जी.
तो मान लीजिए जो लोग बाहर जाके करवाते हैं, जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने पहले आपके लॉन्च करना.
आप इधर आ जाइए सर.
अरे आप ही लोग का पैसा दे रहा हूँ मैं. ये पूछ रहा था कि अगर मान लीजिए अगर हम लोग आपका टेस्ट यूज करके अगर आपका बहुत कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है तो हम लोग कोई हमारे जो कंपनी थे जैसे आपका है, चाहे हमारा नासिक वासिक में है, जहां भी है जहां, तो वहां हम लोग इससे मास स्क्रीनिंग करा सकते हैं ना. जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने नासिक में 40-50 लाख रुपए का एक व्हीकल दिया. उसमें कैंसर का भी वो जो मैमोग्राफी करते हैं उसमें 15-16 डिवाइस, लेकिन वो सारे जो नॉर्मल हमारे लैब में होते हैं वैसे होते हैं
जी.
तो इसलिए मैं पूछ रहा था, इसलिए आपको इतने डिटेल पूछ रहा था कि कितना लगता है, क्या लगता है, क्या क्या टेस्ट करा सकते हैं, क्योंकि कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज से तो ज्यादा आजकल किलर है हमारा बीपी है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल है
जी. ये सब कुछ टेस्ट कर सकते हैं सर हम लोग. शुगर भी टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, हीमोग्लोबिन टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, HbA1c टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, क्रेटेनिन कर सकते हैं, LFT ट्राइग्लिसराइड्स भी कर सकते हैं. तो सारे टेस्ट पॉसिबल है सर. एट प्रेजेंट वी आर एबल टू कंडक्ट 15 टेस्ट अभी तक, और R&D में हम लोग इसको बहुत जल्द 25 तक लेके जा रहे हैं, और 50 का हमारा एम है कि हम 50 टेस्ट कर पाए. IIT गुवाहाटी में सर.
बहुत अच्छी बात है, कीजिए. हम तो आपके टच में ही है, मधु सर से भी आप टच में रहिए. अगर हमें आपकी जरूरत पड़ी तो हम आपकी सेवाएं जरूर.
We look forward to it, sir. Thank you.
Congrats and all the
Thanks. Thank you.
So there is a impact book release by
Sir, this is the impact book. We are inaugurating through your.
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Also. Sir.
दो ही CEO सर को दो.
सर ये प्रोजेक्ट हमने दिंडोरी नासिक में किया. You can see that for COPD and TB screening. Yes, yes.
27 villages and 12,000 people working.
Just explain quickly about
Yes, sir. This is safe project. We have particularly done it in Nasik area, Dindori, where we did screening of more than 75,000 people for the first assessment of the COPD and TB. And this has given us a recognition by and that is the reason we have launched this impact book. CCMB is being a crucial part of Rata's growth, We have two devices, sir. You can see it on the technology desk. One is already in the market, and through your help, we are coming up with another device which will be used easily at the PHCs and the hospital level, sir. Right now, we have a handheld device which is easily used in all the lower, sector areas. But going ahead with the easy to use and more modern devices coming up. And our test price is around 40 rupees per person.
Very good.
Yeah, and we have been doing this project in Nashik for Dr. Bharti Pawar's assistant. She's cabinet minister in Delhi for health, and we could get the project through Ramji sir's help only. And we are doing this project again ahead under NHM for another project in Rewa and Pondicherry and Karnataka coming up.
Thank you so much. Do well.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for coming. अब मुझे लगा कि उस समय लोग पैसे asking like कुछ समय भी फंडिंग कराओ. Remember? Thank you.
This is from AAC.
So this is our offshoot. Utterly
brief about this, but they drop.
Yeah.
So this is future plans. We are working with Dr. Karthik.
क्या कौन है? So this is sample kit of it. Please. You give it to other motions. There are two more people here. Now cheap.
It's a photos.
Yeah. Should I? Yeah, please. We'll have one photograph with our hand. Yeah, so ground to we are planning. ठीक है? Okay, sir. आप लोग डायरेक्टली भी मुझसे टच पे रह सकते हो. ये तो लोकल फैमिली लोगों को मैं बाईपास नहीं कर रहा. Our system Pitapa is very energetic to support all. He created one program, sir. Acceleration in diagnostics, sir. आप इसे इस पे भी रिटायरमेंट के बाद भी काम कर रहे हैं. Reflect the inspiration. Suresh,
I'm 77, so I need to stop.
इनका छिप गया होगा ऐसे करने. ठीक है. Thank you. It's really good. Thank you, sir. No, it's not that I am here. I'm saying I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really looking at innovation, CSR is something like really good.
And as you rightly said, there is too many regulation, ethics, because it's a health issue. It's a matter of life of a person. तो अब चाहिए चाहे नहीं चाहिए वो हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है. उससे आज मैं when I was coming the flight I was reading the 365 lesson of stoicism. तो उसमें यही लिखा हुआ था कि there are certain things which is under our control, which is freely given by nature.
Yes.
Like about this event, how this event will run, what he will say, what other speaker will say, I have no control. But what I am having control on my opinion. Okay. So what you think you are doing good, you should do. And why I was telling not my history, because I never thought that what I am going to be, but every stage at age of my 54 years, again I am learning from my great lieutenants about the metal, melting point, cadmium, how it is a health hazard. No, seriously. how is making the smart card for army? It's an entirely new thing. So, and since you are having such a fertile mind, you can do wonders. We don't had this much of opportunity 30 years back. I'm really telling you, I remembered my days. I've come here once upon a time. We used to send a lot of biological sample for your identification, wildlife crime. One person name I forgot. Last year he came and gave us lecture in the National Institute of Criminology in Delhi.
This is Sunil Verma.
Not so.
Not last year.
Last year.
Last year.
Ajay Gurma.
Ajay
probably.
He remembers me that he has met me somewhere. So why I'm telling you can do wonders. Don't restrict your area in just if a Babu kind like us with so much of limitation can learn certain things, then why not you people?
Inspiring, sir. In fact,
with Mr. Karthik, I have that time we didn't had money. While coming, I was telling to Mr. Naidu that I gave him 1,80,000 rupees one project. When he trained me, he empowered me. Ask him. I'm not joking. For 6-7 months, and we discovered for the first time that there is a deformity in frogs in the pristine of the national forest area of the Western Ghats. Kiya tha na hum log ne? So it's not that I don't fund the research organization. He's a living testimony. And by default, he is here today. So if you are doing good.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello viewers, I'm Shelly Kapoor and I'm currently at the COVID Valedictory Tech Showcase organized by AIC CCMB. Event coverage courtesy MyStartuptv. We have a very distinguished guest with us today here on the Thought Leader Show, Dr. Ramji Pallela, Chief Operating Officer, COO for AIC CCMB. Ramji, you're also a dear friend of mine.
Thanks,
a very
Shelly.
warm welcome to you.
Privileged to have you also.
Thank you. I wanted to know your initial thoughts on the whole day as that went, starting with the roundtable to the tech show, which was inaugurated by Vijay Ranjan ji, and subsequent, discussions that he had, and the excellent feedback that he gave, which I saw firsthand. So, any thoughts on the entire day? And before you, the congratulations on conducting such a wonderful event.
Thank you so much. Yeah, in fact, this is a big day. 2.5 years are over that we try to actually conglomerate the entire efforts of the COVID warriors, in the sense not only the people who got infected by COVID, because their samples ultimately validated by the products which are developed by the startups. So I think the way the journey started in 2021 when CSIR headquarters communicated to the then director Dr. Rakesh Mishra, a message from Dr. Lalita Goyal and also Dr. Dayanand, that there is a Security Printing and Minting Corporation India Limited, SPMCIL. They're contacting us to help by CCMB to go for a kind of antimicrobial testing of the coating on the currency notes. That communication started, and they realized as they are actually providing some CSR funding from the Mint agency, SPMCIL, then CSR headquarters asked us, what else we can do for the innovation? So in that sense, in 2021, the then CMD, Dr. Tripti Ghosh, she kind of came into picture, about 2.3 crores of funding that they disbursed to us in a couple of tranches, and we actually designed a program around this CSR program, because it's the first of its kind of support for any of the incubators for innovation activities. And also to say first CSR project for the AIC CCMB. So it's a kind of a great exercise through the pandemic wave. It's a wave 2 actually, and we engaged with private partners to design a program to pick the best startups which can actually provide COVID solutions through this program, a small mini acceleration program, you can say. So we engaged more than a dozen of startups, but 8 startups have been supported with funding. And without funding also, the people who got the founders scientists who got funded through this program got benefited out of this SPMCIL program. So throughout this journey, we learned a lot of things, how to actually map the partnerships for these startups, their business plans to be set up, and their tractions to be made by connecting with relevant customers, and also corporate advisories as well as business advisory. Because technically we are sound, CCMB can help. We connected to a few of the scientists out there. So as a whole in this marathon, we have seen the impact numbers. So today, the great day, the current chairman and managing director, so Vijay Ranjan Singh ji, who is an IFS officer, distinguished IFS officer, who has some scientific knack as well to understand these impactful solutions, how they should be going forward. Out of 8 funded innovations, 6 have been, kind of in the market or about to reach the market. Means it's a very impactful journey. Other than this, making money by a startup, how many lives are getting touched through this program? So today, I also kind of thrilled to hear the numbers. Across the country, more than 15-16 states, these products have been spread.
So did you fall in love with all that you achieved all over again today?
Because this is what learning again. Because I love to learn through this program and what kind of impact. Ultimately, funding can be raised in any other means. And India is having enough funding for early stage innovators. Only thing is that your ask should be clear, your passion should be reflecting, and also your journey to say, yes, these are the impactful parameters that I'm targeting. So here that happened today, it's a realization that, 2-3 products have been unveiled by the CMD, and also one impact book has been revealed by the CMD for one of the startup that has been supported here. So the team is asking the questions to these founders, and also you have witnessed already, some kind of businesses can be revisited, or some plans can be, tweaked to more aggressive way of commercialization and touching more numbers of lives. So I think, as for your question today, we kind of, concluding the activity in the sense of the program per se, but not impact per se.
Absolutely.
So as the journey goes on, we are giving some follow-on funding to few of the startups which are funded by SPMCIL. We directed them to bigger hospitals as well as other channel partners. And again, we are helping them to raise at least a kind of $1 million or $1.5 million funding today, so that they can set up their own manufacturing facility. So this engagement today is very interactive, and also those questions are very imperative in the sense they can get more help. So thanks for asking that question.
My pleasure. I could see firsthand how impressed he was. He was so involved, asking all those questions to the startups, giving them suggestions as to what they should do to improve the product and the product development, and even very encouraging them to reach out to him directly if they needed help. That was amazing, and it really showed how.
I can say that it is a rare opportunity that chairman and MD sparing some time to see a very unique way of spending their own CSR money.
Yes.
And I'm sure that, before they come here, they may not be aware of, what exactly happening here with the incubation centers. And he witnessed that by seeing those products, how they're working, how they're performing, how they're touching their lives.
Right.
So I'm very happy to see that.
Again, kudos to you all. Looks like you guys did a great job. It all just paid off very well. Even Mr. Ajit Rangnikar is saying.
Yes. So that's another effort to add that, we actually engaged and aligned our programs with the local government as well as central government. Our national mandates never been off track. So in that sense, be it with Professor Ajit Rangnikar, the acceleration in diagnostics There's an acceleration program, 3-4 cohorts we have done. Some of the startups supported by SPMCL part of the program as well.
Wonderful.
So we actually align all our activities such a way that our startup shouldn't be missing that journey milestones.
Wonderful. So we have talked about all the good work you all have done and you will continue to do. I would also like you to shed some light on the challenges that AICCCMB is facing, right, in actively working towards, addressing the growth and nurturing of some of the biotech startups that are with you. So anything, any kind of hurdles or challenges.
Yeah, in fact, I can relate this question to this program as well as overall AIC's activities. If you piloting or validating these products that these startups develop with the small money from their pockets or the small money that government is supporting, by the clinics is a major challenge. Getting such clinical partners. See, of course, they will be planning their innovation, product development or a process development cycle by including these clinical partners as well as regulatory partners and of course other field level, you can say maybe the clinical in the sense even PHCs. So the major challenge what we observed even for this program, connecting them to the government based PHCs for example, because they actually need the support if they can actually help these startups to actually get the products validated. Right. I think that is really helpful. Right. And even private hospitals, again, they're not that open, to validate unless until there is a kind of value addition for them. But still, we kind of took help from Apollo hospitals, for example. They actually talked to Bryota and they kind of advise them in the reiteration of the device. So we have identified such kind of mentors to address these challenges, but still I think India should open a kind of larger mechanism of piloting these innovative products at the clinical side. And also, second challenge that always I vouch for is about the regulatory aspects. So the single window regulatory, clarifications for these devices or diagnostic kits. So we will apply to ICMR, DCGI, and that's a kind of, the things are speed up actually, thanks to COVID, another way. But still, locally, I think, we need to get a lot of assistance. This is second challenge. And third challenge, of course, it's not related to the complete ecosystem per se. It is the individual per se, the mindsets and also the consistency of the innovator, how they would be planning their complete innovation journey for next 2 to 3 years or 5 years. So that also major challenge, especially in the biotech entrepreneurs. So because, money can come fast and money can simply spend easily in a high blink time. That's what, being a program manager in the past 10 years, I have seen that, the exciting moment that startup get a money and within few months, the money evaporates and then they will realize, oh, please tell me what's next, what has to do.
All the important things I have to spend on, I haven't yet even touched those areas.
So I think that visionary way of thinking for their own activities, their own products. Yes, prioritizing and segregating the expenditures and also planning of funding in advance and regulatory aspects in advance and the IP. So all these things are very important. That is the third major challenge, which is actually an individualistic challenge, not the ecosystem challenge.
What is the message that you would have for some of the biotech startups out there for all the roles and opportunities that are available with AICCCMB?
You mean to say guidelines probably? Or,
guidelines or any message that you would have. Why should they come?
Yeah. Got it. I got it. So, we don't have cohort systems. We just have word of mouth way of spreading about our good works. Anybody is welcome to step into our center, see the facilities, talk to our existing startups or even graduated startups. What kind of facilities are there? What kind of convenience and comfortability that they will get, even from the host. Or I have to thank the director, CCMB, because the complete staff, the scientists, they provide a lot of infrastructure, not only in the AIC premises, but also in the main campus. Vinay sir. And even the previous director, Dr. Rakesh Mishra. So that kind of support, then when we have the advice for all the student innovators, faculties, and also the startups, just to step in, talk to us. When you open up with a dialogue, the conversation, then only you will come to know what we have, what they have in their mind and heart, because they may be having brilliant ideas, but they may not be having confidence. Unless until you actually talk to us, Dr. Madhu and myself, we are having some technical background as well. And also we enable a lot of startups and students and faculty towards entrepreneurship. So if the people can come and talk to us, whether their ideas are feasible and scalable, we can at least guide them and connect to the relevant people and plan their businesses under pre-incubation model. Then they can actually raise funds with the small data that they generated. And then they can actually incubate with us and raise more money, go for scale up. They can graduate. So this is one quick advice that I can give.
Can I say this to our viewers? Any of them, they are biotech startup companies. If you have, you have Ramji Patela here. If you have any opportunities, any clarifications, any questions, any guidance, any mentoring support, funding support, anything that you need, you can reach out to Dr. Ramji Patela at AICCCMB. Ramji, I've said it out there. Now you can't backtrack. I can't say, no, don't give my contact.
See, today itself, I responded to a couple of LinkedIn people. They already send emails with their proposals. So generally, I spend good time in LinkedIn so that, I can engage with a lot of students, school students, college students, faculty, startups, scientists, across the domains, even space technology people, they would like to miniaturize biological systems under zero gravity, how this will work. So they can come and work with us. So at least we can help them guided, to the relevant stakeholder in the ecosystem. So please contact me anytime.
I saw your facilities last time I visited, and I saw the infrastructure, state-of-the-art labs, and I think anybody would be fortunate enough to get a chance to incubate themselves or get incubated here.
Yes.
So, yeah, absolutely. Anything else that, Ramji, you would like to share from your end that I may have missed covering in my questions?
Yeah, I think most of the questions that you asked are very much relevant, and we covered all aspects, especially for the CSR support that we get from SPMCIL. This journey continues where we are also putting up different CSR proposals, not only to SPMCIL, but to other agencies to focus on emerging technologies and some of the breakthrough areas, if you can say, be it microphysiological systems, where how to reduce animals in preclinical trials. So that's where
talking about it today afternoon.
Yes. So now HDFC Parivartan grant that we got, we actually try to address that grant towards these areas, organ on a chip kind of models, where we can screen drug molecules or any other formulations, something like that. And again, another theme is smart proteins, alternative protein sources. So similarly, what I'm trying to tell here is that we are actually trying to partner with larger corporates who can actually show some interest in co-development with CCMB scientists or our startups to build something that can actually create larger impact through CSR or non-CSR means. So those areas can be covered well. And of course, the journey continues with all of your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you once again for giving your time. Thank you, viewers, for staying with us. This is Shelly Kapoor on covering this event on behalf of AICCCMB, event coverage courtesy MyStartuptv. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello viewers, I'm Shelly Kapoor and I'm currently at the COVID-TED Valedictory Tech Show, which is being organized or has been organized by ICCCMB. We have a very distinguished guest with us today who's been part of this entire journey and has been instrumental in hosting this tech show, Ritika Marampalli. Ritika is the Head Corporate Relations with the ICCCMB. Ritika, very warm welcome.
Thank you, Shelly.
Ritika, my first question is, Head for Corporate Relations, what exactly does your role entail?
Actually, I take care of the communications and all our branding activities. Primarily, I joined as the communications manager. So, but as the organization progressed, I also started handling a lot of the corporate relations. Basically, I'm handling a lot of our, administrative work and a lot of other works that we do with the corporates, especially like with CSR. So basically, it just grew into that. Also, I take care of the internal relations. So all of those things became a whole package, and it became a head of corporate relations.
Talk about either an example or a case study where an incubator such as yours and the corporate worked together to achieving a common goal, thereby creating a win-win for both.
Actually, there are plenty of these kind of examples. One that I can talk about is about ourselves. So we have a few companies with us which are established companies. Basically those are into pharmaceuticals, but now they're also starting their own biotechnology department. So they have taken some space with us. They have curated a team here, and the teams work out of this particular incubation center. Now although I may say that it is a collaborative effort, but in those ways, especially when you're talking about pharma companies or somebody who does not have their own R&D facility or does not have that kind of expertise, incubators like ourselves help them do these things. Then of course there are plenty of, like, if I talk about CCMB itself, like our parent organization. So the first pneumococcal vaccine that was developed in India by Shanta Biotech, that was developed as a collaborative project with CCMB.
Wow,
so
wonderful.
Yeah, so those kind of things happen a lot here. And of course, if you talk about the COVID times, primarily CCMB was one of the first organizations which was charged with taking care with identifying the virus, doing the test kits and all of those, validating the test kits. So AICCCMB also helped a lot in that. A number of companies, they validated their kits with us. We were also validating air purifiers, masks, all of PPE kits. So a lot of things we did in a collaborative effort with the industries in a sense, to make sure that their products are safe, one, and they're reaching the markets in time.
If all of this were to be explained to, let's say, a layman, right? And by this, I mean the collaboration between an incubator or a startup and the corporate. How would you describe the participation of the incubator and the participation of the corporate in this entire ecosystem? And is it encouraging? Are the corporates open to collaborations, and what is in it for them?
No, absolutely. See, we are world over, actually, this is being noticed that, one thing is that startups are very agile. They are very dynamic and they can immediately pivot. This is what COVID also taught us.
Because of their small size.
Yes, their small size, they can pivot easily. Second thing is that, especially when you talk about an organization, when it wants to set up its own R&D unit, wants to get into some new businesses, there are a lot more things that actually go into it. And the cost for that particular company to get into a new product line is so huge that most of the companies don't even want to try it unless and until you're a big MNC like an HLL or a Procter & Gamble or something like that. You will have your own research units, but otherwise I know of companies here in India, large companies, which actually look at startups, to provide that initial, the ideation, the validations, and all of those things. And what they do is that they will try and buy it out. So the entire market is actually like, especially for startups, this is a very big exit. That their products get acquired. And I know of a very large Indian company which actually comes out with its own funding. It has its own venture fund and a big startup arm. It will only look at startups which align with their businesses. And I was a part of that particular project some 3 years ago, and I know that their new business that they're coming up with, they just recently launched it, and it's again a big game changer in the market, was because of the kind of startups that we also introduced them to, the startups that they invested in with us. So we know that these things are happening. And first, for a startup, of course, it's a win-win situation because they're getting the money, they're getting the exit, and they are getting to do what they want to do. And for a corporate, it's a more agile and a more cost-effective way to get into new businesses.
Wonderful, thank you. Any gaps or challenges, and I'm sure there are some, in bridging the gap? Any gaps or challenges in bringing the startups and the corporates together?
It used to be a lot of challenge, but as the ecosystem is maturing, a lot of corporates are interested. A lot of corporates, are looking at this kind of a, situation, and they are looking at, looking at startups in those ways. A lot of if I talk about some small corporates, even in infotech and all. They are now looking at startups, to support startups, maybe through some small monies. If they are not able to do by, funding them, some of them, with us, there's a company called Blaze as well. So, they are into data analytics. But they they have some CSR funds, and they're supporting startups, in healthcare, because they are good at analyzing data, and healthcare also brings out data. So they want to help the startups that ways. So in some way or the other, they are also looking at startups which align with their businesses or which are completely new. So everybody, I think, has started looking at that. And now as I know that, a lot of corporates also are, for their senior leadership, they're trying to bring in founders, like people who've been entrepreneurs before. That when you have a founder who's been an entrepreneur before, it opens up a whole new avenue, a whole new, horizon of, entrepreneurship, which brings a maturity within the organization to look at startups and for industrial collaborations with incubators. So that is a positive change that we are seeing. It's happening slowly, but it is happening, and it's good to see that.
So these are the changes that are happening. But if you were to, let's say, name the top 2 challenges, or even let's say the topmost challenge that you have come across and witnessed in getting corporates and startups together, what is the topmost or top 2?
The topmost challenge, of course, is the licensing issues. So because basically a regulatory and by the time the companies finish their regulatory, they do definitely get into patents and all, but how they approach a patent and how a company looks at a license is different. So there are a lot much more documentation that needs to be done from the startup side, which the corporates want. That is a gap that is there. And that is one of the primary reasons why a lot more deals are not happening. But this is one of the primary things that we see. The second challenge that I would say would be more, it's just negotiations. Sometimes, especially with entrepreneurs, there are a lot many things that have to go in. And if it is a single, founder company, these are challenges that startups need to address. But at the end of the day, every negotiation takes to 6 years to 6 months to about a year. It is a slow journey, but I think maturity is required from both the ends, which I think incubators like ourselves are trying to also address. We are helping these startups, see their flaws early on, especially when it comes to team, because one of the things is that any company is not investing in the product, it is investing in the team. So we try to work with the team as well, And yes, we are seeing a lot of maturity in those ways coming in about.
What would be your message to the corporates for collaborating with the ICCCMB?
So I do a lot of this, I go for a lot of outreach events, I go for a lot of networking events and all. And I also, so I see that, it's always a challenge, corporates want to understand, they are interested, but they want to understand how they can work. So I would just want to say that, let's start a dialogue. Because we cannot suggest something that you don't want, and you cannot expect something that we are not doing at all to get there. But let's start a dialogue, because we are, as I said, that we are more agile, we are flexible, and we can get you the things that we want. I have this mantra, like we keep on saying in our incubation center, we are like Hogwarts, ask and you will get it. So that is what my only message is, that if corporates are interested in working in biotechnology and life sciences, please let's start having a dialogue. We can start working on a project together.
You were there in the corporate earlier?
I was.
How many years in the corporate were you?
I think it was almost 8 years.
How different are you finding it in the startup ecosystem?
I kind of tell the startups that I would like the founders, if they have come from a structured corporate background, to only get into start inculcating those kind of disciplines into the
and processes.
Yes, because what happens if you look at if you think of a startups, you think of the founders coming in shorts, coming in at any time, start working in the night at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. It doesn't work, especially when you're trying to build a team. So your team, if you don't have discipline, your team is not going to have discipline, and you need to work on strict timelines. It is extremely important, one, for the confidence of the investor, and for your own product development. So I would really like to have those kind of these startups to start inculcating those kind of structures into their organization. I actually do do these sessions where we call in some HRs and everybody and tell them these are the things that you should try, and this is how you build your team, this is how you start put a timing for the whole team. We know that you want to work any hours, but it's better to have something. So that is something that I really want startups to do. And even in my own organization, I have put in some processes. Of course, as the team grows, there are a lot of labor issues and other compliances that we have to take care. So by default, you have to become a little more process oriented.
More around how are you finding the change?
Oh,
personally for yourself.
No, for personally, it was a very, very conscious decision from my side that I wanted to leave corporate and I wanted to get into something like this, because even before I took the decision of that I wanted to quit my corporate job and then I wanted to get into something like this, I was already engaging with the ecosystem. I put in my own money to to do a project that I wanted to I just wanted to have something on my resume to show that demonstrate that I have done this. So yeah, it was a very conscious kind of a change for me. And I've been an entrepreneur for the age of 18, so this is something that is my baby. It's something that I take care of. I'm very, very possessive about it as well.
You find it more satisfying, gratifying?
Absolutely. This is like it's not a joke, when you say that love your what you do and you'll never work a day. It's like that for me. So right now I'm in a very happy zone. Yes, there is a lot of stress. Absolutely, there's a lot of stress, but I enjoy it. And I'm very happy to say that no 2 days are the same for me. So which is something very few people can say actually. So yeah, that's about it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ritika. Anything else that you would like to add from your end?
No, I think I've covered a lot. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much once again. This is Shelly Kapoor with Ritika at AICCCMB.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hi, I'm Shelly Kapoor
and I'm at the COVID Valedictory Tech Show organized by AICCCMB. Today I have a very special guest on the Thought Leader Show, Shri Vijay Ranjan Singh Ji, Chairman and Managing Director, SPMCIL. First of all, very, very welcome.
Thank you.
I wanted to know, you spent a considerable amount of time today, which was very kind of you to spend that considerable amount of time today talking to the senior leadership of AICCCMB and the entire team, and they gave some of the wonderful presentations and updates and progress on the startups that are funded. I wanted to know, what are your initial impressions about the work that AICCCMB is doing?
First of all, I must congratulate I'm grateful to my previous predecessors who have identified this program and funded them. Because with last maybe 15-20 years of my association with the different PSUs, I have never heard that any PSU or any government company is helping some startups and giving funding under the CSR to some incubation center. And the work done by, I was told that 8 were selected, out of which 6 has come to a really commendable level. And 2-3 products, what they showed to me, it was really, really very heartening and very, very satisfying for me that whatever money we thought, maybe we are not directly serving to the community, but through startups, we are bringing some huge change in the life of the people. For example, they showed that how that elderly people, their fall can be protected, and you can think about it, and it's just analogous to the car balloon, how it comes out. It's really very nice. It was very heartening to see, like that small kit for which you don't need any hi-fi machinery, AC room, huge investment, just 90,000 rupees kit and 30-20 rupees per test. It's really, really, really very good. And for that, I compliment the AIC team, CCMB, and all the persons, people like you who mentored them, and all the team, frankly speaking, who are directly or indirectly involved in doing away their hurdles, whether it is regulatory or technical or financially or managerial issues.
Sir, so after knowing about these products and these startups, and you yourself said that you were impressed with some of the biotech products, where do you think is the youth of the country heading? Do you think we are almost on our way to make good, remarkable progress in the biotech startup and ready to take India to the next level? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Our India, we are not dearth of any talent. Only thing that who is going to identify and who is going to take them to a certain level. Like our Honorable Prime Minister always say about the Vishwaguru. We are the youngest population and technical people in India, the people who are passing out from the engineering background or medicine background, biomedical background. I'm sure that if right environment, right support is given at the appropriate level, India can become a role model to the entire world. And this local solution, what we are following till date, the technology and the device developed by the developed country. Now we are developing and we are giving some disruptive technology and small intervention. With our modest just 2.36 crore, if we can help the 8 startup, and then if they can taste, they have done in their trial run only lakh people, 15 lakh, 20,000 kit, 2,000 kit. You just think that if we are just a mini Ratna company, we are having very less fund for this CSR. If some big companies can come and then if they can support, it can change the entire world.
Absolutely. It is
at least
almost
India.
The success story is similar to us landing on Mars with the kind of budget that we did.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Chandrayaan, yeah. Wonderful. So, sir, continuing on the previous question and your thoughts, and wanting to ask you to expand on your thoughts for the last question. Do you think India has gained visibility as the pharmacy of the world?
Yes. In my earlier stint, I was working as a private secretary to Minister of Fertilizer, Chemical and Pharmaceuticals. Then I came to know that every 3 tablet is consumed by any human being in the world, one is produced in India.
One out of every
Yes.
three is
Yes.
produced in India.
Produced in India. Whether it is a generic brand, mostly we are master in the generic medicine. So yes, we are the pharma of the world.
Wonderful. Spent considerable amount of time in your career, as a forest officer, and helping the tribal communities and all of that. And I'm sure that is how you picked up your love for photography during those stints. But it has come to my knowledge that you are a wildlife photography enthusiast, and you have some amazing photo clicks to your credit. Please do share some insight with us on your love for wildlife.
Today I may be a CMD of a security printing and minting company of the government
Country,
of India,
yeah.
of the country. But I started my career in a government setup as a forest officer.
Yes.
And I love nature, so as I wear my spectacles, I used to carry my camera. And I used to click photographs just for my satisfaction, because I thought that I was a privileged person. I worked in many national parks. Most of my time I have spent as a manager in the wildlife management area like national park, tiger reserve, where people used to pay money just for 2 hours safari, maybe thousands of rupees.
Yeah.
So yes, I have not clicked great photographs, but whatever it comes to my eyes, I used to click. And yes, I had, but it is not because if I share and if I can showcase and I compete with the other photographers, it is not good on my part, because the privilege which I get as a forest officer visiting the interior, not in only the interiors, anytime. Your tourists come just for 2-3 hours in the morning, 2-3 hours in the evening in certain area. But I had the entire forest as my regulatory, as my protection duty. I used to travel. Yes, I click, but I can show you privately, but I don't publish it. I don't show it to the Facebook, and I'm not posted anywhere, because I don't think that it is for that some publicity or thing. I do it for my satisfaction.
So is it just wildlife or other kind of photography?
No, landscape I had. I'm having around 140, 150 varieties of butterflies photographs.
Wonderful.
100 species of almost orchids, of wild orchids of Western Ghat. Apart from normal mammal, tiger, elephants, I have some rarest of rare photograph of otters, smooth-coated otters. So yes, I have. And some of them I lost in few years back, but still I have many.
I don't know if you know, but Ramji, after this interview, we can interact. He is also a photography enthusiast. Every day he clicks photographs of butterflies and plants and all of that. I just wanted to connect you both on that.
And I started butterfly photograph on request of my daughter. Ki Papa, ye butterfly aati kahan se hai? So one day I saw one butterfly laying egg on a leaf. That is the red Helen butterfly.
And you clicked that moment?
No, I clicked that moment. I put a net around it so that no predator can eat it. And finally, I photographed the entire life cycle of that butterfly.
Wow.
And I showed it to my daughter. And finally, when that butterfly came, I'm talking the history of maybe around 15, 16 years back. My daughter was just 3 years old. So when that butterfly come in the early morning out of the pupa, so I put it on a red, ki dekho beta, this is just like a clip. And that photograph I still cherish. So likewise, I do it for my satisfaction. I'm not a wildlife photographer. I'm not a technical expert. But yeah, I can compose. In my early days, I used to do painting and calligraphy. So I can compose good photograph that I can think. But if I am a very good wildlife photographer, I disagree.
I have also come to know that you also have very deep love for languages, linguistics.
No, it's not like that, because I born in Jharkhand. So I know I born in Jharkhand, then I studied my up to schooling days and part of college life I spent in Ranchi. Then I shifted to Delhi. Then I was allotted to the Karnataka cadre. In Karnataka also, Kannada was an alien language. Then I learned Kannada. Then I was posted in Mangalore and Coorg. There they use a different language like Coorgi and Tulu. Some part Konkani. So it's not that instead of avoiding it, cribbing it, I cannot control the external. Likewise, I told just few minutes before that things which are not under my control. If you can only converse with me in Kannada. I cannot control you and I cannot force you to learn Hindi or English. So it's better that it is in my control to learn Kannada. So I started learning. That's why I learned.
Wonderful. Great outlook.
No, it's not outlook. It's just a...
It's a very smart self-development to navigate your own way through life, right? I mean, I wish people were knew that becoming flexible and making yourself flex is actually a smart move for one's own self.
It is already invented. We don't... Of late, people stop reading books and other things.
Yeah.
If you read the Meditation of Marcus, I forgot that Greek philosopher, he has written already maybe 5,000, 6,000 years back. And you know that serenity principle of Bible. God give me power to change the things which I can change, except the things and wisdom to differentiate. So that's what, on that basis I'm telling you about learning this language only.
Right.
Or suppose many of my friends I know, they used to crib, how can you eat the South Indian food when you are going from North India? You wouldn't get chapati. But I'm a foodie and I love food, and I can tell you that each district of Karnataka is having different food, and I love it. Only thing is I'm a vegetarian, so except non-vegetarian I can eat, and I enjoy food. If you go to Vaishno Devi, you will search dosa there. It is my first-hand experience. If you search dosa, it will taste like your chole or rajma chawal. And if once I ate one chole bhature in Udupi, it was a horrible experience. And then I learned कि जहाँ हो वैसे रहो. So ऐसे ही जहाँ का language अगर मुझे काम करना है, I cannot quit the service. It's better to learn. If I went to Delhi, my surroundings are the Punjabi peoples. I learned. It's good now that you try to learn and you can interact more deeply with them.
Absolutely, absolutely.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Leadership Talk series, wherein we are interviewing leaders across domains, verticals, industries. This is going to be beneficial for young professionals, management students, engineering students, and students across various domains and various subjects. Today, our guest is Sriram, has done his graduation in applied sciences, went on to do his specializing in finance and marketing, and has worked predominantly in HR. It's a very interesting career that he has had so far. And the last 1.5 years, he's quit the corporate sector and has become a happiness coach. Let us understand his journey. Welcome, Sriram. We welcome you to MyStartuptv. We are doing this leadership talk series in collaboration with MyStartuptv. And like I said, you've done a post-graduation from Bharatiya University. Please walk us through your journey.
I started in 97. I joined Mercedes-Benz at that point of time. And it was a marketing job. And I quickly realized that, that was not where my core strengths were. And it took a few years for me to then shift from there to Infosys. And at Infosys, I found my path in a way. And at that point of time, Infosys was recruiting for people, from sales backgrounds. That's how I got into HR. And since then, it's gone 23, 24 years now. I've been in HR, various kind of roles. In Infosys, I moved across locations. And then from there, I moved to a company called Shaw as head of HR in 2009. And then we split the Shaw into two firms, and I went to the startup called RCZM in 2016, and then I got out last year to really pursue my passion, which is around the theme of happiness at work, happiness with individuals, and so on.
What are the aspects what are the facets you have taken care of in the HR domain? My second question is, for the young students, management students who have specialized in HR, what do you advise them? What is the career path they should choose who have chosen HR?
Start with, what I've done in HR. I started with recruitment. I slowly moved into employee relations. From employee relations, I moved into development center management. From development center management, I was part of the team that created business partnering HR at that point of time. From business partnering, in that role, I was anyway doing a little bit of training as well. From there, I then became head of HR, which was a larger portfolio with compensation, benefits, all of that came in. I think you, as a student, if you're kind of getting into HR, now what's happening is that there are specializations within the domain itself, and a recruiter core skills are probably different from a compensation specialist versus somebody who's business partnering, because all of these have a slightly different front-ending competency. Like a recruiter has to sell the job to the candidate. A compensation benefit specialist has got to have the data mindset, where their accuracy, the ability to analyze is very important. And whereas a business partner is somebody who can relate to people, who can kind of get. So there are, in HR itself, there are these variants. So it's not one job.
Different segments.
There are several pieces to it. The key is to really figure out what is it that I excel at, what makes me come alive in that, and then quickly try and get closer to that to the extent possible. In any job, there's always a mix of things that you will do, but it is about knowing your core and doing more of that.
And learning.
As part of that, any job will have to have, expertise. You have to invest in learning throughout, and that is not a journey that ends at any point. For a youngster or at any point, learning is important because things are constantly changing.
Right. What is the difference for a young student who's in the first year or the second year? Colleges unfortunately don't prepare the student for the corporate trend, for the corporate business. So what is the difference between HRBP and what is ER? And my second question is, can I just get into HR and not into HRBP or ER?
Okay, so again, these are nuances where, I would say if you're getting in and you're keen in an HR career, just get in and gradually navigate your way through the processes. But to answer your question of what's the difference, a business partner is somebody who's working closely with the business, and hence they are driving the business's people agenda, which is, so how do I achieve this business goal through people, and how can somebody help me with that? That's really what the business partner.
Can you elaborate, please?
Okay. So if somebody is a business partner, then they work closely with the business unit head who will say, okay, listen, my attrition in that particular team is high. Okay, I need to contain that. Can you help me? And then the business partner kind of gets into that. Then they look at the data from an external perspective. There is a manager who's already there, who's doing the job. But then the business partner comes in with a slightly outside view with the intention of helping you.
Sure.
And then you look at that thing and then you realize, okay, problem could be the manager, problem could be the kind of work, problem could be the type of people we've hired. And hence they are able to then come back, look at it very objectively, and then influence the change, saying, oh, people need to be trained, or the manager needs to get some perspective, or the business needs to take care of people better or give a slightly different job. So that is how a business partner tries to influence it through different facets of analysis, influence, training, coaching.
Interesting point that you mentioned is it could be a wrong hire as well. What is that and how do we rectify that? Or how do we fix that? Supposing an employee or set of employees, set of candidates have joined the company and they don't fit into either the culture or the job. How does an HRPP fix that?
But it's not an easy fix. First, I think we should agree that sometimes everything doesn't have a very easy fix. This is one of the problems, which is a real problem, and there are few ways to look at it. First, I think the most important thing is to understand that it is a wrong hire. Many times we just don't want to accept it or don't want to acknowledge it, and it takes a while to get that going. So first is to acknowledge, say that okay, it's not working. Once there is a clear understanding it's not working, then you have some options, which is that can this person fit somewhere else with what we have? If that is the case, then make the movement possible. Sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not. Then it could be an issue of can we train the person, reskill them to what we have? That will require some effort. That will also require some effort to the individual because they need to also invest and say that okay, I am willing to be part of this to reskill. If that's possible, then you do. If none of that works, then I think we should say at some point saying that okay, it's not working. I don't have the opportunity. You are not ready for reskilling. Then we need to take it to a logical closure of saying that okay, let's just part ways, but with a reasonable conversation, giving them the time and so on. So it's always real. Keep it real is my thing, and to the extent possible, we must always treat people well. Whatever the situation.
Absolutely. Since I come from an HR background as well, I completely agree with Sriram that you have to treat people well. It's not that cannot be hire and fire. My next question to you is, Sriram, as once an employee joins in the recruitment, let's say one candidate or student joins in the recruitment department, can he move into complement benefits or ER or PMS, etc.? And how?
If somebody comes in, I think there are two types of growth which are possible. One is grow in the same line or grow across and then move and then grow. Okay?
Laterally and then vertically. So, now the question is, first is that you don't want to make these movements based on whims and fancies of saying, oh, I saw that person, they achieved that. That's a different story. When you match your passion and your skills and then say that as part of what I want to achieve, I think that will add to my dimension of. You also are talking about have fixed or set goals and then achieve your goals.
And always relying on who you are and what you can influence the most.
Your core strength.
The core strength. See, if you are an extremely good recruiter, and then you say, I want to become a compensation specialist who's going to sit and work in front of the computer and data all the time. Now, is that really good for you? That may give you a temporary growth because that may be a role which is slightly elevated from what you're doing. But eventually, if it's not tallying with who you are and what you're good at, that's not going to give you growth. So that is the illusion that we must not succumb to, but really look at it from saying that, and today growth is possible. And that's my whole message is, become an expert, become excellent, pursue excellence. Expert is that you really know your domain really well. And this whole thing of I spent 2 years, I spent 1 year, I know everything, that's not enough.
Okay. Very rightly said, because youngsters today want everything in very short time. It's not, life is not 2-minute Maggi noodles. So what is the advice that you give them?
See, I am all for energy. I'm all for, the need to grow, need to learn. But I'm also for realistic, practical patience. And because what we often think is only one dimension of intellect, but there is social intelligence, there is emotional intelligence, there is, and all of these are part of your growth. And some of them take time. It requires maturity for you to deal with people. You want to lead people. You have to inspire people. How can you inspire people with an intellectual knowledge? Unless you've really gone through that yourself. Right? And that's what people sometimes fail to understand. We are somehow too caught up in the intellect part and say, oh, I know it all. As a thing, and most of it is coming from internet, from, that's not enough.
True. You have to not just learn from the internet like you mentioned, but you also have to be soaking and learning hands-on. My next question to you, Sriram, is if one gets into common benefits in terms of growth and there is an opportunity, I would very strongly advise that student or that young professional to learn Excel thoroughly. Beyond just learning, what else can he do to grow vertically and laterally?
Important is to network and get to know what is happening in there. Because sometimes we are like that frog in the well. We think, I know everything, but you have to get out of the well. Then you know, oh my God, there's a huge world out there. And then there are so many more things to learn. And then ideas come like that. How did Steve Jobs, put a brick phone and your Walkman and a computer together? That's creativity. When different things come in and then you are able to make something tangible of that in your workplace. That is creativity and innovation.
I will just add one more point to what Sriram just mentioned is beyond just wanting to grow into another role, you also have to ensure that you value add to that role. Because there will be 10 others. So what is the difference that you are going to create for that role? Do you want to add to that point?
See, when we want to value add, we must also have a little bit of humility. Okay? Because sometimes what happens with intellectual knowledge is our ego kicks in, you become arrogant and you start thinking they don't know, I know. Right? But influence is not that. When you want to really make a difference, the biggest thing that you get as you go higher in your levels is that realize that I have to influence.
Absolutely.
And if I have to influence, I need to work with the person who's opposite me. You have to get into their mindset. You have to understand what they're going through. Then tweak what you are saying, what you want to their language. And that's a lot of effort. It's not.
And that's not just your colleague, but it's juniors. And your juniors probably 10 years down the line. 10 years junior than you.
Because knowing is not enough. It is to get people to do things as well as you.
Very true. It is very important to connect with youngsters, not just in the context of saying hi, how are you, and things like that, but context of saying go down to their level, learn and be adaptable, adapt and adopt. That's my philosophy all the time. You also have worked with Infosys, and that was that was a job that was given to you, which you did not want to take. Can you please?
I was just extremely reluctant to move, but then my boss, was much more senior and older, called me and said, "See, these kind of opportunities don't come off. You must take this up if you're serious about your career." Okay. And I know the people who are there; they will take care of you. You will really kind of. So based on his maturity and his kind of thing, I took it up a little reluctantly. The first day I ran over there, pouring and saying, "Okay, what have I got myself into?" Then it turns out the next 5 years of my life are probably best. Okay, just because of the fact that I really enjoyed that experience with the people that I was working with the freedom I got, with the amount of stuff that I was able to, really kind of. And the fact was that I took that risk. I was willing to kind of say, okay, I'm serious about my career, and even though I wasn't really kicked about doing it, I did it, and then I realized that's what I got to do. And sometimes people are too stuck on with the location, with the circle, and so on. If you really want to go, grow, you have to go after. Yeah, go after where your growth is. Don't be like shut in a thing saying, "Oh, this is what I can do. I will not do that," and all that. You go try it. If it doesn't work, then it's okay. But most times, in that trying is where you go out of your comfort zone. Right. Then you realize, oh, I'm actually good at it.
There are two questions that comes to my mind. One is, how does one take risks? Because risks is something which we get claustrophobic and don't want to take that. Second is, or rather, that could be the second question. The first question is, what are the various roles that you did in your Bangalore's tenure?
I'll answer the second question because it's easier. Okay, so I started with the development center HR, where I took on a business partner, we lead for a big, kind of unit. And by the time I left, actually, I was leading 2 business units, and then I moved to a bigger center as the head of that location. So all those kind of movements happen. But the big thing was that I had the leader of one of the students sitting out there. He was absolutely inspirational. So many things that I've learned from him, which I still kind of value a lot. So that's the second easier part. Risk taking. I've taken the biggest risk of my life last year by moving out of corporate into something which is kind of thing. Now, how do you make that decision, right? One is to really know what you want. That I've always known, and I've known for about 7-8 years that these are the kind of things I want to do. I want to teach, I want to train, I want to coach, I want to write. Okay, and I want to make a difference to a larger audience through who I am and what I know. So, and through knowing that also it took me some 7 years to actually, be willing to take that risk. So it takes time to kind of, but it's not about taking a foolhardy risk.
That's very nice.
It is about being practical, saying, I'm passionate about this, and at this point of time, can I do it? Okay, do I have the little bit of financial support that can help me take this risk, which is important, so that we don't, kind of just blindly run into something. But beyond that, there is an element of knowing that I have to go all into this, give it my everything, and really make it work. If you are really passionate about something and that's aligned with, what you are trying to kind of get into, and if you're willing to have the patience to wait and go through the grind, that's where your whole point, that resilience will test you.
Resilience, persistence.
And because in that process, it is not just for the heck of it, right? In that process of resilience is where you grow. It is where you think out of the box, where you're saying, okay, how can I do more? How can I reinvent myself? How can I, kind of make a bigger impact? So that comfort zone goes away because now it becomes survival.
So I like 2 more adjectives out there: resilience, persistence, and consistency.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure you agree with that. When you were working with Infosys and you went to Mangalore, I understand your journey.
Yeah.
You then moved on to D Shaw.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that?
So D Shaw was entirely different, right? So Infosys had been almost 10 years, and I had the best experience for a while, and then I felt like I was not growing and I needed a change of thing. And this is a good role, it was a head of HR role, but it was a completely different culture. So it was an MNC, it was a hedge fund, technology setup, extremely top end. That is that you have the top talent in the country, very well paid, and at that point of time, HR was kind of irrelevant. It was all being run by mostly the business and what they thought was right for people. And so from a process to policy to benefits to, getting the team right, to really making, they had a good culture. It was not that they had a bad culture, they had a good culture. But HR was not the driver of many things over there. So while it was there, it was not really something that was seen as a very important function. Right? From there to really now, even now, if there are people who will talk about saying, hey, now I have people who moved out and gone to other companies, they say that we still talk about the culture that was there when you were, kind of managing HR there. And through that, I'm now getting some business also because people are saying, okay, sure, I want my HR person to talk to you as a thing. But that was the kind of thing we took from. It had good ingredients, but HR wasn't very good. So we built that whole thing, and they were willing to, they were not a very stingy firm, so they were willing to spend money. So it gave me some freedom to kind of operate. And I think we really took it to, I would say at that point of time, 2009 to maybe 2000, 3-4 years, we were among the, top companies in the country.
D Shaw was a very predominant company, and it still is. Going back to the risk point of view, young professionals, youngsters today, after the graduation, they want to become entrepreneurs. What are the 3 salient points that you will advise for the young professionals, young students who want to become entrepreneurs, or even the young professionals who just 2-3 years in the career, they want to become entrepreneurs?
The why is extremely important, because you don't get into it for the fact of it, you don't get into it because I don't want to be part of corporate, you don't want to get into it because I don't like my manager. Okay? All those are not the right reasons. Certainly, that's the first element of it. Now, if your why is good, second is, are you willing to take risks? Because you know for a fact that not everybody makes it. In that journey, a lot of people fall off. Many more people fall off than people make it. You know the stories of people who make it. We don't know the story of people who don't make it, but there's enough data to say many people don't make it. Okay, and that's a fact of entrepreneurship. Are you ready to, so if you're looking for success and not willing to do what it takes to succeed, that's not a journey for you. Then you're better off in a place where you will continue to get that steady income, and that's not a bad thing. Right? It's just knowing what I'm ready for. Right? Third is that when you are an entrepreneur, it is a multi-faceted journey. You have to do everything. Right?
From the janitor to the managing director.
Correct. You have to do everything and be okay to do everything. Right? And those are the three elements. And if you're willing to go all in, if you know that this is why I want to do it, and if you have the resilience, persistence, and the risk-taking ability to kind of sustain it, then it's a journey. Don't go into entrepreneurship just because you have an idea. Oh, I have an idea. People have millions of ideas. You know how many thoughts people, everybody gets about 60,000 thoughts a day. In the 60,000 thoughts, there are some 2-3 ideas that people get. It is not the idea. It is that I am willing to make this idea work, and I am willing to do whatever it takes. And I believe it.
Right. When a student or a young professional wants to become an entrepreneur, you have to have the funding capacity. It should be coming from the family or yourself. The second, very long way down the line, maybe 5 years, you will get venture capitalists who will fund you. So what is the advice you would give the student to prepare to become an entrepreneur? In both context of his abilities and his financial abilities.
So first let's talk about what is income control, which is your abilities. So remember that the entrepreneurial journey is a multi-faceted journey. So you need to know a little bit of finance, you need to know of marketing, you need to know your domain, you need to know the product. So you have to now, because many times why the entrepreneurial journey works is because you're not willing to look at the other domains because you have an aversion to it. Oh, I can't deal with numbers, I can't. This is one story. Okay, you think that the vendor on the job needs all those capabilities. Apart from selling, sourcing, quality checks, customer relationship, he's doing all of that. You have to do all of that. Okay, so it's simple equation. Where are you ready to do? Because some people know I am only interested in the idea and talking about the idea. I will not do anything else. That's also okay, so long as you have the expertise available at for you to somebody else or from anybody else. Then it's kind of still okay to be able to build the.
I'll interject you here. If you were having 3-4 people like Sriram mentioned who can join your team, they should also be in the capacity to not be earning a single rupee for the next 6 months or 1 year.
So I come to the financial part, but even if you have 4 people, the best combination is to have complementary skills with some overlap. So it is like you take 2 circles, there is an overlap, okay, but then you have, you form like a chain. Right? That means I can do product, somebody else can do digital marketing, somebody can do finance. Okay, then it's an extremely good. If all of you can do the same thing, you don't have too much, kind of thing. So think of that aspect as well. Now, the financial aspect, right, which is that if you believe in the idea, go all in, give it everything. If you need to borrow, do that as a thing, but understand that it will take time. No good thing in this world ever got done in quick fix. Nothing. Nobody, including what you see as success stories, have all gone through those journeys of, in their own way. They've had to struggle. Right? You will also have to struggle. So there is no running away from that thing. All it is to be realistic, saying that the struggle, how much time are you willing to give yourself? Okay, and I would say a reasonable time is anywhere between about 2.5 to 3 years is a good timeline to really be prepared for, to give everything, go after something, make it work. And at that point, if it doesn't work, then you should know that this is not. And because there's always a time when you abandon ship, right? If you wait too long, you crash. Right? So you don't want to crash also. So, but 3 years, I would say, is because the incubation, the whole thing. But by the time you kind of get into second year is when actually things start moving for you. And by the third year, you know how much it's really going to take off or what is going to happen, right? And then you know, is it working for me? It's not working for me. And kind of at that point, but are you willing to give yourself to this? Are you willing to go all in? If you are willing to do these two things, then it's work.
Going by the last point that you mentioned, are you willing to give that kind of time? If for whatever reasons, the entrepreneurship business or my role in a particular job, specifically entrepreneur, it does not work out. I'm asking you in the context of young professionals succumbing to pressure. What is the inputs you want to give the young professionals, students, and not necessarily just young professionals? We had Cafe Day, CMT committing suicide. So what is the most important things that students, young professionals should learn and not succumb to pressure?
Remember, life is too precious to be wasted. Doesn't matter. What we think of failure is a construct. Okay? And you know how many times Babur attacked before he became successful. If you go back into history, there are so many failures that, we celebrate the victories, but there is so many things that came, even with the most successful people, even who you revere as people who think, Steve Jobs, he went into hiding. He was, chased out of his own company and he was like, out of that before he came back in there. So there is no thing saying that this is a failure. Yeah, there is a learning.
There's a journey.
There's a journey. In that journey, there will be up and down. That is the way of life. And if you live long enough, you will know that as you go down, you'll also come up. That is how it is. And sometimes the pressure goes up. And at that point of time, you take help to understand that it will pass. You stick through it. Be through it. Whatever has to happen. Okay, what's the worst that can happen? The money will go. So what? We can come back as a thing. But life cannot come back. Okay, so many times, and I see this with kids also, right? Because the expectation that is built up, you try to match that expectation, and sometimes because you fail that expectation, you suddenly feel that I am a failure. There is no such thing as failure. There is only trying and learning.
Failure is a stepping stone
to success, because that is just, I just look at the word failure as a learning opportunity. It's a new opportunity to learn. Okay, so as long as you look at that from a thing, and everywhere there is learning, that's the mindset, that when you have that thing. So for people who are under stress, one is that first, be reasonable with your expectations. Second is do what you're good at. Follow your passion. Know where your core strengths are. Follow that. Because if you are doing what you like, even if it doesn't get you the money, you still enjoy it.
Yeah, money is not be all and end all. Having said that, as long as you upskill and reskill, money will come to you. Not today, tomorrow.
I believe in this thing that value is always, there is a way in which the world works, and that way that works is that you give value, you get value. Simple equation. Okay, so it's always the question is, am I giving enough value? If you give enough value, the money will come. So don't focus on the money coming, focus on giving value.
This talk that you just gave is leading to the success, you becoming a success coach. Yeah. What is success coach? What are the things that you cover under this platform?
Right. So, I'm of course focusing both on the individual and the corporate. And for the individual, I'm calling it peak performance, success and happiness. Okay. Which is that first is before we kind of expect somebody to do something, we fix ourselves. How do you fix yourself? Fundamentally, there are three elements. You fix your mindset, you fix your behaviors, you fix your habits. If you can do these three things, your success and your element of earning money, all of that will follow. It is easier said than done. Okay, and it's a journey. Your entire life can be a journey, and these things cannot be, may not be fixed. So the mindset is all about what I believe, what my values are, what my virtues are, what my purpose is, and really always kind of aligning yourself with who am I, how do I become the best, and how do I keep thinking about it in a positive way. Second element is saying, how do I become a better human? How do I keep getting over my limitations and my cheap behavior and my cheap thought process, evolve beyond that? Third is,
what if a person is constantly, wallowing in self-pity and negativity?
That is the element of mindset, right? Where you not elevated your mindset to understand, what is possible for you. Because why are you in a negative mind space? Because you are either caught in this is happening to me, people are doing this to me, and all of that. And this whole thing, somebody or the other will do something to you. It is to get out of that whole thing and say, I own my life. I am creating my life. I am willing to do what it takes. That ownership, accountability for your life comes, and that is the first step of the mindset. The last part of it is, I always recommend that go after your habits. Okay, fix your day. If you do enough good things in your day becomes happier, and as you build momentum, eventually you move towards a happier life because the solution is in your day. And what you do in your day is fix the parts of your day so that you put in good habits. Good habits,
How does the young student in their 20s have a fixed schedule, and how can he improve his life better?
First is understand that if you want to be successful and make a lot of money, you have to fix your life and your day. Okay, now your day starts with sleep. People are sleeping at 2 o'clock and saying, I'm waking up at this time, I sleep for 5-6 hours, I'm superhuman, all of that. You're not superhuman, you are just shortcutting your life. Okay, don't go up at all that thing, because sleep is so powerful. People don't understand the science of sleep. Need 7.5, 8 hours of sleep. Very, very important. For you to have the energy you need during the day. Then what do you do with your mornings? The mornings are an extreme, that's why all, kind of religions have always focused on the mornings. Do your yoga, do your pranayama, do your, gratitude, all of that. Because the mornings have some, special power in terms, because there's science to it. The morning, if endorphins get released in your bloodstream, they stay in your bloodstream longer. And thereby, your mood gets affected. Your mood generates your thoughts. Your thoughts drive your actions. So these are all interconnected very beautifully. They didn't explain all of that. They said just do the yoga, do the meditation. Right? So you start with your day.
So you're saying Surya Namaskar is the best way to start your life?
Yes.
Saturday, sorry.
Yeah. In fact, if you can do 12 sets of Surya Namaskar, what happens is that the body releases endorphins at the point of breaking into sweat. So even if you do for 10 to 12 minutes, you have to do it to the point that you're sweating. At the point that you're sweating, your body is releasing endorphins in your bloodstream. That's really good. So people don't understand, this stretching, it is, something and all that. No, there's a chemical influence of these things, and that is why it is important.
And yoga is definitely not religion-based in that context.
No. I mean, people misunderstand many of these things. Yoga now has gone to the West and they made it into hot yoga, all those fancy things as a thing, but it is far more than that. It's a way of life. It's a way of life.
Can you talk more in detail or elaborate on your success coach and your career for the last 1.5 years as a success coach?
So it's not been a very easy journey, for sure. Okay, so I've had my, kind of thing to say, did I do the right thing and things like that. But I know that this is what I want to do. Okay, and I'm saying that I'm doing the same formula, giving myself 3 years to make it work. And if it works, it's good. Otherwise, I've given it everything that I've got, and it didn't work. That's fine too. Okay, but I'm more or less sure it will work, and the signs of that are now, kind of showing up, because now, I can see the road ahead more clearly. So when I started off, it was more about the people I knew and little random bits of kind of thing, and I was also creating different types of, solutions that will work and things. So now I think I'm at a point where I know what I want to do, what will work. I've experimented enough, tested it. So now I know, so clarity. I think that was one piece which was missing in the initial days. Now clarity has come. I now follow up clarity with the right strategies. So then, because without clarity, where to invest in? What do I push? What do I sell? Who do I talk to? And all of that is very confusing. Now with clarity, now I know what my strategy is. Now I know that in LinkedIn I need to do a few things. I need to talk to people. This is how I kind of project myself and so on. So with clarity, I'm able to now propagate my kind of solutions much better. And with that clarity and the propagation, now the traction is picking up. And my, I think, model is I want it to be multi-pronged. And so I'm focusing on speaking, coaching, training and teaching and writing. So, different, and it gives me different accesses, it's different, kind of thing. And of course, I've written my book, Happiness Habits as well. So that also kind of generates some income.
So can you also talk about what is happiness coach and what do you do in that area?
It's a big domain. So the question is that, what is your definition of happiness? That's the first question I ask people. And people will say something vague, right? And the problem is, the first is that people don't have a standard definition of happiness, okay? Which is, I feel, a problem, because if that is what you're looking for in life and you don't know what you're looking for, how will you get there?
Yes,
right?
People say that I've got chocolate, so I'm happy.
Yeah, and that is the pursuit of pleasure. Now, pleasure is in the spectrum of happiness, but it is not happiness. Because the same chemicals that work for happiness work for pleasure also, but they have, in pleasure, you go up and down like a sugar rush. So when you go down, you can't stay there, so you want to go up again. So then you're constantly chasing. You're constantly chasing food, entertainment, sex, anything that will kind of get you out of the down. But then this up and down keeps you stuck, and you're not going to get out of that because you're thinking that this is what it is. But that is where the element of your habits and all that comes in. What they do is they actually manage the same chemicals, but at a far more, stable way. They don't take it up like pleasure, but it goes up slightly. Over a period of time, the benchmark is higher. So then your triggers are lesser. What would irritate me doesn't irritate me. What would, kind of think, my thought process is much better, my tolerance is better, and my positivity is better. So that is how the element of, kind of happiness. Now, what is happiness? Just as a thing, it's a much bigger dimension. There are two large elements that I want people to understand. One is that happiness is about being a successful person in all the important dimensions of your life, which is your career, your money, your relationships, your health, your parenting, your spiritual, your hobbies. All of them have to work to a reasonable extent. Otherwise, examples like Rakesh about 40,000 crores. What is the point of a life where you have so much money but you're not living a full life, right? Same thing that, and today, so many people, have relationship issues and problems. Right? So, first is you have to look at the dimension of life more holistically, make sure all dimensions are balanced. Second is that two things. One is, I should always be doing the things that I'm very good at. I must enjoy what I'm doing, because every day matters in your journey of happiness. So you can't say, I will become happy at 60. Enough old people to know that happiness doesn't literally land on you when you're old. You just think so, it doesn't happen, right? So today is the day for you to be happy. How do you do it? By doing what you're good at. The last element is always pursue being a good human. Have the right values, have the right virtues. That is our journey. And that and we know that all of us have shades of grey. We have in our thought process enough things going on over there. When you become a good human, it's not only about doing, but internally, even your thoughts change. That is the thing. My benchmark at some point that I want to become is when I can, my thoughts can be out there and I can really say what I'm thinking as it is without filters. Then I'm involved.
Sriram, you explained it very well. But my next question to you is, why youngster may understand what you have said, but youngster will question Sriram saying, I have a lot of aspirations. Aspirations means a lot of burning as well, or burnt out as well. So how does one balance that?
Okay. So first is to understand that happiness is multidimensional. I should do what I love. All of that is very important. So for me, I'll tell you what happened with me, right? So, and I know that, initially you're chasing in the Maslow's hierarchy also, you want security, you want entertainment, you want money, all of that. But what happens at some point of time, now it's happening faster because people are earning more money, that you get all that security and comfort very soon. What happens next? And for me, it actually took an episode of almost having a heart attack to change my whole dimension. I was about 40, when my younger daughter was just a month old. I thought I might die. And that was the turning point of my life, where I realized that, okay, but I'm not happy. Right? Okay, something changed. Okay? But so it takes a little bit of time. I think people have to go through their hormonal cycle of enjoying and going after things in life. But it will come. At your mid-30s, it's likely to hit you that I have the comforts, I'm not finding meaning, I'm not finding purpose, I'm not enjoying what I'm doing. And then all of these things come back in full flow. Right? And then that's when the earlier you start pursuing, at least follow what you're good at. because that itself takes care of a large part of your eventual happiness.
I will just add to what Sriram mentioned is one is being happy, second is being content in what you're doing. While you can have aspirations and aspirations one should have, but you should also be content in what you're doing. You want to grow, fantastic, but growth will be progressive. It cannot happen as a 2 minutes noodles.
In fact, I just want to, sorry to interrupt you, but I have this term called contented aliveness as one of my definitions of happiness. People say, tell me what, don't give me stories, just tell me in 2 words, right? I would say contented and aliveness. Contented is to know that, we are all, in a way, we must be grateful for what we have. We have perhaps more than what is needed. Yes, you can get more, but learn to be happy with what you have. Doesn't mean that you don't aspire for more, but just be happy with what you have. That will give you the ability to be alive to the opportunity.
True. I will also add that you constantly have to upskill and reskill. Young students have the stigma of saying, I want to grow, but I don't want to learn. What will you tell them?
Growth is part of the core needs of your life.
Of any being.
Without growth, there is no meaning. So let's get out of the illusion saying, I'm not willing to learn and grow. Because even whether you want to choose it or not, life is always trying to teach you something. In its own way. And we just don't understand it as a learning. But life is always teaching us. It is necessary to be open. To be willing to kind of grow. And there will be times when you have less growth, you have less learning. There will be times when you have more of it and steeper curves and so on. But then you cannot eliminate that and say, I've arrived. There is no arrival over here. Okay, there is a journey and there are different stops in that journey and we continue to go. And as if you do enough in your life, I think things are always changing. I shifted from marketing to, to do a job in marketing to then recruitment to then different HR and from there now to, kind of coaching and happiness and so on. So there is always, things which are going to shift. So the whole idea that no, this is it and this is all, I can be is just an illusion.
You've also written a book. Can you talk us through your book? What is the title and what is the content of the book?
Yeah. So a little bit of that I covered earlier. The book is called Happiness Habits and it originated from the instance where I had that episode of almost having a heart attack, and then for the next 8 years or so, I was just learning. I was learning, growing, trying to understand the meaning of life, happiness, and so on. So I followed coaching, gurus, religious, modern kind of philosophy and so on, until I came to a framework which I feel worked for me. So then I thought this framework is something I have to offer to people like me. So it doesn't really work for the people who are like a laborer kind of a mindset because they're still chasing the basics of life. But this is very, very, kind of relevant for people who are, worked in the corporate for about 3 years. Then it kind of settles. What I talk of there is that first start with finding what you're going to do purpose. Second is how to become better. Third is fix your emotional mastery as a thing. Then, learn how to be in flow. There are elements of productivity, peak performance, which you need to learn and, kind of practice on a regular basis. Then bring in the element of balance in different dimensions of life. Then it's about mindfulness. And I also talk a lot about in that thing about healing. Because that's not something which people often discuss. But healing is very important when we want to be born. Like we hold on to so many grudges. How do I forgive? How do I become more grateful? How do I, kind of learn to elevate my mood? And healing is an important aspect of letting go of our emotional baggage to really think. So those are the 7, I call it the 7 quests. So it starts with the mindset, with the 7 quests, and then I have a framework of implementing it through habits. So that's the final, kind of thing. Saying that all this is fine, but now you go do something. And how will you do? Do it by fixing your habits on a daily basis.
You may have touched on this point, but I will reiterate. Anybody, it could happen to you and me as well. More so with the youngsters. If there is a financial problem, or a health problem, or a tragedy at home, we always constantly say, "Why me?" So, what is that he should not do, and he should not ask God, "Why me?" And how can he pull himself up or elevate himself?
Okay, that is a big answer. Okay, now if I start that answer, I think that will just take all the time, and it goes into a lot of spiritual wisdom as well.
That is briefly.
Briefly, okay. See, what happens to you is not in your control, right? The moment you are going to sit and blame, why did this happen, right? Now that is not going to give you any movement. It's not going to keep you stuck. Because when you say, this happened to me, I put the blame there, and what happens with blame is there is no responsibility for me to do it. It's beautifully kind of passed on to say, you did something bad, God did this, circumstances did that, oh, why is my luck so bad? Everybody, there is no human being who does not go through difficulties in life. The richest person to the poorest person, everybody has a cycle of outcome. Now, some people have it easier, some people lesser as a thing, but everybody goes through it. There's no concept of, kind of saying that it doesn't happen to me, right? It is about ownership. It's about ownership. There are reasons why certain things happen. All of them are rooted in you learning something. For example, this concept of how will I learn to be a more forgiving person if I am not exposed to a situation which needs forgiveness, right? That is a duality idea, which says that you learn from an instance which happens to you, and then is when you evolve. For that evolution to happen, something had to happen to you. Now, without that happening to you, how will I become grateful? How will I become forgiving? How will I, kind of evolve? So, but then somebody did that, right? So, if you keep blaming, say, but what can I do? Anything that happens to you, always focus on, is there something that I can learn from this and do something? When you always redirect it into your own ownership, saying, okay, this thing happened to me, this bad thing happened, can I now take something from that?
Introspect is what you're saying.
And take action. Not only introspect. Introspect is to give you a shift in mindset. But with that mindset, now you should take action.
Right. We spoke about risk, but what was the risk that you took moving from the corporate sector, being head of the department in TE shop, and then starting your career? May not have started your career, may not have started being a success coach in terms of finance from scratch, but you had taken a huge shift. What happened? Can you tell us?
See, I've been planning it for a while. Actually, not planning it, but thinking about it. So it's been in my thing. So I've been telling people, saying, this is what I want to do. It's not a hidden thing. So my team knew, my management, everybody knew that somewhere at some point, kind of thing. And, I kept postponing it because this whole risk business is real, right? When you want to really do it, there's always apprehension and there's nothing. Then COVID came, that kind of thing. I wrote my book, that kind of thing. Once the book went out and I saw, decent response to it, that gave me confidence that, okay, I'm willing to now, actually try it. And so I was very clear that there is risk. There is a, kind of element of it may work, may not work. And I said 3 years. If 3 years all in, do it, works, good, doesn't work, I'm willing to go back and, get into corporate. It's not that my skills are going to go away. Somebody will give me a job. I'm good at what I did. That's why, I got here. So, that's not a problem as a thing. I was willing to do it. If I have to relocate, I'll do it. All of that I'm kind of as a thing. So, and for me now, I have younger kids. Okay. I have EMIs to pay. So, it was also that I was not doing this as a retirement thing. I'm doing it as something which I'm passionate about, but it's also my livelihood. And hence I have to make it work at a scale which justifies my decision. So what I'm trying to build is equivalent or even higher than what I was, kind of earning earlier. And hence that is driving to say I will not now say, because sometimes you get in the comfort to say, okay, why should I go and send to this? Should I send this email out because I don't feel good about it? Can I just not do it? Now I don't have a choice. Okay, because I've burned the bridges. Okay, I need, to go forward. There's no really going back. There is an option of going back, but I want to use that only when I have gone far enough, tested it, and said, okay, it works, doesn't work as a thing. So I did my research, I did my kind of thing, and still there was struggle. Still there was, enough things to doubt as a thing. So it took it, slowly, I think the momentum is picked up. And now it's like, in a much better shape.
Especially when you have young kids who are still in school, then you have to put them in college, etc. That's even bigger financial drain, I would say. What is your plan for the future, for the next 5 years? What are the things that you plan to do?
So right now I'm focusing on corporate. Okay, my thing is that I want to propagate happier workplaces. First, happier workplaces means teach the individual to be happy, teach teams to be happier, teach leaders, and make the culture happier. Big pieces. Okay, so very ambitious on its own, but everybody needs it. It's just that they have to, kind of be willing to do the work for it. It's not rocket science, but it needs work, and it's slightly different from how it's been done in the corporate, because corporate doesn't talk about happiness, they talk about engagement, things like that. But emotions are the most under-tapped thing. If you want somebody to go and fight in a war, you can't use logic, you use emotion. That is the most powerful driver for human beings. Corporates are not tapping into it. So that is one of my things. They tap into emotional feelings. So you want happiness, that's key. That's missing. Right? So that's one piece. Second piece from there is to move into retail, which is that teach people how to be happier in the context of the life. And my whole idea is from sleep to sleep. Is your opportunity in that? How can I fix my life? That's my eventual goal, to take that to a scale where you can propagate something which is practical and doable, but at a scale where people are, where it's flexible and doable to the extent they can.
Apart from your coaching abilities, capabilities, what else do you plan to do? What are your interests?
I'm all in this. Speaking, teaching, coaching, writing. It's a big spectrum on its own, because slightly different skills again as a thing itself is like thing. For me, it is audios and books are the kind of things that I am kind of thing. One really thing that I'm keen is to bring ancient wisdom and stories in the element of what I'm doing to kind of, because we're become too left brain, too logical. But emotion tapping is creativity, is through stories, right? So, but we need to alternate. To go too much over there, people say it's fluff, okay, nothing, right? You go too much logical, there's no inspiration, there's no motivation. I understand, but I'm not doing it. So how to do this? And there's so much ancient wisdom which needs to be used.
You're so right. I'm glad you spoke about this, because our Puranas, our Vedas, I hate to call Ramayana and Mahabharata as mythology. Our history of Ramayana and Mahabharata has got so many nuances, so many small stories which teaches you even your day-to-day life. It can change you dramatically. So the point that you mentioned, our ancient history and culture, has given us lots of inputs. Do you want to speak on that as well?
See, I think what we forgot is that we've stuck to rituals and practices.
I don't like to use the word ritual. I like to use the word ceremonies.
Yeah, but even all of that, right? What got missed is, and why people are not doing it right now, is they're questioning it and they're not getting the right answers. But there is deep science on the why it is you're being asked to do it. There is such deep science. But our traditional Western science has not evolved to understand quantum mechanics, energies, there are so many. We have 7 layers of body. And all of this is documented and, kind of so many thousands of years ago. Still science is validating it. Right? And that is where the gap is. Because there was so much science that explaining all of that to a layman was difficult. So they codified it through pictures, through practices, through rituals, through ceremonies, so that you get the benefit of it. Now what happened with our, history and people trying to take away stuff, now why that needs to be done went off. Only some ceremonies and some things remain. And now people are questioning because the Western influences, they're saying, why? What is it? What is the thing, right? And people are getting convincing answers. And they're saying, oh, this is all just, no. If you take every year, and even in our system, there are certain things which were done in the context of that environment, which may not work now, and that maybe should not really continue.
No, but in a larger context, Sriram, I will agree with you that every small aspect, even like I was just talking to somebody, even the rangoli that we put down south, we used to use rice flour.
Yeah.
Why was it used? Because the insects will not come inside the house. So there was huge science, it was all scientific and extremely logical. So for the youngsters to fashionably say that I don't believe in culture, Indian culture and tradition, but I will go, understand or agree with what the Western culture, I'm so sorry, please go back to your roots.
Yeah, no, and not only the rice flour, right, that, you first disinfect the whole place.
With
cow dung, which had antiseptic properties.
Yes.
And they would just do it. Nobody understood antiseptic, this, that, and all. They would just do it as a practice, saying that it's good for the place as a thing. And now, not only the rice flour, it's also the shape of what you're doing has an impact on how, because the brain thinks in pictures.
True.
So there is so much science in that one thing that you're doing.
One small rangoli.
Yeah. And this is what is missing, right? People don't understand that, that your mandalas, all of them, all shapes have a certain impact on your mind. That is one reason. Then there is a practical reason of that. Of course, it looks good. Then there is a reason of, using rice flour. Then there is, disinfecting the place. So much is there.
And not just the rangoli, but the stories of Ramayana, Mahabharata has got so many nuances. So I would strongly, through this podcast, would strongly advise and suggest to all the youngsters, go back to your roots. There's enough material on Google. Please read it. What else do you wish to do in your life, apart from being a success coach?
My life purpose is to try and transform lives of other people using my skills to the best that I can. And those skills I feel are in the space of speaking, teaching, coaching. Right? That's what my ultimate intention is, to be able to really impact lives of people because I've done so much work. It is the money I've spent, the time I've spent. I don't think people will have that much energy to do it. Now I want to be able to offer that to people like me. Okay, I'm not claiming that I know everything, but I've certainly invested a large part of my life in learning, and if I can translate that into pieces which people can then quickly pick up and just use it, right? They don't have to spend the 8-10 years of study that I've kind of done. So not of the 8-10 years, before that I've anyway studied. It's just that it kind of accelerated as a thing. But the idea is that let's make our lives more pleasant. We have everything. This is the time in the whole history of mankind where there is so much comfort and so less happiness.
The last couple of questions is, what are the things of the podcast that we have spoken for the last few minutes? What is the 3 salient points or 3 important points that you would advise young students and young professionals?
First is
in terms of both their career and their mental wellness.
First is enjoy life. Okay, life is precious, but it's also meant to be lived fully and enjoyed, and all experiences add up. So don't look at experiences as good, bad, success, failure, but just as experiences, because the failure then makes you enjoy the success. That is how duality is, that is how life is, day and night, all of that is like that. So life is a journey, life is an experience. Just take it as an experience. Okay, don't get too caught up in expectations and so on. Second is, kind of do the work that's needed. Yeah, I'm not saying that you have to do hard work and things like that. I'm saying that work is required. That you have to put in.
What you mean is get your hands dirty.
Get your hands dirty. Become the expert. do what it takes to really go down. Because a lot of things I understand, people are on the surface and then they claim to be experts. They've not really done the work.
They've not done.
Because that it is not possible for you to create great value. Do the work. As a third is always follow what you're passionate about. That is the most important fact. For that, first you have to discover what you're good at, and that I've seen even when I'm coaching very, very senior people, they say, I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know what I'm good at. But they are good at something, that is what brought them here. But it's just to decipher that, pull it out, and do more of it.
My last question is, you mentioned networking. Young professionals should network. How does a student build his network?
See, first is that treat every conversation as an opportunity to connect. First is to listen actively.
And also meet people.
And meet and connect. And forge a genuine connection. Because if people think that you're just connecting with them with the need to sell them something, they're going to run away. Right? So it is not that. It is to have genuine, interesting connections. When you do that, eventually that connection then grows. But that only comes from the fact that I care about you. I want to know about you. I want to, kind of be the recipient of listening to what you have to offer. Then connections form. As you have more connections, from these connections, there will be people who can point you to other connections, people who can buy what you are selling, people who can direct you. And people who can value add, you can do service to them. It is always a give and take. It is never just taking, never just giving. Always give and take. And if you go into that mindset of genuine interest and then connect with as many people as you can, that's the
I will add to what Sriram mentioned is, as a student who's just in their college, you can build your network through your seniors, your lecturers, your visiting professors. You will get into doing internship, build your network there, and gradually it will grow. It was wonderful talking to you, Sriram, and thank you for being a guest today. We wish you all the best for your career, and thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Wonderful having you.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today, this is simply amazing. What a beautiful sunset that's happening right in front of me on the sun-kissed shores of the Arabian Sea by the beach of Tanirbawi. Here we are talking about an event where we are going to focus on inventions, innovations, startups, and ideas. So when we were conceiving this event, I think myself, Vishwas, and the team which is all here, and including this graceful lady who just made the introduction, we all were contemplating where to host the event. We said, let's get out of these mundane activities of running it in an hotel, in an AC hall. Let's bring everybody out, make them stand in front of the sun god, get some vitamin D, and in the meantime also talk about inventions and innovations. And that's the whole idea of coming and launching this entire thing on this beautiful beach, on this beautiful setup, which I don't think coming from Bangalore we would ever get. All we have is some halls, some pubs, and some lakes which are still there, but I don't know for how long. But that's the only atmosphere we might get in Bangalore or any other metro cities. But the whole idea is bring out inventions and innovations out of the places which are having all the potential to come out with and showcase it to the world. Like I think Dr. Sapna had pointed out that the Manthan platform, which is being created by the government of India, we are collaborating extensively with the PSA's office and to see how inventions and innovations can be brought out of the tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 cities of this country. What does the word of IFIA is all about. IFIA basically stands for the International Federation of Inventors Association. Our job basically around the world is to bring out inventions and innovations to the global audience, to the society. It should impact and it should create value to the society. It could be university inventions, it should be startup innovations, it could be independent innovators, it could be rural innovations, could be anything. But we want those innovations to add value to the society, which should be scalable, which should add more value to the innovation index of the country. So that's the whole purpose of what we do at IFIA. So IFIA as such is part of the World Intellectual Property Organization. And apart from World Intellectual Property Organization, we also have association with about 6 UN bodies. And lastly, I think last October, we have been offered our US headquarters right inside Google. So when an organization like Google is partnering with us, you can imagine the potential growth for the startup and the innovations that is going to come in the days ahead. So this is what we are trying to do on a global scale, and through the Manthan platform and through the PSA's office, who happens to be a silent player in the background, yet trying to push us, saying that get more and more of innovative ideas from tier 2, tier 3. Like Sapna is like sitting there and getting a call from her her team. Anand, सपना जी को चाहिए कि आप जरा और थोड़ा गांव के तरफ जाके थोड़ा इनोवेशन लेके आओ. अच्छा ठीक है, हो जाएगा. So the PSA's office is again a driving energy for us, which says that please push more and more and get things out so that the world should see what India is delivering. That is more important. We are at a cusp, at a specific point in time where we have as a nation got all the powers to push and take India to the next level. And that's what we want to do as a federation, and that's what we are trying to do through our global body. And at IFIA Bharat, that's the whole agenda for us, as to take Indian products to the world, take India to the world in terms of innovation, in terms of product development, and in terms of more technologies which can be used as an intervention to our new product development. That's what we are trying to do through both the at the global level and at the national level. And here, Mangalore, we have an excellent team which is led by Vishwas and other members. So all of us here are also trying to focus on driving all the inventions which should come from the Dakshin Kannada region, and trying to see how more and more rural innovations can be taken and scaled up on a global level. I think this should summarize as to what we are and what we are trying to do. And without wasting further time of all of you, and as such, now with this beautiful sunset coming in, I think there is a host of other events which are going to be lined up throughout the evening. I hand it over back to the organizers, and thank you all for hearing me out. Thanks a lot. Good day.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hello everyone. Firstly, I'd like to draw attention of all the colleges here who have been doing some amazing stuff there. So all the students, if you can just spare some 5 minutes for me, it will be great. The reason why I want the young students to listen to this is the fact that while we do a lot of things building the next generation products in tech and in AI, I also feel that there's a huge space out there for us to actually create social impact, and that's where my presentation is going to be. I'm an accidental entrepreneur where my purpose was to really have an impact at the bottom of the pyramid. So how am I doing it? Today you all know that there's no hunger in the country. Would you all agree that there is no one in India dies of hunger, unlike say Somalia or in any of the African countries? So we see that everyone gets a plate full of food, but still India ranks 102 or 103 in the malnutrition index. What does this mean to us? It just means that, we are not having a nutritious diet. While what exactly constitutes a nutritious diet? I'm not going to take much time, and I'll just leave with one food for thought and then what we're doing. See, these are some 40 essential nutrients a body needs. While everyone gets to eat the food of their choice, in Mangalore, I think it's fish and other local cuisine. But do you think the food that you're eating, you're getting all of these 40 nutrients? Chances are that, you might not be getting it. The simple fact that, whenever, say, you would have commonly heard of, say, iron deficiency or like calcium deficiency. See, these are deficiencies when you suffer from this, it shows up as some kind of bodily dysfunction, in sense that you'll have brittle bones, you'll have anemia and things like that. And what do? You just go to the doctor. He prescribes a single vitamin or a mineral, and you take that, pop that tablet in, and it's the solution is there. But have you ever come across someone who has had like sodium deficiency, or like a potassium deficiency, magnesium deficiency? Now, these are deficiencies you would have rarely come across, especially magnesium. But these are very, very important for your body. If you don't receive these in good quantities, there are high chances that you won't have the normal growth, especially for smaller children. So what we are trying to do with this company is to build products, especially for the bottom of the pyramid, to ensure that they have nutritious diet and nutritious meals as their part of their everyday life. And how are we doing it? So typically at the bottom of the pyramid, there are about 240 million children who just depend on what the government gives. But the top of the pyramid, if you look at multi-nutrient supplements that are there, you have all the Ensure, Pediasure, Horlicks, and all of these big brands. But as you go down, do you think a bottom of the pyramid person can afford an Ensure or a Pediasure or even a good quality nutrition supplements? No. The only thing that they have is Horlicks and Boost, which are like more like taste enhancers. So what we have tried to do is take the Ensure and Pediasure of the world to the bottom of the pyramid. So these are our products that what we have built. It's called Punch Potion Multi-Millet with Milk for Children, Nutrify Plus for school-going children. And these are products which can be given to children, and it just costs just one rupee per serving. 1 rupee per serving. So we are on a mission to make these kind of products available to the masses. And this is what we have done. What we have done in the last 5 years is very simple. So I was not an entrepreneur. In 2018, a group of people who were doing some social work with school children, they approached me and said, look, we're giving breakfast for school children, morning breakfast for school children, and milk is being given by the government. Why don't you help us supplement the milk with some kind of multi-nutrient supplements so that it will enhance the child nutrition? And that's when we started working on it. We developed products like the ones that we saw, very similar to Horlicks and Boost, but much better than Horlicks and Boost in terms of micronutrition. So all the 25, 26 micronutrients in just one serving, we would give them at least 50% of their daily requirement. And this is how we have scaled up. In 2018, we helped the trust address about 1,000 children in 10 schools. And slowly now today, this is a week older. Today we are making these kind of supplements available to 8 million, which is 80 lakh children every single day. And that's the impact that we are creating. And now my next mission, while these products are available through the trust to the most needy children free of cost, my next mission is to make these products available and affordable for the tier 3 and tier 4 markets, so that they become nutritious and we have a nutritious society, and we don't call ourselves or fall in the list of say 102 or 103 in the malnutrition index. So I would say one takeaway point here is, please remember that the food that we are eating might be rich in carbs, might be rich in proteins, might be rich in fats, but it's not that you're getting all that nutrition, say 40 essential nutrients that you need nutrients that you need, you might not be getting it. And here is a chance. I'm very happy to chat offline. And that's in brief my story, and I'll keep it short. And if you want to know how we are doing it and where are we manufacturing it, how are we, I'm happy to take questions offline. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, everyone. It's very nice to be here in Mangalore. Thanks to Vishwas Rao giving me opportunity to be here today. So I will be talking more specifically on artificial intelligence and intellectual property rights. Artificial intelligence as a subject is penetrating all areas of day-to-day life, and there are lots of legal disputes related to usage of AI. So as you know that intellectual property means anything which is created out of human intelligence. Now what if the same intelligence is created by a machine? Okay. So have you ever used ChatGPT and created a content? I think all of us. So who owns that content? Whether machine owns that content or I own the content. If machine owns the content, then how we are going to establish ownership of that particular product? Yeah, next. Can anyone recognize this person? Can anyone recognize this scientist? Anyone from the audience? So he is John McCarthy. He is the first scientist who coined the word artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence, by the way, is not a new subject. So first time the term artificial intelligence was used in 1956, and then he actually coined definition of artificial intelligence as a machine which generates intelligence. And yeah, next please. Artificial intelligence is the science of making machines that can think like humans. So what we do in artificial intelligence is that we create very complicated algorithms which start behaving like a human being. So the outcome of artificial intelligence is more or less like the way human thinks. Recently Sophia robot was given citizenship. So that means there might be a possibility of treating a machine like a citizen. So if a machine can invent, then can machine own also? If a machine can own any IP, so tomorrow any disputes happen and there are damages to be paid or there is penalty to be paid, then would a machine be liable to pay or a human being is liable to pay? So if you look at the global market of AI, it's phenomenal. Every industry, every area of science today is AI enabled, and the world is going to face a circumstance wherein the AI market will grow multiple fold, and we are in a stage of history when we are witnessing that AI is going to help us. But at the same time, we need to have right policies, right processes to make sure that this technology does not harm human population, because all over the world we are already witnessing that lots of jobs are getting lost because of AI. And also we cannot ignore that science always had plus and minus about it. Whenever science grew, there were negative things also along with that. And there was a time, but on the other hand, there was a time when computer was invented. People thought that now this is the end of the world. Computer can do everything. So now we are again into the same era. We feel that, with AI, everything will get disrupted. But that might not be the case, because with time, things will settle down and we will accept AI as part of life. At the same time, there will be opportunities for everyone to grow further using AI as a base. Intellectual property is creation of human mind, and this creation of human mind can be of different types, different shapes. It could be design of a product. It could be a computer program. It could be a secret recipe like we have in Coca-Cola. It may be a drug formulation. It may be a vaccine. So So the generally speaking, IPR is nothing but creation of mind. Creation of mind can take any form. It can take a form of a book. It can be article. It can be a vaccine. And depending upon the kind of intellectual property you have created, we have to figure out how to protect it. If it is design of this mic, then aesthetic look and feel of the product has to be protected. And if it is a vaccine, then maybe the process of making vaccine can be protected. But at the same time, there are many products wherein you can best protect it by maintaining secrecy of it. Your kitchen recipes. Okay, your grandma, same kitchen you use, but taste of your recipe will not be same as your mother cooks or your grandmother cooks, because there is some secret right time of putting the ingredients, right temperature, whether lid should be put or not. So these all are trade secrets. They are maintained very well by keeping them as a secret. Coca-Cola is one of the examples wherein the recipe is best protected by maintaining secrecy of it. When it comes to protection of intellectual property, there are mainly three ways of protecting it. One is you simply register it. Okay, if it is name of your product, we have a lot of startups here. Name of your product, name of your company, name of your business, services, product, it should be registered as a trademark. Trademark is one of the very important kind of IP. People mostly talk about patents as IP, but in my personal opinion, trademark is the most important form of IP, because I have seen people losing their trademarks after 10 years of usage, 12 years of usage. Just imagine that you have been, because you fall in love with your company name or your product name, and after 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, you feel that you don't own that. You lose it to your competitor because it was very similar to some other brand which was much bigger than you, and they had all the ways and means to stop you from using a particular brand name. So brand name has to be taken very seriously right in the beginning. Select your marks very well. Make sure that they don't resemble any existing brand, because as a user of a product, you tend to be inclined towards very generic names. Like if it is a soap, maybe Wash Well will be the name you will opt for, but later on it gets rejected. So registration is one of the ways you can protect your brand name. And second could be, sometimes it's important to protect your IP by having contracts with the third party, to whosoever you are going to disclose it to. At the initial stages of your business, when you have to disclose your invention or the innovation to investor, then contractual relationship between two parties is something that is helpful to protect your IP. And third will be, you can keep it secret. Don't disclose it to anyone. So if you feel that your IP cannot be reverse engineered by anyone, then I think trade secret is the kind of thing you should be looking into. Mainly 4 kind of intellectual properties are important for any business: patent, copyright, trade secret, and trademark. These 4 are important forms of IP. Even though some of the products may come under regime of trade, the design, but here today I am talking more specifically with respect to your artificial intelligence. Copyright in AI products. If you have not watched this movie, please do watch. It's worth watching. I've watched it once, but I want to see it one more time. It's a very brilliant movie. In fact, everyone in the family, especially your kids, should watch it. So in AI products, algorithm is something which is protected by copyright. Okay, so when the product is ready, algorithm can be registered as copyright. And good thing about copyright is that there is something called as Berne Convention in copyright law. So you register your copyright in any one member state of Berne Convention, and automatically you get protection in all member states. So which means that if you register your copyright in India, you automatically get protection in close to 180 countries, and it's very affordable. It's one-time protection, and you must go for copyright for your algorithms if required. And in copyright, you have classes like literary, artistic, cinematographic, musical classes. So selecting the right class, you can register your copyright in that particular class. Next, please. Trademark, I think I've talked enough about trademark. So take your business names very seriously. Do a trademark search right in the beginning and make sure that your trademark does not resemble any existing trademark. It has to be unique. So mostly in trademark, self-coined terms are very much preferred. Inalsa, then you have Ola, OLX. These are self-coined words. Yulu bikes. So they are registered very easily by trademark office. And I have seen a lot of businesses, rather than focusing on the businesses, they are now handling trademark litigation. So which is not really worth. Then comes trade secret. Trade secret is any secret which you feel is difficult to reverse engineer. You can choose to maintain it as a trade secret. Many companies have been choosing to keep algorithm also as a trade secret. Only one condition is required to be fulfilled to keep a trade secret, that if I take your product in my hands, I should not be able to reverse engineer it. If I can reverse engineer it, it is not a strong trade secret. In order to be a strong trade secret, it should be almost impossible to crack the recipe or crack the algorithm. So if it is difficult to or impossible to reverse engineer, I think it is a trade secret and you can always protect it. And best thing about trade secret is you don't have to hire any attorney like us. So you can just have your own processes, your own policies to protect your trade secret, and life of trade secret is perpetual. As long as your trade secret is a secret, it has value. The moment it is out in the industry, it does not have any value. Now, coming to AI related inventions, there are two aspects of AI products. One is the product itself, AI product itself, like ChatGPT, and second is outcome of that product, which is like the content which ChatGPT is producing. So, when it comes to the product, AI based system or AI based product, then in India we have some parameters wherein we prohibit giving patents on software related inventions till the time there is a technical effect or technical advancement produced by the software product. So if a AI product has some association with the hardware, it becomes very easy to patent it. It's easier to convince patent offices that okay, I have a software product, but it has hardware components. So together, I can register it as a patent. But if it does not have any hardware component, then it is usually challenging to register it as a patent, not only in India, but also in the US these days. Earlier, there was a perception that if not India, US will grant you a patent. But now US also does not grant patents on pure software. And Europe and India, they were always like more or less same as per, because Britishers ruled us for so many years. So Indian laws, they always have impact of European system. So Europe follows India and vice versa, but there is close similarity between laws of Europe and laws of US. So in India, the definition of invention which can get a patent is that it has to be a new product, new process, which has industrial application plus technical advancement. Okay. Yeah. So just to summarize, novelty is required. Next is inventive step, and next is industrial use. So novelty in case of the inventions which are produced by AI is always a big question mark, because if I made ChatGPT to invent for me, then can I ethically be called as owner of that invention or not, is always a big question mark. And then very interesting to note here is, next slide please. Yeah, in addition to fulfilling these three conditions, we also have to see if the software invention falls under preview of Section 3 of Indian Patent Act, which says that software per se is not patentable till the time it has any technical effect. Novelty in case of AI related inventions. So the journal definition of novelty is that your invention should not be anticipated by any existing prior art. So there should not be any patent, there should not be any paper publication, there should not be any use of that invention in the world. So prior art search is always done globally. So novelty in AI related innovations is difficult to determine, because AI system would have been trained to produce a particular output based on the data that has been fed to a AI system as a input. Now, one of the conditions to get a patent is that invention should look to a person having ordinary skills in the art. That means if I invent a software, my invention should look good to a person who's a software engineer, okay, person with ordinary skills in the art. So that person doesn't need to be a very Nobel Prize winner and all. So if it is a biotechnology invention, then it should look good to a person who comes with biotechnology background. But when you have AI related inventions, then who is this person skilled in the art? Okay, so we are raising standards of persons skilled in the art also as per patent law when you have AI as an inventor on the other hand. Section 3 of Indian Patent Act says that mathematical, business methods, computer programs, algorithms are not patentable if they don't have any technical application. They don't result in any kind of technical advancement. And in India, we have computer related inventions guidelines, but we don't really have any guidelines for AI. But just 2 days ago on Valentine's Day, US released first round of guidelines for AI related inventions. Yeah, next please. So the main issues related to AI is subject matter. What should be patented, what should not be patented, has to be clarified. And then second is, how do we determine inventive step? But most important issue that comes up is ownership. Who is going to own? If I want to write article and I take help from ChatGPT, okay, give me best places to visit in Bangalore, and one nice write-up comes out, then who owns it? Do I own it or machine owns it? If I want to register that article as a copyright, then in whose name shall application be filed? So at this point of time, I think the legal system is confused, people are confused, and and lots of case laws are getting generated to address this, and different courts across the globe, they have given different kind of judgments. But end of the day, the thing is that we need to have a unified kind of system wherein we establish a machine or a human being as innovator or inventor. Now let's understand what the law says. In India, patent has to be filed by true and first inventor. True and first inventor is the person. It has to be living person with 4 limbs, breathing, alive. Okay, so true and first inventor is a person who conceived the idea. So if you conceive the idea, then you become true and first inventor. So if I'm working in a institution, if I'm working in a university, then I invent something. So my name in the patent application will be as an inventor of the patent, inventor of the invention, and I may assign my application to the university, wherein the university becomes the applicant, but my name remains as inventor. So inventor has been given a very high regards in patent system throughout the globe. If my invention gets stolen and I suffer because of that, then patent office is going to address it on my application. But true and first inventor is something which is non-negotiable. I sell my technology transfer happens. You sell your patent from A to B, B to C, C to D, but inventor's name never changes. It remains on the application as inventor. So true and first inventor always gets a patent, and inventor always has to be a human being. It cannot be a machine. Next. This was a very important and very first case when the patent was filed in the name of AI machine, device for autonomous bootstrapping of unified sentience, that is DABUS. This was a machine, AI machine, and this was created by Dr. Stephen Thaler. So Dr. Stephen Thaler filed lots of patent applications, but 2 important inventions this machine made actually. One was for beverage container, and second was flashing light for attracting enhanced attentions. Now these 2 products were invented by the machine, and then Dr. Stephen thought that, okay, I'm not true and first inventor, maybe this machine is true and first inventor. So he filed his application in a US patent office. Next please. So he filed his application in UK, US, Australia and India. So India rejected. First of all, India said that this application failed to pass formal and technical examination because DABUS is not recognized as a person, natural person, as per Section 2 of Indian Patents Act, which is like, I feel it's logical. Next please. Then this application was also rejected by US Patent Office, UK Patent Office, Australian Patent Office also rejected. But then later on, Federal Court of Australia, they accepted this application saying that DABUS can be inventor. So now machine becomes inventor of the inventions. But later on, there was a bench of 5 judges in Australia. They again rejected the application saying that machine cannot be owner of any invention, because it's not just a filing application, but it also is like tomorrow any litigation happens. Okay, so in that case, whom to blame for and how to proceed with those applications. So now the thing is that expanded 5-judge appeal bench of full federal court reversed the judgment and brought Australia back into line with the position taken by other nations. So as of today, the law across the globe is that machine cannot own any invention. So when this question was asked by DABUS, so he asked that if not machine, then who should own this invention? So there were certain, possibilities proposed by Australian Patent Office itself. So Patent Office said that either the owner of the machine can own it, okay, or the developer of AI software can own it, and the developer who has developed the software code can own it. And if a person who is giving input to the machine to generate a desirable output can also be inventor, but end of the day, you take any combination of it, but end of the day, it has to be natural human being, legal entity, which can own a patent. In Beijing Court of China also, it was held that human production or creation is prerequisite for copyright protection, which may exclude AI software as an author. Just 2 days ago, US Patent Office, they released some first guideline in the world has come up. So US Patent Office said that machine cannot own a patent. Patent has to be owned by a human being only after providing. They said that you can refer a AI system to invent something, but final shape of the product has to be given by a human being. And I think with time, patent offices would also ask the inventors to show the prototype if it is like AI related invention. And US Patent Office also said that if it is realistic, invention is realistic and you have put enough efforts, then you don't even need to disclose to patent office that it is generated by AI. If you see beautiful images you can generate using AI, images are so beautiful. You can't really, you don't really feel of having paintings, handmade paintings done, because you really get brilliant. In the movies, you see the AI generated images; they look really very beautiful. And when it comes to copyright, the fundamental rule is that copyright is not granted to idea, but the way idea is expressed. For example, if it is idea is a love story, then the way different directors make love stories is different expression, and all these expressions can get copyright. But when it comes to AI, now you want to search images of Lord Rama, then you can generate any kind of pictures using using AI. But now, do you own it, or who owns those images is always a question mark. But there have been some case laws here again. This was the first case that came up in the US, Anderson versus Stability AI et al. In this company, 3 artists, they sued the company saying that the images which AI system is producing is violating their copyrights, and they should train their system in such a way that it does not violate third parties' IP rights, and the AI should also be trained to take licenses from copyright owners in such a way that their rights are not touched upon. So this was first case when 3 artists, they formed a class to sue multiple generative AI platforms on the basis of the AI using their original work without license to train their AI in their style, allowing users to generate works that may be insufficiently transformative from their existing protected works, and as a result would be unauthorized derivatives of that particular work. In another case, Getty Images is a company. They have images, and they give some images are royalty free, but they charge to give images, to sell the images to the users. So Getty Images, they had around 12 million images, at least 12 million images that were copied by different AI systems. But end of the day, AI has to be trained. AI works on the data you feed, and AI has to be trained to ensure that third parties' IP rights are not violated. And if those rights are to be used, then adequate licenses should be taken from the users. Then this was a case of Som Prakash Lekhi versus Union of India. In this, this is one of the good Indian cases. Here, Supreme Court held that since AI does not fulfill various essential conditions like power to sue or get sued, it cannot be considered as juristic person, and law cannot attribute duties to it. Therefore, patents cannot be granted to any AI generated content. And court also said that necessary human intervention and the role is a prerequisite, and therefore in order to obtain a patent for AI generated content or novelty, it would be necessary to have a human force behind it which shall be eligible to obtain a patent. How can you mitigate the risk of violating third parties' IP rights? First is that you have to read through the data privacy policies. You are feeding your AI system with some initial data. You have to protect data privacy laws. Data privacy laws are very strict in Europe, US, and in fact now in India also we have data privacy law now. So you have to comply with data privacy law. Then term of use, privacy policy of individual site has to be read, and licensing option has to be worked in the cases wherever it is required. And there are some well established ways to have IP pool also, wherein licensing becomes very easy. And with time, I feel definitely some organizations will work on it and will have bigger patent pool. Yeah, next please. And AI models, they shall be trained to review the term of service, privacy policies of the sites from where it is taking the data, and users should also be vigilant about what they are using and what they are not using. So just to conclude that AI, ML, they are new subjects. They are very good. I mean, it always has pros and cons. They have made life very easy. But at the same time, lots of people, they are losing the job. There is lots of confusion related to the content that is getting created. So there is a very dark side also of artificial intelligence. And especially with respect to the area of IP, how to protect AI product and outcome of AI, how to assess novelty, inventive step, who is going to own AI related product, and how to prevent violation of third parties IP. They are going to be very crucial issues, and I think following US, other countries will also devise the guidelines to protect AI related products. And I represent my organization, Origin IP Solutions. We help companies protecting their IP. We provide end-to-end consulting on patents, trademark, copyright, designs, etc. And we also undertake very wide range of legal documentation, policies, contracts, and we help companies commercialize their IP. And we are also into mergers and acquisitions of companies. I think in due course of time, with so many startups in the country, time will come that when lots of mergers and acquisitions are destined to happen in the country. If there are any questions from the audience, maybe one or two questions can be taken up. And if you have any inputs to add, don't hesitate.
Hello. Ma'am, if I'm setting up, let's say, 10 data points on which an AI is going to build a model or a solution, or it could be any product. So the initial data points or the initial set of ideas or rules were set by me, right? So wouldn't AI can also be just looked at a assistant or let's say a team of people of your own? Because isn't AI just reducing the manual labor also in some industries? Let's say we're talking about biochemistry or pharmaceutical. Let's say we want to do 10 iterations to come to make a chemical. But if I can bring in mechanical and electronics and AI combined together to make iterations of chemicals and have 100 machines doing it at the same time, wouldn't all of that also say that I'm actually contributing like 95% and just the AI is only using, at that point, what would they say? I mean, what would
the important keyword here is human intervention. Yeah. Right from the conception of patent law, the word has been used as human intervention. So if you can justify that there is human intervention and the outcome is executable.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to present a presentation about St. Joseph Engineering College. The part which I will be presenting is mostly about the history of the college. It was established in the year 2002, and it has been an interesting journey for us. Right from the beginning, our vision has been service and excellence, and towards that goal, we have been trying hard to make sure that we bring out engineers who are dedicated to give the best of service with excellence. So this is the vision, and the mission statements are also there. The vision is to be a global premier institution of education and research, and I think it's not much different from the vision that many institutions have, but it's the journey that we have lived and what we have achieved so far that speaks for itself. Well, as I said, the inception was in 2002, and this was the dream child of the Bishop of Mangalore, then Most Reverend, Aloysius Paul D'Souza. The current bishop is the president of the college, and from 2002, we were mostly focusing on teaching and trying to establish ourselves as a teaching institution. Because that is the main thing, that when you talk about setting up an undergraduate college, that is important to make sure that your teaching is effective to the undergraduate students. But as we progress, we started looking at other important aspects of engineering education. So, infrastructure development was one of the main themes in the early years, and we quickly built up the campus. And with the growth came new programs. We started with some master's programs, PG programs, MBA, MCA, and also doctoral programs, PhD programs were started on campus. By the time we were 10 years into the business, by 2012, we had already PhD programs on campus. So early years, some of the programs that we started are all shown here. And in the year 2011, we started aspiring to get accredited by NBA, National Board of Accreditation, because accreditation being one of the important things. When you have accredited degree, then doors open for you across the world. So that was one of the important things. And then we were also looking into trying to be an autonomous institution. So we started working towards that. And in the subsequent years, we had the first cycle of NBA accreditation. We also started many more PhD programs on campus. And one of the collaborations that helped us was collaboration with Indo Universal Collaboration on Engineering Education, wherein we were able to certify all our faculty with international certifications on engineering education. And that's one of the reasons why we are now looked upon as a college of great teaching, great teachers, and it's a sought out college for admissions in the city. And some of the infrastructure that we have built up, we have amphitheater on campus, we have hostels, and we have academic blocks, sports facilities, and everything is built around the greenery that is there. We have tried to retain as much greenery as possible, and we are trying to grow more trees, in fact. So it's a campus which is really green and clean, and a really delightful place for our students to study and prosper. Our admissions have been growing very steadily. We started with 240 as the intake, and now we have almost 780 is the intake right now for undergraduate, and 240 is the intake for the PG courses. And one of the other things happening is that placements on campus have been very good, especially in the recent years. We have been able to place most of our students, and that is something which we are really proud of, especially in the core sector where placements are otherwise not so easy. We have been having a lot of success. And the number of companies visiting the campus for placements also has been growing steadily. Another thing that we are now focusing on is trying to go towards a deemed university status, and for that we are now focusing on research. We want our teachers to be good at research, and so a lot of progress has done so far, already happened, but we are trying to go more deeply into that. Next. So this is our profile in IRINS, that is the Indian Research Information Network System, and it shows for itself that we are our faculty are publishing good papers, and we are trying to make the mark in the research field. This is the number of Scopus publications by our faculty, growing steadily year by year. Now, one of the things is that all this has been started showing itself, the impact is there. We were able to get our programs accredited in the second cycle in 2019, and now already we are into the third cycle. In 2022, we were able to do that. And one of the things is that we were able to get autonomy through the UGC autonomy scheme in the year 2020. Now, so St. Joseph has become an autonomous college under VTU, and we are free to have our own curriculum as well as conduct the examinations on campus. And the benefits which come with autonomy also is to be more proactive in reaching out to the industry, to the local needs, the local problems, and to the community. And so that is what we are now trying to do. In the year 2021, we also got the college accredited by NAC and A+ grade, which was a great achievement in the very first cycle itself to get A+ grade. So now the college has A+ grade NAC accreditation plus MBA for almost all the programs on campus. Another thing that we were able to achieve was in 2021, we got the AICT Idea Labs. Just 49 colleges in the whole of the country were given this grant, 1.1 crores to build skilling facilities for our students to make them hands-on and more skilled with the modern day skills as such. So this was one of the great things that we achieved. Some of the recent courses that we have introduced on campus are all emerging technologies like AML, computer science with data science, and computer science with business systems. These are some of the new founded programs. Also, we have a very niche program, MBA in Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Development, with a small intake of 30, and the explicit aim of students who take up this program is within 2 years to launch their own startup, and we are mentoring students towards that goal. The other thing that we have tried on campus is to promote entrepreneurship, and so we have a very structured program to do that. These are some of the programs done with the mentoring of very reputed people who come in to guide our students and help them in understanding how entrepreneurship works and how they can be part of it as such. Some of the student achievements, just wanted to highlight a few of them, recent ones. This student who attended the Republic Day Parade in 2023 got the gold medal for shipbuilding, which is a very, for the first time that it was got for the Directorate of Karnataka and Goa, the Admiral Nanda Trophy it is called. So it was a proud moment for us. And our students have been doing very well in hackathons. This is the Mulmer Medithon where they got the 3rd place and a cash prize. And this was another hackathon where they did well. The Automation and Robotics Clubs of the college, Healthcare Innovation Hackathon, organized by NITI University. So the Idea Labs and the facilities that we have, our incubation center, we have main funding from the government of Karnataka, New Vision Incubation Network. This is helping us to set up the incubation facilities for startups, and these are some of the areas in which we are trying to focus currently. And in the way ahead is that we are trying to work towards NIRF ranking, and the explicit aim there is to try and become a deemed university. So focus is on research and also in the long run to go in for a BET accreditation. So what is it that we are here for in Emerge? Why are we associated with Emerge? One of the reasons is that we are looking for engineers, managers, technocrats to help us with our entrepreneurship and incubation efforts on campus. We would like to have people of experience to come in as adjunct faculty or professor of practice or guest lecturers also to support anyone who wants to start a startup in our incubation facilities. This is what we are looking for. So we will keep in touch with the participants here, and we will try to see in what way we can be part of the great dream of making Mangaluru a place for a hub for ideas, innovations, and business ventures. So a few glimpses of life at the college, St. Joseph Engineering College, SJC as we call it. We would like to thank some of the people associated with us here at the Emerge. Mr. Anand Kanan, Mr. Vishwas U.S. Rao, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Mr. Karthik Attawar, Mr. Madhukar SM, Dr. Madhukar SM, and Mr. Abhishek Bhandari. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Glenson Tony, the training officer at St. Joseph Engineering College. Aspirations in education. It is important that we match the aspiration both of the nation and of the students. And at SJAC, we believe in mentoring students to be industry leaders. And we've been, it's been years of hard work and to build this ecosystem that drives innovation on campus. SJSV has been one of the first institution in India to have the National Innovation and Startup Policy in place to support the student and faculty to actually go towards entrepreneurship. And we have seen the results of it. The magnanimous number of student startups and staff having their startups on the campus is the true testament to the implementation of the National Innovation and Student Policy. When we look at student startups, at the beginning, it's very important that they are mentored. They are mentored both on technology and on legal aspects. And that is exactly why we built and we have the state-of-the-art incubation center on campus that looks at building sustainable startups. So we provide students with space and mentorship both on technical and legal aspects. And the discussion on the fact that students lack skills that is required for the industry. The argument of academics versus industry requirement is always here to stay. In order to beat that, in order to ensure that our students are actually skilled, in order to ensure that our students indeed have experiential learning, with the support of Ministry of Education and AICTE, we built the unique Idea Lab on campus. You have an idea, walk up to us and walk away with the product is what we say. And over the last 2 years that Idea Lab has been functioning in the college, we have seen a huge transformation happening with our engineering students in the year one walking out with products that they dreamt of while they joined for engineering. And indeed, InnoVenture is a year-long process where our students are mentored right from ideation to product development to release of the product in the market. The selected set of students go through this entire cycle to experience in real time as what it takes to actually turn an idea into product. And SJEC has always believed that student clubs has an impeccable effect on the innovation journey. And we house 11 in-house clubs on campus. A few to mention. The SJEC racing clubs are always on the lead. We boast of our SJEC racing clubs designing, developing and manufacturing all-terrain vehicles, e-vehicles and such mobility vehicles on campus, participating in reputed national level championships and making it to the top. We've also seen Terror Bull, bunch of combat robotic enthusiasts who built the small club, which went on to make its name amongst the top 5 combat robot champions in the country. Their speciality lies not just in combat robot. They have come up with products that has actually made an impact to society. The inspection robot that they built for line inspection post the Kerala floods. The inspection robot that they built for AC duct and cleaning are something that I have to mention at this point. Also, we have the Automation and Robotics Club, which takes immense pride in presenting their automatic wheelchair for disabled, which happened to be in the grand finale of Smart India Hackathon in the last edition and was also incubated by Faraj. To drive the IT sector, we also have the reputed Google Student Developers Club, which is indeed giving our students a global outlook while also giving them an insight onto the most recent technologies. This January, our student lead was also identified by Google as one of the star performer in the country. Also leading the innovation on campus, especially on the IT segment, is Team Skeptics, that holds multiple workshops and seminars for our students. And we have hosted multiple hackathons in connection with industry through this club. And this Monday, we are also hosting a 36-hour hackathon in association with EG India. We would request and welcome all of you to join us in this innovation journey. Also, it's very important that our students are in the know of what is the industry requirements, for which professional memberships does come in handy. And that is why we have tied up with most reputed organizations that make predominant changes to our students professionally. And when we look at few of our student achievements, a bunch of students from our engineering multidisciplinary team that has been working on a technology-based solution for beekeepers have been inducted for the most prestigious TCS DISC cohort 2024. They are undergoing a 14 weeks boot camp with TCS. These are a few of our student teams and members who have made a mark at the national level in various events, and I'm not getting into the details of that. While we do promote innovation on campus, it is also important that we also look at the preparation of our students for enriching career. And that is where the SJEC Career Development Cell comes into picture. And we run the Specialized Campus to Corporate program, a 4-year segmented program for our students, which looks at ensuring that our students are the right mixture of knowledge, skill, and attitude, which dwells into different aspects of placement preparation. And we have also tied up with industry veterans to ensure that our students are prepared the best, be it for training, be it for assessment. We have big brands like Coursera, Wipro, Infosys, Springboard, CoCubes, and many such industry leaders who are helping to us in training our students and ensuring that they are prepared for enriching career. And all of these measures together has indeed helped us to place ourselves as one of the most best sought out destination for education. The last year's placement season that we closed very recently, we clocked 1,200 plus placement offers with over 175 plus companies visiting our campus. An impeccable journey indeed. As we close this presentation today, in terms of the innovation and the preparations that we do for our students, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all our industry leaders who have taken, who have indeed taken confidence in us and in our students in helping us shape career of our young students. Thank you so much. And it's indeed a journey that we have begun. It's a long way to go because we believe that every day is a new story begin. And we are here to be a platform where great stories begin. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for patient listening. Before I wind up, I would invite one of our students to Mr. Anupam to talk about his journey of innovation at SJEC campus. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Good evening, I'm back here. Yesterday we had a wonderful, the moderation with such wonderful people who had so much of knowledge to share and the experience from the industry, from the academia, and also from the startup world, right? So today we are continuing to hear more and also about the intellectual properties and how that is going to make an impact, right? We need to create more IP, and that is what as humans we are born with that intelligence. If only we know how to nurture them, support them, and make it impactful, right? So the secret is riding the wave, and what better than this kind of a setup at the seashore where the waves are just getting created, right? So the smartness is about riding the wave. The effort to reach the shore or even have fun, like just the surfers would do, they know how to engineer their devices in such a way that they are able to ride the wave, and it's fun. Trends are of that kind. If only we understand the science, then it's going to be a fun ride, right? Otherwise, it's going to be a tough one, swimming against the currents. It's a smarter way to ride with the wave, and this is the stage being set today for me to speak about the twin trends, which is driving, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So some of them are going to be based on my own personal experience, and I'm going to be even tapping into, okay, I'm going to be drawn to my system, and let's see. Okay, looks like I need to have a dive. Can I get your help, please? Can you click the down arrow? So it needs my attention. So this is like a pet. My system is like a pet. So wants to see me, and maybe AI enabled, right? So needs that recognition. I'm going to be actually referring to my book by name Inseparable Twins. It's also been translated into Kannada called Avali Javali Sutragalu. And this is a book to inspire innovation and entrepreneurship. So there are three characters in this. One is Appy and Proppy. They are two elephants, and they are synonym to happiness and prosperity. And these two are just amazing, brimming with a lot of questions, and they're very inspired, and they want to become intrapreneurs or entrepreneurs, right? So they want to do their startup, and they're very interested in coming with ideas, and they happen to meet a human friend, and he becomes a friend, and then their mentor. Okay, they understand the power and the usefulness of a mentor. So that they learn and they accelerate. That's one of the secret, right? So let's welcome Appy, Proppy, and they are here with this beautiful setup to engage with you and share their thoughts with you and their questions with you, and also to listen to you as to what you've got to say and what you're presenting, right? So if you get to meet any of these two elephants, don't be scared. They actually have so much fun with you. So I'm sure you will have fun with them, right? So this is Appy, Proppy, and Lucky. So let's see what they are up to. Okay. So here they have a lot of questions. Okay. The spirit of entrepreneurship. They are very interested to know what is this entrepreneurship and why entrepreneurship, and what can happen through entrepreneurship. So a lot of questions. Why, when, where, and why me, kind all that, right? They have these questions, and Lucky is happy to take questions, because in this world of AI, I think the power is going to be coming through the questions. It's not the answers, right? Our education system has been tuned, and we've all learned how to answer. We have not been taught how to question. So even ChatGPT or your Googles can't help you if you don't know what to ask and how to ask, right? So this is something that we need to all develop ourselves, and the coming generation needs to be learning how to ask questions, right? And when to ask questions. So questions are more powerful when it comes to entrepreneurial journeys than the answers. You will figure it out as an answer, but then information, knowledge, all of that is there in abundance today, right? The question is how to question, right? Here they ask a lot of questions, and let's see who whom to tap and get to know. Okay, so here tapping into one of amazing gurus, and Sri Satya Sai Baba once said that I want more youth and youngsters to embrace entrepreneurship. So when asked why, he said in such simple three things. One, he said entrepreneurs are those special people who will identify a problem and solve it. Very simple. They're very powerful people, and the simple people who identify a problem and solve it. Second, they're special because rather than seeking jobs, they will provide jobs. Fantastic, right? Very powerful again. And a lot of them are worried what jobs are going to be taken away by AI, but if it is entrepreneurial thing that, which will create jobs. So that's one of the reasons why your mindset should shift towards entrepreneurship. The third is they're very special because they're talented and have the power to create value and wealth. And if good people can create value and wealth, the whole society will benefit. And that's how the whole sustainability aspect is taken care, right? So I can't articulate it much simpler than what I've learned. These are the simple three factors as to why entrepreneurship and the spirit of entrepreneurship. So with that as a stage setting, and so here are Appy and Proppy got into an argument, and these two, they keep fighting all the time and nudging each other, pulling each other. And when somebody asks them, why are you guys fighting? They say, who's saying that we are fighting? We are not. We are actually having constructive conversation. That is how they respond. And they have this intellectual debates and, pull each other. They're very opposite in nature, but they can't live one without the other. And here, according to them, it is innovation focus, which is going to help drive entrepreneurial journeys. And on the other hand, we just heard from Bindu how it's going to be helpful to have that, the patents or the novelty in their ideas and so on. And we also had our doctor who presented from NITE as to how they've been helping, and the innovation and the kind of the patents or the ideas which has become commercial realities today, right? Be it in the healthcare side or be it in the manufacturing, and we got many insights through that, right? So that is the Appy side, which is the blue, and they are in the trunk war, but then Appy says it's the innovation focus, and the other side, Proppy says, and it is, she means technology, she wants scalability, she wants something which is reliable, and in terms of making the process, it's process driven. That is what she believes, and she says it is technology focus. Let's see which one you want to take side. Okay, let's see some show of hands. How many of you believe it is innovation focus which will help drive startups? Show of hands. Okay, I see many hands. Wow, Appy should be happy with that. And I was actually also wanting to see, I see one Appy and Proppy right here. Okay, so the husband and wife, yesterday the wife was Indrani, like, she was on the stage sharing all her experience and so on. I am sure she can relate to Proppy so much. Process driven, it has to be like method to the madness, and ability to switch hats so easily. And in the end, before leaving, she was so happy and came to me and said, you should meet my husband, tomorrow he's going to be here. And today I get to hear him about, all the inventions and the innovations which is going to be in the market, which is making a difference and bringing happiness, right? So the creating that social impact. So that is really happy. So I'm very happy to witness Appy and Proppy seated here. Well, you see two of them right there on the screen, but you want to see the real one, they are seated here. Okay, a round of applause to both of them for the kind of work that they are doing. And they both happen to be from this region, creating an impact globally, right? And this is exactly what Appy and Proppy are. And I saw many hands going up that you want to be supporting, or you think It is innovation focus which will give you that impetus, the force to really thrive in your startup journeys, right? And I see many of those novelties and the kind of innovation, and Ifya Bharat is here, and I'm sure Anand is going to be jumping up to say it is innovation focus, not just innovation, it has to be inventions. And Anand, where are you? I'm sure he'll be so happy to know that, right? So show of hands for those who believe it is technology which is going to be making a difference, right? Oh, I see 2 hands, and some of them even jumping up saying, they are on the proppy side. Okay. So, well, they are inseparable twin. One without the other is kind of incomplete. So let's see what they have got to ask. And here they are. Appy says, which are the current trending industry segments? And Proppy says, why should we keep an eye on emerging trends? So how many of you have the same question, either as Appy or Proppy? Show of hands, right? Do you have the same question? I see some hands going up. Okay. So good. I don't know which one you are in, Appy's side or Proppy's side. Either way, it's hard for me if I'm playing the lucky's role. And if I have to be lucky, I better address to both of them. Otherwise, you never know. I'll be on the poster on the wall, right? Otherwise they'll love me so much. So let me play the lucky's role. And here are the twin trends. And the smartness is about riding the wave, right? And here, the twin trends, one is UN Sustainability Development Goals. The other one is all about using technology and the power of technology, right? So here are the 17 sustainability goals which are there, right? And I see such fantastic opportunities for startups right here. One of the incubation centers, educational institutions in the Bay of Bengal side, they reached out, and AACSKU actually referred. So I supported that institution for them to get science and technology sanction, because we were willing to be the knowledge partners for them. And the whole focus of this incubation center is going to be related to the aqua side, right? In the aquaculture, to agriculture, and using the water and export opportunities which are there. Such wonderful startup opportunities there. They've been exporting, but it's been happening without much of technology interventions and business model innovations, right? Not just innovation in a product or, creating some machine or so, right? It has to go beyond. And even business model innovation is so powerful if only we know how to exercise it, right? So in the sustainability development goals, I see some of it which is very appropriate for a region like Mangla. And both on the agriculture side, the food side, and under the water, the amount of opportunities which are there, many pearls are there. It's just that, we have spoiled it and wrapped it maybe in plastic. So if only we know these islands, instead of creating islands of plastic, if only we know how to really feed those beautiful nature which is there. One smart way is to the trend, right? Make friend with nature and be friend with nature. Otherwise, you are actually inviting somebody who's too powerful, which will just wash you out, right? So if only we understand those and bring that human values to the forefront. And I think as inseparable twins, here is an opportunity. One is, as much as innovation focus and technology focus, that is science coming to the forefront. I think the smartness and the way India is going to emerge as a leader in startups is the time when we understand the power of Bharat, that is the ancient wisdom. I keep saying this, the best of the innovations are probably discovery. It was already there in different form and the way. It's just that we have lost that science. And if only we know how to start tapping into that ancient wisdom, you have answers for so many challenges which are out there. And I think smart youth, would know and should develop this appetite and aptitude on how to tap into that ancient science, ancient wisdom, and use modern technologies to solve problems, right? I think that is how one of the ways that the Indian youth is going to lead, and the world wants this. It's just not about competing, right? It is, the world wants it. It is a sustainable way. So I think that's one secret. And when we are talking about sustainability and the development goals, be it in the education field or the food, yesterday we heard Annapurna member, how they are bringing the entrepreneurial mindset to the social impact, and the kind of products that they have created, these, even the millets, usage of millets, right? So I was conducting a training program in Anantapur at the ASA SKU on the entrepreneurial development program. So four of them, and they had students, they had come with this name called 4S, and they wanted to create ID, that is detection of bombs. That was their startup, and they were going through the whole program, and then realized, they had to apply for the incubation program. They did apply. They did not get selected because it meant the defense tech and all that is a very pretty complex process, and these were students who had no access and no backing for that. So they said this idea is not going to be helpful, so they had to drop their idea, and within 24 hours they came with a new idea. And the new idea was, they wanted to create something called as millet, which is millets and chocolate as a combination. And they realized when they did the search, and thanks to the AIC that they helped them, they realized that it was the first time in the world that something like a chocolate being made out of millet was happening. And, when the good things happen and the whole nature starts supporting, they were invited to one of the shows of this kind where there was a startup event. They were showcasing, and then they were showcasing the Minister for Agriculture of Andhra Pradesh was visiting, and he saw that and he said, "Wow, this is amazing! You and young girls, you want to do this? So we will support you." They gave a grant, and they said, "We will support you." And it so happened, because it was an agri-tech event, there was a farmers produce organization, so many farmers who came, and they were actually producing millets. And they said, "Oh, you're doing this? If you need the raw material, what you need, don't worry, we are there." The farmers signed up, and all in just one event of this kind. You never know what happens, right? And the best thing is this, the budget comes just after that. This happened in January, and the next month in the budget, suddenly millet year was announced. Okay. and these are four of them, but three of them computer science girls, right, studying computer science, and their parents said, "Are you crazy? You're studying computer science, so many jobs out there, and you want to create chocolate, and what you do, sit at home and create chocolate or so?" They said, "No, why are you thinking that, chocolate making is such a small thing and a mean thing? But we want to use technology. We want to actually bring in robotics. We want to use AI, and we are thinking scale." And, they were talking about scale and enrolled their family members. Now it's a company. And the best part is in the same event, Haifer, they come in, they saw this girls doing this nice food product, right? And they said, "We will support you. All our gifts for the whole year is going to be this millet chocolates," right? They got customer also signed up, right? What else can happen? So if you know how to ride the wave, then the effort involved in terms of crossing that bridge, which you need to, is a lot easier, right? So this is one of the trends in terms of the 17 sustainable goals, and the whole world is supporting. In fact, you would hear from Dr. Shivakiran. Dr. Shivakiran, are you there? And he's going to be speaking next. But recently he was part of the G20 Startup Summit, and he was somebody who got elected to represent startups, and startups happened in the G20 for the first time, which happened in India, and now it's going to be sustaining. And he was mentioning, as part of startups in the G20, take a guess, what is the quantum of money? There is a commitment from these 20 countries and even beyond for startups going further, which is all focused on this. I was shocked and I was pleasantly surprised to know a $1 trillion commitment is coming for supporting startups which are focused on these, right? So that is again another opportunity from the funding and the support and the need which is there, because this is the need of the hour. And if your innovations which are becoming startups is focused on these areas, industry segments, then that is one key thing, right? So the other one is going to be on the technology front, right? So environment friendly technology is one of the key trends. So we talk about agriculture, and man, well, this has been one of the professions which has been there for a very long period, but technology is coming in as a disruptor, right? So the kind of ideas that people are getting, and these are meant to be bought by those people who have grown up in the rural areas and studying in interesting and important subjects in technology. I think this marriage has to happen. This is where the happy and the proppy needs to come together. The happiness and prosperity need to coexist, right? So this is environmental friendly technologies, right? The next one, I'm going to be presenting 10 of them as the trending trends. But there could be many more, but these are some of my picks, where the super apps, today, well, app, name it, you have an app for it, right? So people would be lost as to where to go and what to do. So here are some big boys like the Reliance and the Tatas have already moved into this, and they started even acquiring companies and, bringing all of these services or the products under these, one umbrella, making it easier. The super apps is going to be one of the trends. So are you going to be either app into, this is like a fish into the tank, or are you going to be building one for yourself, right? So that is one trend. The other one is the digital health. And yesterday, in fact, we got to hear from the doctor on what's happening and how technology is coming in together, right? And I was doing sessions for the hospitals, and many doctors were a part of it. And that time, in terms of be it the process, the innovations happening and the startups coming up are phenomenal in terms of digital health, right? So preventive care is another big area, which I think India knew it as Bharat knew it, but we lost it in the recent decades. It's going to come back again. And Ayurveda, again, this region, it is pretty large, and how one side is the Ayurveda real thing and with the nature, the other side is the digital platforms, which would play an important role even to identify ailments, to connecting with the patients and also the care providers, the hospitals, right? So digital health, another big thing. So the cloud computing and the infrastructure, name it, everything is in the cloud, and we don't know where it is, what it is, but it is all in the cloud, right? So everything is happening in the cloud, and we are having such a wonderful time under this cloud, right? So here is our opportunity, infrastructure, as everything is moving in there, those who know how to manage it, how to create that, it's a phenomenal opportunity again, right? So one of the companies that, I remember I used to be a mentor to them and on the advisory thing called Vigyan Labs. So this is a company where Srinivas Varadarajan, who was the founder and the CEO of that company, was part of the Aadhaar, right? He was the architect. And when they were creating this infrastructure, they went around the world to see which one has this infrastructure capability to handle volume of the kind of what Aadhaar is needing. So when they went around, they saw nowhere in the world there was anything of this size and magnitude and the kind of impact and the need which was there. They didn't find any. And that was the time he realized that, well, one side we need this cloud infrastructure and the digital infrastructure management. On the other side, he also recognized there's so much of heat the servers were all generating. and the power optimization, which was very required. So his entrepreneurial venture journey of integrated power management started, and that is how the Vigyan Labs. And today it is helping save so much money. And when in the US, when they rolled out this product and a lot of patents and IP that they created, when they rolled it out, what American companies did, they said, a penny saved is a penny earned. So what they did is, if you are using this particular technology to optimize your power utilization, they said we will give you $10 per system as a grant. So it was a lot of money for a lot of corporates which uses hundreds of thousands of systems and so on, right? So that powerful. And he came onto stage when one of the occasions while meeting the Prime Minister, some of these startups were invited, and he was invited to present, and he presented this and said made in Mysore, right? So very proudly that such solutions are getting created in these tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. Actually, Mysore is a royal city, but in terms of startup and in terms of technology, it is probably, these are all emerging places. And I see the same with Mangalore. And today I had a visit to AIC Nite, which is one of those near and dear to me, because I was nominated and provided the opportunity to be a super mentor from Niti Aayog and Wadhwani Foundation as part of iCrest. So the kind of ideas which is being nurtured, this is to mentor the incubation center itself, right? And when I was mentoring in 2020-21, when it was newly incorporated, there was this concept of, how do we bring farmers together with the jackfruit and all that. So then it was an idea, and today I visited the factory where the farmers have come together, and with the support of AIC Nite, this whole setup is being created. And today I also got to taste some of these chips, which has been jackfruit chips. So it was so tasty, right? And I'm now looking forward for how these products coming right from these places, from Karkala, from Mangaluru, to going all around the world, right? So that is going to be, and how technology is being used, the food tech, and it is all farmers association, right? So all of these needs infrastructure, and the cloud infrastructure. This is a big opportunity. The other one is the agri-tech, which I was just now mentioning. Well, the jackfruit has been there for a long time, but how you process it, what you do with it, and how do you bringing the innovation in business model, how do you brand it, how do you name it? It's all going to make a huge difference, right? And the world wants this. And here is the opportunity for us, right? So when I used to go abroad, bring projects in technology to India, I've heard this many times, that yesterday I was mentioning, oh, you guys are amazing. If only we tell you what to do, right? That means that we tell you, you do. So we need to come with ideas. It's not that we don't, it's just that we don't know how to present it. I was doing one of the training programs for a large corporate, and the program was translating brilliant ideas into business ideas. We as technology guys, we come with some brilliant ideas, but we don't know how to package it and present it as a business idea, right? And even packaging, product and packaging are inseparable twins. Well, product actually means that, it has to be good, no questions. And well, that addresses the problem or the need. Packaging enhances the value. How you name it, how you brand it, how you package it. And there's a big opportunity in the agri-tech. Well, agriculture has been there, and for us, it's the primary source, and the whole world needs it. Now with the technology, I think the scale and the way we do it, we have to be the leaders, right? So that's what world wants. And the next one is metaverse. Again, I was just mentioning about how the presentation matters. Even this as an experience, this is a fantastic experience. I've seen once it happened in Kerala where the beachside, the startup festival and so on. So this is the other one personally that I'm experiencing. I'm loving it. From here straight, I can see the sea. And at the same time, yesterday was very special as a Ratha Saptami. I'm able to, the sun was kissing us. So such a pleasant, beautiful thing. If others have to experience this, currently Startup TV is broadcasting this live, right? And just for those people who are consuming, not just as a content, they're going to be feeling it, experiencing it. I think Metaverse is going to be phenomenal platform and opportunity for people to experience it, right? So yesterday I met one of the startups which said, here is the headphones, where if you want to listen to music, you can use any headphones. If you want to feel the music, then that's our headphone. I don't know if your pitch was as good as what I pitched, and if it is not, please take it. And I loved their product, right? So it is going to be the experience. People will be paying for not just the content, it is the experience. And Metaverse is one of those which is going to start changing the game, and a lot of startups are going to be building their solutions to create that great experience, right? So the next one is cybersecurity solutions. As much as everything is moving to the cloud, and just imagine your payments, right? So India is showcasing now as the leader in payments, which is happening through digital modes. And people don't have change now because they say, phone pay, Paytms and all of these, right? So which is very important. As much as we are moving into the digital side, there is two sides to the coin. As much as, the positive in terms of natural, but then there is this threat which is also there. And yesterday again, I met few of the startups here, and some of them have even put as stalls on ethical hacking and so on. So the security at the internet space, in this internet space, will play an important role, and every individual, whether we like it or not, we have become a part of this digital world. And in fact, it's a sorry state with some of the senior citizens who have not been savvy with internet because they did not grow up with the internet. And their banking and the kind of exposure that they have, irrespective of the age, now you are in the digital world. So as much the awareness and as much as awareness, here is an opportunity for the startups to play a role and where to create a positive impact. And here is the values which plays an important role to come to the forefront. Minus the values, it's like a knife in the hands of a person. If it is in the doctor's hand, he or she will save a life. If it is in a thief's hand, maybe stab and take away one life. So internet is that kind of a knife. And one side it is on the security and the safety, the other side it is the threat, right? The choice is yours, but I think it should be for good, social good. So that is where Indian culture, the values, the ethos has to come to the forefront, the dharma, right? So bring the dharma to the forefront, and I'm sure it's going to be benefiting to the whole world, and that is a sustainable way of developing. So what's the next? Interesting one, it is the quick service restaurants, right? As much as the food, but restaurants has been there, and now how it is serviced. One of the machines and the startup innovations from Israel, you just go in, pick and choose what you want to, and from thin air, it seems like whole thing is getting created and served. Unimaginable. That's the kind of level of innovations that we're talking about, and technology playing a role in of how we eat, what we eat. And one of the incubation centers that I've been a mentor, super mentor, was Anna University, right, in Chennai. And there I saw one of them coming out with, how beautifully a machine, you leave the coconut, the tender coconut, it kind of, cuts it across, provides it to you, be it as a tender coconut where you can drink from it, and it is a vending machine. of the pure fresh coconut water versus the other side, where how it is dispensing the bottled ones, right? It will bottle and then dispense. So the quick service restaurants is phenomenal. In Bangalore, one of the favorites for our guests who come is the sugarcane juice, which happens, and canola, where no hands are touched, but very fresh, sugarcane juice has been, served. So that is amazing, right? So I see phenomenal amount of opportunities here again. And the other one is electric vehicle. So one example is Numo City in our business labs in Bangalore, where we have a co-working space and where innovation needs environment, education, and the ecosystem support. So one of the group, they all came from technology background of, the telecommunication background. And they foresaw this opportunity that, the same way as the telecommunication network is built, that concept they wanted to create for electric vehicles. And today, they've grown and it's been acquired by ABB, and it's there as part of the infrastructure management for electric vehicles in 32 countries, right? So the way things are moving into the electric and also the enablement, there's a lot of innovation and technology disruption again in the clean tech, phenomenal opportunities, right? So in the mobility space, this is an interesting thing. Today I went and saw in NITE also that how they've put up some of these machines which will help you to do 3D printing. I was doing one session to the doctors in Bangalore, and that day there was one of the representation from a large multinational company, and they came and spoke about how 3D printing is being used for kneecap replacement, right? So gone would be the days when a surgery is going to happen, and like the Toyotas which did just in time inventory, so the kneecap replacement, the kneecap is going to be produced, not one size fits all. It's going to be one size which meant for you is going to be fitted in, right? So it's going to be generated, created right there, and during the surgery it's going to be put in, right? That's the way it is moving. So the organs are going to be created, and so it's all going to be 3D printed. And one of the best ones that we saw recently was in Bangalore, where the whole post office has been created in, and set up in a day. Post office. The 3D printing, the way the startups is going to be implementing, it will take wherever your imagination goes. I can't say unimaginable. You imagine and 3D printer will make it a reality. And that will be the kind of trends which is going to happen. So the advantage of riding the wave, as I said, is it's a phenomenal opportunity for incubation of your ideas. Three main reasons. One, there is a natural market fitment because it's the trend. Two is the market size is pretty big because again it is validated. Three, that market acceptance is there. So these are the advantages, and I hope you would take the advantage of this waves which is happening and riding the wave. And well, Appy and Proppy, so well, they were listening and they are interested to share their vision. I'm sure you have one for yourself. And Appy says his vision is to do a startup in next 1 year. Well, he understood the trends, right? So he wants to start working. And Proppy says it's to conduct a thorough research and define the problem statement. Without a problem, without an opportunity, what's the big deal, right? Not just jumping into, I have an idea, I will do a startup kind. So that is how their vision and the mission, and they are like two sides of the same coin. If you know how to bring them together, you're going to rock. So with that, let me see what they have got to do. And this is what they got to do. They have got into an argument now that, Appy says it's idea is everything, and Proppy says it's all about execution. So how many of you are with Appy? Idea is everything for a startup. Show of hands. Okay, and 90% of the entrepreneurs think idea is everything, whereas investors think idea is only 10%, remaining is all execution. So if both needs to meet, I think incubation an incubation center and creating the proof of concept and validating if the problem is really required to be solved and why you. And if those matches there, then I think you're going to rock. So with that, I think it's a celebration time. Celebrate with your ideas and let happiness and prosperity be yours. Okay. Bye-bye.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, good afternoon, Mangaluru. I'll be taking you through a small AI journey, and I'll be talking about how it's gonna benefit Indian economy and as a startup, all of you, how it gonna affect. So I was not aware, what should I should talk. I mean, what should be the topic? So I asked this question to my AI assistant, Copilot, that what Mangalore startups want to hear and what people in Mangalore want to hear. So I got some, some 20 odd answers. From that, I have selected few and that I'm gonna present. So the picture which you can see in the screen, so that's AI generated. So I'm a Konkan, but I never visited Mangalore. So I wasn't aware, how Mangalore will look like. So I asked this question. So this is what, my AI assistant generated for me. So I can very well say that many of you might have used AI, Gen AI in your work, or for some reason, for fun or for work, you might have used. From the research organization's report, I can see that, and you all might have known that Gen AI came to us somewhere after pandemic, and it took very little time to spread among us. When we compare this with mobile phone or tablet, it took years to reach something like 75 million users. So in case of Gen AI, it took something like less than a year to reach. So similarly, I think you are not able to see the second chart. This talk about the compute power. So back in 2010, the total compute power used by AI, all these supercomputers in IASCs and all these universities and research organization and private public, IBM Blue, Gene, and all that organization, it was somewhere around 1 petaflop. So which is equivalent to something like 1 billion personnel, each with somewhere around 1 million calculator. And if you do the calculation, how much the power is required, compute power is required, that is equivalent to 1 petaflop. So that was the capacity used by the AI back in 2010, somewhere around that time. So currently, how much it is used? Any guess? I think no. So currently, somewhere around 10 billion petaflop. That is the capacity, it's used by many organizations, and ChatGPT itself is using somewhere around 3.5 million or something like that. The number is crazy number. So also, there are two pictures. from, the similar event. One happened back in 2005 and the another in recently, before pandemic or somewhere during the pandemic. So, so can you tell me the difference? Exactly. So compared to, 1.5 decade back, now the mobile phone usage are more, which means that everybody is generating data. So the data overflows, and somewhere this need to be stored, somebody is processing this data and generating something else, etc. So let's park that there. And there is one more question which we were trying to address. In our organization, we were trying to find out how this AI is affecting us. So we have asked 2 developers to write a JavaScript using AI and without using AI. So with taking the help of AI and without taking the help of AI. Can you tell me, I believe, you might have, some of you might have programming background. So how much time it takes for writing a JavaScript without AI? I think it's there in the screen. So the developer took somewhere around 2 hours 41 minutes to create that or write that code. At the same time, the person with AI assistant did that in 1 hour 11 minutes. You can understand how, it reduced the time by 60% or more than 50%. So that's the productivity gain from the AI assistant. So and I can say that there are many study and some of the studies says that 70% of developers are using AI. Somebody says that 92 and somebody says 80. So in either case, it's the number is very high. Okay, let's park that as well. What all mean? Data is increasing, and algorithm like GPT and GPT 3.5, 4 and GPT-4 Turbo is ruling the world now, and the compute capacity is increasing and the productivity is increasing. So what that mean to all of us? It means it was earlier creative, cognitive and mechanical, which means that so it was creative, cognitive and mechanical, which also means that earlier building a robots were much easier than doing some creative task. However, right now it's reverse. Now it's easy to train the ALM to talk like me, or create a picture or talk like our Prime Minister Modi. It's easy. If you are able to train the LLM, and then we can generate whatever we want. At the same time, building a robot is still difficult task. So or doing mechanical things are more difficult. Let me come to the point. How it gonna affect it? All this data gonna affect us. So I can see that from various study that Indian economy will get benefited. So the recent study from EY say that Indian economy gonna go help by 1.2 trillion by 2030, which means that somewhere around 5.9 to 7.2% of GDP will be from Gen AI services, which also means that the startup need to adapt this. And similarly, there are various pointers which also says that 80% of enterprises will use Gen AI. That's Gartner says that. And similarly, PwC say that PwC India recent survey say that 50% of enterprises already own it, and we are adding somewhere around 100 startups every day. And from Mahesh, I heard that the number is much more now, and it's reached some 170,000. That's a number I heard. Last 1 year, so we heard about Gen AI. Gen AI was there, with us like 3-4 years. However, we heard about Gen AI after release of Open CI Gen AI version, ChatGPT. So what happened after ChatGPT? So everybody were rushing for Gen AI capability. So Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all were investing millions of dollars or billions of dollars into Gen AI, and they all developed their own LLMs. And in India also there are a lot of startup came up with LLMs, and some of them are getting integrated with Microsoft. Can you move to the next slide? So I have 3 simple tips for all of you here who own startup, who are currently studying, and who owns enterprises. So the first is learn, unlearn, and build. So whatever you have learned earlier, probably you need to unlearn and learn new things. That's what you can see from the previous chart. In 1 year, there were so many changes in the ecosystem. So from cloud to security to zero trust, it directly jumped into AI technologies. Now AI technologies are ruling everywhere. And second is unlock productivity. So wherever, whatever you do, you need to integrate your work with AI, and you need to utilize these AI technologies. And third is wherever you work, you need to build your own capability, especially for startups. You need to build your own chatbots. You need to use this existing LLMs and train your stuff so that it could be used in your whatever, mobile app or websites or e-commerce, whatever you do, you could get benefit out of it. It's my last slide. So what is the 3 key message for startups? So my key messages are, one is AI is the most exciting market, and it will rule the world in next few years. So if you are not adapting it, you may be out of the game. Second is AI is very real. It's not a hype. So I don't need to explain this to you. So we are using AI, many of us using AI, and many of the organizations are using AI, and many of the organizations are training resources. Recently, Microsoft announced that they will be training 1 million students in India. And third is you need to be unstoppable, which means that you need to think creatively, and you need to develop product with the creativity. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, it's my last slide. So I have a QR code. So if someone want to connect with me, you can scan, and we can have offline chat whenever required. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, Subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, one and all present here. At SGEC, we started our first MBA program in 2007. I am here to give a glimpse of the management programs that we run at St. Joseph Engineering College. In fact, the first program that was started in 2007 generally focused on job seekers, and we started admitting students who would like to become industry leaders. But then our aim was not to focus only on job seekers, and we were thinking very widely on this, and we wanted to introduce a course which would directly focus on job creators. Therefore, when the college became autonomous in 2021, we applied to AICT, and it was a tough task for us to get this program. And finally, with the efforts of the visionaries of St. Joseph Engineering College, we have started a niche program which caters to innovation, entrepreneurship and venture development. And the permission was granted to us to start this niche program with a sanctioned intake of 30. The course title is MBA, Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Development. Now, why did we focus on MBA, Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Development? In fact, this course is in line with the Startup India initiative of Government of India. And the course offers practical experiences for real world problem solving. Then it empowers students to transition into entrepreneurs and job creators, as I said. Then of course, side by side, it implements mentorship initiatives for venture development, creates incubation and startup culture on campuses, and exposes students to global entrepreneurship trends and diverse. As I already told you, this is a recognized program, AICT, MHRD, UGC and Ministry of Education. It is a 2 years full-time program. The advantage of this program is side by side, you can start your startup and you will get a full business administration degree which is recognized by AICT as well as UGC. What are the key takeaways of the new venture development? And it teaches you how to take an idea, build prototype, launch to carry to early customers in the market, then knowledge of venture growth strategies, knowledge of business models and fundraising, and of course, information on startup related policies of the Indian government, knowledge of international startup ecosystem and knowledge of team and talent management. Now, what are the benefits of this program? As I already told you, knowledge of business models and fundraising, ability to develop and evaluate business plans, knowledge of international startup ecosystem, scaling up or developing existing ventures, knowledge of hiring and talent management, knowledge of venture growth strategies, capability to take an idea, build a prototype and launch it in the market. The course is a 4-semester course with an innovative curriculum. If you see the course titles, they are not the titles of the traditional MBA program. In the first semester, we have got courses on innovation and management. Of course, the specific titles are ideation, design thinking, ideation and design thinking for entrepreneurs, techno-entrepreneurship. Then we have got innovation, development and management. And in the first semester itself, we have got 2 capstone projects. Then coming to the second semester, we have got a course on entrepreneurial leadership and is on venture development. And we have got 2 capstone projects, 1 capstone project and 1 acceleration program. Then in the third semester, we have got courses on venture financing and startup policies, particularly to raise funds for the startup ideas. Then side by side, we offer skill development courses from Coursera, and in the 4th semester, all the students are let free to start their venture. It is called as real venture establishment. Next slide, please. This is the entire outline of the capstone projects. In fact, capstone projects cover 55% of the entire syllabus. We have got capstone project 1 starting from proof of concept. Second is on business model fit. Third capstone project on again continuing on business model fit. Then 2 action learning programs, enterprise residency learning program, and finally action learning 2 is real venture establishment. There are four ways of learning. Of course, classroom teaching is 40% of the total course. Then you have got 3 capstone projects and 2 action learning segments. Then we have got 3 skill certification programs in the entire program. There are 4 tracks in fact. The foundation of ideation, innovation and entrepreneurship track. Second is startup experiential track. The third one is entrepreneurship intensity track. And the last one is venture establishment track. These are our industry mentors. We have got C.A. Salome Lobo, Mithun Bhatt Kakunji. He was here at 7 o'clock. I met him. Then Arjun John D'Souza, who is a managing director of Alter Marketing Solution, who is focusing purely his business on digital marketing. Then Sachin Nayak, we have got Rupa Bhatt, Gaurav Kamath from Micro Degree, and Prashant Shanai, who is the director of Mangalore Infotech Solutions. In fact, these mentors, industry mentors, they interact with our MBA students to train them to take their business forward. This is our strategy. We have got a team of experienced faculty and industry mentors. We start fostering innovative and entrepreneurial skills, develop business ideas, develop a viable business model, utilize collaborations and expertise from various people to launch the enterprises, and our goal is to see that our student becomes a successful entrepreneur. This is everything from my side. The intention of presenting this is that there are very many people who can become professors of practice, and you can also join us as industry mentors to take this program forward. Thank you for the support.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Government of India program, which is the AI program, the national program for AI. It's basically on a couple of areas. One is on health, as almost all of you would be aware that AI can be used on health, right from dementia onwards, where you make the patient remember his older days. You use AR, VR, and all the techniques, IoT techniques, which are required for him to do better in terms of his memory. Similarly, you could use trending analysis, data analysis, the various data mining and structuring that you need to do, and so on, for all the health trends. Again, in life sciences, biotechnology, you could use for genome sequencing, infectious diseases, the trends, the gender analytics, and all of that. Similarly, you could be looking at AI for differently abled. You could be looking at, like, say, standing wheelchairs, to any kind of technique which would help differently abled. So health has a huge scope. There are several test cases. So the whole idea of this AI program that I'm talking about is that we would be requesting, Niti Aayog is along with METI, has formed this program, and we would be requesting each of the ministries to take charge of the test cases. It could be Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water, it could be Animal Husbandry, Coal, Fly Ash, or any of these ministries to take charge of some of these test cases, and then the startups could be helping them to implement those projects. So health is one large piece, as I said, for social impact. Then comes education. Again, a lot of education is done through AI tools, especially again for differently abled and for slow learners, for autistic students, and also, of course, to look at the trends of and analytics of education. Then comes agriculture. That's the other big piece, where you look at agtech and AI for agtech. Right from looking at weather, water, moisture, soil cultivation, the measurements which are there, all the metrics that we get from different ministries. It's all open today, and people, the startups are using them. You could have apps which help the farmers to look at crop patterns. You could have, there are some good middlemen as well who try and help the farmers, largely the NGOs and civil society. So there are information for them available there. Because of the fact that this data comes in very complex manner from different ministries, like Jal Ministry, Environment, ISRO, and all other ministries. So it comes in a very complex manner. So there has to be a way to have, data mining, data structuring, as well as simplification of the data to the level of a farmer. And it has to be in different languages. It has to be visually provided or an audio. So all of that will need a lot of AI. AgTech again is huge. Drones, UAVs, which we use for chemical spraying and all of that. So agriculture again is a big piece there. The third one is mobility. Mobility again in terms of transportation, traffic management. You have driverless cars today, driverless trains, and so on. So there are several ways of doing mobility and using AI for mobility. Similarly, we also have health, agriculture, mobility are the three large pieces, and education, of course. But there are other areas like biodiversity, or where we look at images of different animals, and we study the trends of those animals, the species, how many are going to live how many years, and things like that. So there's a lot of trend analysis that we do, predictive analysis that we do. But there are certain issues there. One is the authenticity of the data, because at a government level, of course, there is data which is being uploaded, but at the state level or the BDO level or at a village level, I think each one of us need to put efforts, especially the startups. And so you need to have a grounds up data as well, and do a comparison with the government data and use both for that matter, so that there is completeness, there's accuracy, and you also have authentic data. Now here, there needs to be some kind of a strategy when you are collecting the data, because of the fact that why should a farmer or anybody for the rural milieu share any data with you? So it's important that you keep them as a stakeholder, and you train them and you teach them. It's like a capacity building, where you tell them that there is something in it for them. When they give you data, maybe you will use that to get loans for them, the bank credits, for instance, credit worthiness, for instance. So there is something that you need to give back to that person immediately, because you cannot expect somebody who is not so literate to understand why the data has to be collected, why it has to be authentic, why it needs to be needed, why AI is used, and etc. etc. So hence this would be a strategy where you have a grounds up view, and you also have him as a stakeholder, and he gains something out of that. So that's the second piece that you need to look at. There are several countries that have been using AI in different manners. They have different models, but I think India's model of AI for all is something which is going to be relevant. However, each piece needs to talk to each other, and hence there could be clusters of domain clusters. For instance, for agriculture, all the agtech AI related projects come together, so that there is no duplication of efforts, and there is no there is a structured scale up, because you can't just keep doing cute experiments all the time. You need to scale up. You need to have sustainability. You need to have a sustainable technology. So come together to see that what each of you have as strengths, and what are you trying to develop, and do not duplicate efforts. Similarly for health, mobility, and so on. So this is where Manthan comes in. So during COVID, we had about 300 to 400 innovations that were thrown on us, and the pandemic was on. So we were wondering at that time that how do we manage so many evaluation of innovations, and how do we ensure that we give the right thing to the public, how do we encourage the right startup, and so on. And this had to be done very quickly. We managed to do that. We looked at oxygen concentrators, ventilators, we looked at reagents, testing kits, and all of that. and we did about 800 crores at that time. So that is how I realized that we are just 3-4 people trying to do things right now. So how do we move out, and how we are not the bottleneck for each of you to engage with each other? And that's why we thought of Manthan, which is a platform for all. It's a free platform. It's an OTP based registration, and we crowdsource all the challenges and all the projects from different industries, as well as different foundations, line ministries. There are 17 line ministries there, about 22 countries, so different countries like Sweden, Korea, Japan, and so on. So there are several of them providing their problem statements and challenges for the startups and academic institutes to apply. So we give a month or so for each challenge and for each competition, or for each opportunity, as we call it, so that you are able to get grants, you are able to get you are able to provide the proposals and you get the grants. There are 222 startups who have got grants this year. We have sourced about 6,300 crores worth of projects as well as competitions and challenges so far in a year and a half. And we would like to keep going. And of course, once we get one organization, then the repetitive business comes on its own. We don't need to really, keep cajoling them to come to the platform. They understand the importance of the platform. Of course, you need to have patience as a startup, because you will keep applying and sometimes you may not get it so easily, but there would be a time when you can crack it and you should be able to get funds. Not only from line ministries, but from foundations like Rockefeller, X Prize Foundation, Gates Foundation, Elon Musk, all kinds of organizations on the platform, STFC, Intel, Microsoft, and so on. And everything is given very transparently. You have the problem statement, transparent, opportunity is given, success story, result, proposals, everything is given. You could also showcase your innovation on the showcase side, so that people can engage with you like a LinkedIn. So people engage and then they talk to you, on the sidelines. And we don't have a payment gateway, because I don't believe in touching funds, but you can get funds outside of the platform once you engage with each other and you sign an MOU and so on. And then you give us a success story so that that gets amplified. And the last bit there is that organizations like Amazon, Netflix, Doordarshan, Sunset TV, there are several OTTs who are with us, Daily Hunt, and we have now we most probably will have the MyStartup program as well. So the MyStartup TV as well. So there are several of them who take your innovations, the winners of the challenges, and they amplify it. They take it international. There are international movies made out of it. In fact, I wrote a little storyline for Amazon Prime where I said there are only 300 incubators in India. So how do all the grassroots innovators, garage innovators, and independent innovators learn? So we have done a reality show called the MyStartuptv, where we have Snapdeal, Kunal, and a couple of other investors as investors. And these founders, we put the challenge on the platform, and about 1,500 founders applied, and about 14 founders have been selected today. And they are the ones who are doing this reality shows and teaching other startups in terms of what is communication, what is leadership styles, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot that can be learned from each other, and this is what we do through the OTT platforms that are there on the on Manthan as such. Lastly, I will leave you with just one thought that if we don't work in an integrated manner, we are never going to touch the first two countries that I was talking about. And hence, we really need to work together. We need to scale up quickly. And the investors here need to take that risk. There are several investors in the other countries who are actually taking risks and looking at startups with a lot of trust. So we need to look at each other with a lot of trust. And we need to align to what we want to do as a government as well as a nation. And all of us really need to work together. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
The launch of my new book, Don't Think Big, Think Giant, From Passion to Profit, Embrace Failure
and break barriers to build your dream startup. This book is more than just a collection of words. It's a culmination of a passionate journey, countless hours of exploration, and deep desire to share what I have learned with you. For too long, we have been told that success is reserved for a lucky few. We have been conditioned to believe that aiming small is safe and settling for average or the ordinary is acceptable. What if I told you that today is the day we break free from those limitations? Don't Think Big, Think Giant is not just a book. It's a call to action and a roadmap to achieving great is your own limiting beliefs. So why think giant? Because thinking giant is not enough. To truly achieve greatness, you need to adopt a giant mindset. This means seeing possibilities where others see limitations and turning challenges into victories. As an author, my mission has always been to provoke thought, stir emotion, and inspire change. This book is an avatar of that mission. It challenges you to think differently, to push your boundaries, and to embrace the giant within you. This book serves as your roadmap to success as an entrepreneur or entrepreneur. Discover the critical mindset needed to thrive, from igniting belief in yourself to cultivating passion and growth-oriented attitude. This book also delves into the practicalities of starting and growing your venture. Master the passion, art of decision making and prioritizing while building a strong team and prioritizing an exceptional customer service. While the book offers real-world examples, proven strategies and activities, it also emphasizes the power of your mind. Unlock your full potential through brain power and hypothetical visualization techniques. Explore the importance of understanding different types of problems, using empathy to build strong connections. Whether you are an entrepreneur, aspiring entrepreneur, business owner, innovator, student, or curious mind, I challenge you today to pick up a copy of the book and take the first step towards becoming the best version of yourself. Remember, success is not a destination, it's a journey. And with Don't Think Big, Think Giant as your compass, you can navigate the journey with confidence and achieve anything you set your mind to. I hope this book finds its way in your hearts and minds, sparking conversation and connections and inspiring you to break free from limiting beliefs. I want it to entertain, enlighten, and challenge your perception, encouraging you to embrace the journey ahead. Thank you for being part of this celebration. I truly believe Don't Think Big, Think Giant will be a profound impact on your life. Now let's raise a toast to this transformative journey where each reader embarks on their path to greatness. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Good evening to all of you. It's a very lovely evening. I can see the sunset. I think I should be enjoying the sunset and talking to you. So it gives certain motivation. I'm here to talk about something very phenomenal that's happening across the world that supports startups, innovations, young people, young by spirit. I mean to say, because I have several startups who started their second career at the age of 65. So startups has no age, no gender, and it's like Atma. Okay, it's anybody can do that, and I'll prove that. I'll have some of the examples. And in my daily life, that's what I do. I support people from various walks of life to realize their dreams. If they want to start their business, if they want to solve some problems of the country, if they want to achieve something, make a mark through innovation, that's where that's where my help comes in. So you would have heard this. Can you move to slides? Next slide. Slide number 11. Yes, thank you. So what I do is in my incubation center, when you say incubator, commonly you remember an incubator in a hospital, right? A small box where the premature baby is kept, and doctor ensures that baby gets oxygen, right temperature, so that premature baby can grow and
once it feels confident to see the world, then doctor takes it out. So I'm sort of like that. When your idea is very, very early, you don't even know whether this idea works or not. And you don't know whether somebody copies this, whether it works or not, whether you have money or not, or do you have enough expertise to convert your idea into reality. So for example, there is one startup who makes batteries using mechanical energy. You've never heard of it, right? All our batteries are chemical batteries, but he uses gravity as a source of energy. So it's a certain crazy, right? It's a 9th class thing you learn, but he doesn't know whether it works or not. For such people, our incubator comes at early stage where the failure rates are very, very high. So we give a protective environment, we give certain funding, we give mentoring, and we help them connect to the right customers, understand whether really the market needs that or not. There is a research that says 40% of the startups fail because they make a product which nobody wants. They assume that market needs. So it's not about the lack of funding. It's a lack of an idea that is sellable in the market, right? So you might be thinking, this is a great idea because it's your idea, but it really works or not, we don't know. So that's where I work, and my organization works in all the geographies. So I come from Andhra Pradesh, the latest Andhra Pradesh, not the united one. So we work with colleges, universities. That's where the real talent comes from. And we touch upon rural colleges, because when I see the students from rural colleges and institutes, they face a lot of problem. I give an example here. We have one startup, actually he's here somewhere, Pramod. He comes from a place called Bapatla. It's a east coast of Andhra Pradesh. It's like this. It has got beautiful beach, Surya Lanka beach, and but problem here is 90% of the drinking water in that region is saline. Means you can't even drink because of deforestation. The seawater has gone into their wells, and the entire municipality provides very salty water. Now this is a big problem, and he sees that problem every day in his life. Now he wants to solve that. He wants to provide a drinking water to his village, and he's coming with a design. Now you see, this kid who is coming from a small town is not from IITs or IIMs or big institutes where you have got all the tools and kits to do. Now we pick up such kids and train them, give them support, fund them, provide them a mentor, provide them a market understanding, technology, then they can solve. Then when he said, sir, it's not about my problem, there are 19,000 island places across the world which are suffering this problem. And there are 370 or 80 districts which are having the border with the ocean in India. 70% of them can't have a drinking water. There is a water, but you can't drink, right? So this is not just in India, across the world. Now, can I solve this problem? So water is going to be commodity. Now, this is what we do in an incubator. Now, how we do it? There are eggs on this. So these are the eggs where we created incubator. Another interesting story I tell. There is another place called Bhimavaram, okay, in Andhra Pradesh. It's a coastal region again. And most of the cinema stars, producers in Tollywood come from this place called Bhimavaram. So rich place, full of aquaculture. And 90% of our prawns, you eat, that comes from this place called Bhimavaram. And we have created an incubator which works the innovations, technologies that will support the small farmers who grow prawns. Can they get better prawns? Can they get healthy ones? Can we solve the disease? Can you use AI, satellite imaging, to tell which farm is good, which farm is not good? All these things. Another one, I'll tell you, another incubator we created in Tumkuru. All of you know Tumkuru district, right? Kalpataru Nadu. So, the maximum copra, the dry coconut that comes from the country, is from this one district called Tumkuru. And Tiptur is the place, precisely. Now, traditionally we have been doing all these things. What is the innovation? So, this university has come with a incubation center around coconut value chain. Coconut value chain, Kalpataru by name. it gives oil, it gives coconut, it gives chutney, it gives ropes, it gives textiles, it gives firewood. So that's why it's called Kalpataru. But there are no innovations around it. I think the latest innovations I saw in coconut is a doormat. Beyond that, I have not seen any innovation around coconut value chain. So this is where we can create. Lot of employment can be created. So incubators are not just a place where startups come from. These startups create not just products, they create employment. They nudge the economy to grow. They create wealth for the local people. And they improve the innovation index of this country. So startups are definitely different from regular businesses. If somebody is selling coconut, tomato sauce, that's an MSME, a micro enterprises, right? That is not a startup. Startup means if the same tomato, instead of making a sauce, simple sauce, which is already known thing, can we create something better valued? Can you make probiotic tomato? Can you make wine out of tomato? Can you make dry tomato powder so that you can keep the tomato for all the seasons? In my region, in June, July, the rate of the tomatoes goes anywhere between 0 rupee to 1 rupee per kilo. Okay, and in rainy season, like when October and when it crosses, the price of tomato goes to up to 100 rupees. 1 rupee to 100 rupee, it goes within 6 months. Can we solve this problem? Right? See, this is what incubators do. And what else we do? We work with schools. So we have reached out to 1 lakh students in the last couple of years. Talk to them, try to understand their aspirations. We'll tell them, see, after your graduation, there are only 2 choices you have. 1, higher education. 2, any job you get, you go there. What is the 3rd option? Can we look entrepreneurship as a 3rd option? They don't even know such option exists. I spoke to a lot of polytechnic college students. They give wonderful ideas. The only difference between them and the successful startups is the successful startups have got a platform, they got funding, they got an opportunity to express their idea and build on that. And those ones who couldn't get the platform or an opportunity, they just stayed back wherever they are. They didn't grow. So this inequality exists, and we try to solve this inequality. And we have gone from Andhra Pradesh to Bhutan now, A to B. Now we are reaching out to Bhutan. In fact, the team of Bhutan had come to Anantapur to understand our model. So when I asked this question, why you couldn't go to premier institutes, they said, see, premier institutes anyway they'll do. When there is nothing, you should be able to do it, right? When there is nothing existing, you should build on that. And that's precisely we have done it. 2018, Anantapur had no startups, no innovations. Everyone was migrated to Bangalore and Hyderabad. Once we started our incubation center, now we have got 40 startups, and among them, couple of them actually migrated back from Bangalore to Anantapur to build their businesses. And I often tell, before 2018, Anantapur was exporting bananas. Now we are exporting biomedical equipments and engineering products all the way to Greece. Okay. And today morning we had some discussion about make in India or create in India. So this product actually created in Anantapur. All the components come within different parts of India, gets assembled and goes to different parts of the country. Okay. So next slide. So how do we do it? Okay, this is little technical, but what I do is I sit with colleges, I sit with universities and managements. I try to convince them, see, we have been doing a lot of placements. All your colleges have wonderful placements, but it is time that you should give them an opportunity to create job creators. Right? How do you create job creators? Startups. It's not as simple as I speak. It involves a lot of commitment. And government has been pushing in every nook and corner that we need to create more startups because they understood, the only way forward for the country to develop is through startups and innovations. If not for that, we will not be able to, be 3rd largest economy. Right? Those countries like Israel, US, South Korea, who have invested in innovations 30, 40 years back, today they are reaping the benefits. If we invest today, in next 10, 15 years, we'll be able to reap these benefits at a scale, at a massive scale, right? So that's what I sit with the college management and help them create incubators. Okay, so that their own students get benefited. Then we train the faculty. What I see is there are two important factors that are important for the growth of startups. They can be impediment or they can be launch pads. Parents, faculty. If they have right orientation, they can be supporting to the startups. If they don't have no orientation, no understanding of this, they will become the biggest blockade for the growth of startups. So we take it, to the faculty level, train them. If a student comes to you, please encourage them to become startups. I'll give one illustration how faculty play very key role. We had one student from second year civil engineer from our university. He came with an idea of mechanical batteries. So we are making a lot of chemical batteries. These are all, recycling is an issue, pollution is an issue. So many such issues are there. And there is and most of this, we are moving from, lead or, aluminum kind of battery to lithium ion. Do you know that the lithium that comes to India comes from China and Brazil? It's a geopolitical issue. If we do not have good relationship with these two countries, our lithium ion industry will never survive, because it's a extracted metal. It's not something you manufacture, right? It has to come from earth, and 90% of it is imported, right? So this is a dangerous thing. We need to have alternative battery system. And this student told, we'll use gravity as a battery source. So we'll take stone like a lift, we'll take it something up and drop it. When you drop it, we will connect that to a certain gear and it will generate an electricity. This seemed very, very simple for me and workable. So he went to his faculty and told, sir, I have this idea. The first thing faculty told is, there is no such thing in our syllabus. Okay, it won't even work. This was the first statement the faculty told. And the student came back to me and told, sir, my faculty told like this. Then I opened Google. I showed gravity-based electricity storage systems. 2 startups list came. Gravitricity and Energy Vault. One is from England, second is from Australia. How come they are working? Sir, I never knew this is what incubators do. Right? If faculty knew that this is a possibility, that person would have encouraged. Right? So training the faculty becomes very, very, very key important point that we have been doing across the country. Okay. And can we go to the slide number 7 or 8? Yes, thank you. Now these are some of the products we did. Very interesting products. I would tell you 1 or 2 stories which will inspire students. So that's first one, which looked like walkie-talkie. This was done by second year students in an engineering college. This was a request from government of Madhya Pradesh. So there were a lot of animals that were killed by poachers in Madhya Pradesh forest. So there were, they were killed by a very unique method. They put electric wires on the floor of the forest. When animal is walking or strolling there, when it touches that, it gets shocked and dies. And unfortunately, forest gods are getting killed. Now this was a problem we got. Then we put up a challenge in a competition. Okay, whoever comes with a beautiful idea, workable idea, we are going to fund them. A couple of students and faculty came with an idea which worked, and we gave them money. And they went to the forest, and there was an agency called WWF. Many people would have heard, World Wildlife Fund. So they protect animals, and there is a funding for that. And when we give this device to the forest, the gods, they were so happy, they were actually crying. Sir, this is going to save our lives. Okay, this is like our life god. Now, what started as a small idea became a big business now. Now, this kind of product, we are actually recently, government of Tamil Nadu showed interest to buy such products. We are in Andhra Pradesh. Now we are supplying this to Madhya Pradesh and Tamil Nadu and many such places. So this is how you build innovations. Okay. And another one, can you go to next slide? Okay. This last one, the furniture one, there are some furniture based startups here. Anantapur district has almost 60,000 hectares of banana cultivation. Okay. And we export a lot of bananas to many countries. After the harvesting of banana, the stem is basically discarded, allowed and burnt. They burn them, and lot of pollution that happens. Now one student came with an idea, sir, these are all there, people are burning it, it's creating pollution, we'll come with a solution. Okay, fine. Take time and come with a solution. And after our program, yesterday you had Naveen Lakur talk, right? So he is our innovation coach and he's a knowledge partner. He does a lot of such programs for us. And after his program is over, they came with an idea. Why can't we convert them into furniture? Okay. Well, explain in detail. Then he told, sir, we'll take the stems, make them into pulp and we dry them. Then we use a certain glue, the kind of gum we get, and we make it into kind of, boards. So this will solve many problems. One, a low cost furniture to the people. Second, the banana stem that is being burnt is stopped, which is solving the environmental problem. And the farmers who otherwise don't get any extra money other than the product, I am going to buy each stem for 10 rupees. Okay. So in an acre, 1,000 trees will come, banana trees. So they get straight away 10,000 rupees without their effort, which otherwise they burn. It's like burning 10,000 rupees. So we are giving 10,000 rupees extra. There's a income generation for the farmer. There's a minimizing the pollution. Third, you are creating a new line of product in the market. So this was the innovation, we liked it. So we immediately funded. And these are the students, BCom, BSc, 12th standard. We also have stories about a student from 7th standard, a tribal girl from Alluri Sitaramaraju district. She can't even speak English, but she has got wonderful product. And, bone conduction earphones. Not many people have this idea. So I can see that India has no dearth of innovative ideas. It's just they need launch pads. It's just they need a certain care and platforms like us to take it forward. In fact, there is a next slide. Yeah. So this is something related to healthcare. The first one is a printer. It's a bioprinter which prints human tissues. Okay. There's a little deep tech, and this is based from Bangalore. So they print nose, they print ears. So it's a prototype level. We have not yet come to the conclusive, outcome, but this is worth pursuing. And second one is a device which came out of COVID experience. This device is an IoT, detector, which looks like this mic. Okay. And when you put your hand on that, it will take your temperature, your BP, your perspiration levels, SpO2 levels, like that 7 parameters it will take without taking the blood. And it will give this information to the doctor wherever the doctor is sitting. So doctor need not go to the patient. And patient can be in any village with basic internet, and any person with a basic understanding of mobile phone can use this device, capture this data, send it to the doctor. This bridges gap between rural and urban, because I have noticed a lot of people, especially senior citizens, elderly people, they come to the town hospitals like Anantapur for silly reasons. Okay, because like silly in the sense, not in a negative sense, because those kind of ailments can be treated in their own homes or with little bit medicative efforts. They need not come to hospital. What is happening? The doctors are overburdened by OPD patients. One problem. Second problem, these rural women or whoever they are, the patients, they had to travel 10 kilometers in a share auto, spend half a day, then have some food in the afternoon. Again, they have to go back in a share auto. It will cost them every 100 rupees to 200 rupees every day, as long as there is an ailment. Why should they travel for small diseases? It's not necessary, right? If the data is given to the doctor can tell what kind of tablets they can do or what kind of home remedies they can follow so that their sickness comes down within a couple of days. So that saves a lot of time to the doctor, hospitalization, their expenses. This is a bridge gap between urban and rural. This is the kind of innovations you need to look at. Youngsters who are sitting here, note that startups are different from regular businesses. Regular businesses, they do for their own survival. Okay. They want to make money. They want to start a cinema theater. They want to have a rice mill. It's good. They are not depending on others. They are on their own. But startups are several notches high. They take risk. They want to solve a problem in the world. They want to make sure that some of these problems are solved and they'll have a satisfaction out of it. Okay. Money always comes little later. Whenever I talk to my startups, what motivated them is they have a personal problem. And one of my startup lost his father due to COVID. So that's why he started a company so that others people do not die because of this reason. Look at the altruism. Look at the empathy they create. That's what startups really will see. And when we fund these startups, we have funded almost 2.5 crores. From a single incubator, startups have got 2.5 crores. Like this, we have almost 700 to 800 incubators across the country. Now you can imagine how much money there is there for the startups, right? So I feel this is the right time for youngsters who want to really chisel out your future. Okay, like they say, Swami Karyam Swakaryam. So you do God's work and you also do your work. So both, there is a beautiful statement in Sanskrit, Atmano Mokshaya Jagathitaya. So you have your whatever your personal ambitions, same time make sure that world gets benefited out of it. And I'll give you another dimension to this because I also represented a startup ecosystem in G20. This is the Startup 20 is the highest platform for the startups in the world, right? Here, recently there was a commitment given by 20 nations. What is the commitment? $1 trillion of investment in startups every year. Those startups which are creating value, solving some of the sustainable development goals. There are 17 goals listed by United Nations, like zero poverty, zero hunger, good health care, equality, education, pollution, climate change, like that, right? So if your startup is solving some of these problems very seriously, there is a huge amount of funding that is coming through. Okay. So right time, right opportunity. So I'll be happy to support any of these startups. I have spoken to a couple of here and I give them some guidelines, but I'll be happy to support your startups. And I come from Karnataka, from Tumkur. So I always have, though wherever I work, my Janmabhoomi and he's here. So I have, a lot of affinity and love for this land. So whatever initiative that comes from Karnataka, I take it up with wholeheartedness. With that objective, we created an incubator in Tumkur University and around coconut value chain to solve the problems of coconut farmers. Same way, Section Infinite Foundation is our partner here in Mangalore to help. This is the irony of Mangalore. I don't know why. This is the birthplace of several banks and very legendary education institutes are here. There are several research organizations are here. And one of the oldest trade body, Chamber of Commerce, is here. And yet startup ecosystem has not grown the way it's supposed to have grown. I think maybe this podium or this platform will give the right booster, thruster to that ecosystem. And Mangalore should contribute to the overall economy of the Bangalore. Bangalore has, if Karnataka, if you take entire startups in Karnataka, 99.2 startups are in Bangalore. Just in Bangalore. 0.8 startups are rest of the Karnataka. So when you say Karnataka is the biggest startup ecosystem, no, it is Bangalore, not Karnataka. So I think you should give a tough competition to Mangalore, and we are the Bangalore. So I really take this opportunity to thank all of you for bringing me here, share my thoughts. I'll be happy to take up one or two questions if the chair permits. You can raise your hand so that they know that.
Hello, sir. This is Prashant. So once the product is done under the incubator, what is the next big problem that startups face that you have noticed?
Yeah, there are several problems you face, definitely. I don't call them problems. It's next milestones, should I say, putting in a positive perspective. It's next milestones. So once a product is developed, you need to validate that product in the market at different levels. and customer validation is required. If you have enough money, that's fine. If you do not have money, then you also need to raise another round of investment. And if it is related to healthcare or aviation or defense tech products, then you need to get certain clearances from respective authorities. Like if you have EV, then there is an agency in Chennai. That's a singular agency that gives validation and licensing for such EVs. If you are working on a tractor, then there is a Ministry of Agriculture's tractor testing unit. Unless they test and certify, you cannot use that in the fields. If it is a healthcare, there is a CDSCO and other bodies which do that. So those are all certain restrictions you get it when you are using niche products, right? Specific products. If it is a regular commodity, if you are using organic rice or something like that, or even as simple as a SaaS product, I don't think you need to worry too much. There, if it is a very competitive market like SaaS products or organic soaps or such things, it's highly competitive, right? It's a very crowded market. Then you need to have a lot of money for marketing and understanding which market it is. So money comes there. So it depends on what kind of product and which startup. Your milestones vary. Okay. Yeah. Okay, you can shout your question. If that's okay. Okay. Right, it's all right. You can we'll have a side chat. Yeah. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello everyone. Hi. So I can see a lot of Mangalorean startups here. And I've heard a lot about Mangalorean startups. They are very passionate and successful startups came out of this place. So I would like to extend about our International Startup Foundation, how it can help the local Mangalorean startups and elsewhere startups as well. So there is a small story about our organization to tell about. So we started 1.5 years back, about 18 months back, and we ourselves is a startup. And we started as an India Startup Foundation, where we have done India Startup Festivals in Bangalore. Well, we started, as I said, 18 months before. Approximately 1,000 startups has registered with us. Top startups came out of it, and then they benefited out of our organization. So we are more than a startup ecosystem, because we help startups connecting to the investors and investors connecting to the startups. And also there are a lot of CEOs and CXOs in our network who themselves benefit networking with each other. And also, more than the startups, what we feel is this kind of mentality of an entrepreneurship should develop at the school level. So we encourage students at the age of 10, and then we bring up their ideas and make them pitch in front of the big CEOs across the world, and then make them an entrepreneurs at the age of school level. And we actually coin a word called unicorns, which means an unicorn is a word, as you know, a $1 billion worth of a company, and unicorn is something, a junior who is going to become an unicorn or an equivalent to that. So if you see, we have done many conferences for the past 1.5 years, and we have grown to the international level as well. Now we have delegates participating in our conferences from more than 20 plus countries. And as you can move the slides, so our next events are going to be in Pune, Hyderabad, and Bangalore. And we are doing some of the international events in Jamaica, Europe, and USA as well as we going forward. So I would like to take this opportunity and every startup has to be part of this organization to get benefited themselves. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This evening I'll try to talk a little bit about our Technology Enabling Center. And I think this is a very good opportunity. When I came here, I was very happy to see the opportunity to meet different people in different areas in which we are working. We have here innovators, we have startups, we have incubators, and we have other support systems. So it is very nice to see such a interesting group working towards development of technologies and solving the problems of the society. So it's indeed a great opportunity, and I am happy to be here with all of you. So what I'll try to do is try to explain what we are doing as a technology enabling center. Now, often people know about entrepreneurs, people know about incubators, but what is this technology enabling center? So this is some rather new concept, and the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, has started this. So we are one of the centers, technology enabling centers at Nitte University, established by the Department of Science and Technology. Next slide, please. So why do we need this technology enabling center? So now on one hand, we have academic institutions. So Mangalore is full of academic institutions, Mangalore and the surrounding areas. So we have engineering institutions, medical institutions, science institutions. And in all these institutions, there are a lot of very active scientists who are doing research, publishing papers. So now what happens to the output of this research, findings of this research? So when scientists publish, of course, scientists are mainly interested in publication. They are at the basic principle, or they are at a research finding, which may have a potential to become a technology. But for this principle or a finding, research finding, to become technology, there is a long journey that has to take place. So from a research finding, you may have to develop a concept, and the concept has to be proved as a proof of concept, and then it has to be validated. So we call this as a ladder of technology readiness level. Of course, this actually terminology comes from NASA. So they introduced this concept of technology readiness level. So most of the academic institutions are at the this end, where they are having research findings which may become technologies. So academic institutions may go up to, say, level 3 or level 4, where they show a proof of concept. But then if this is to go to become a technology, there is much more work needed. So there is a big gap, which is often referred to as the valley of death. That is because most of the findings, we say, ends up in shelves as publications. So further, nothing happens to that. So that gap, there is a big gap. So what is needed to be done to fill this gap? So there, maybe many times biology researchers are interested in working on a single, they have a focused area. So they are generally only restricted to their own discipline. But then if it has to become technology, for example, a biological finding, you say one plant has a anti-cancer activity. So a researcher may find this. But then if that plant, you have to have a product developed from that. You may need a chemist who knows about the phytochemicals. You need pharmacologists who may know how to develop drugs out of these phytochemicals. And then you need people who can do clinical trials, animal experiments. So you need a multidisciplinary team before it can become a technology. So that stage is referred to as translational research. So now there is encouragement for doing this, and this is where we need multidisciplinary collaboration. So before the industry comes in, there is this big gap. Next slide, please. So this is where the DST thought that, of course, Government of India has been funding a lot of research. The ICMR, ICAR, DST, DBT, all have been funding a lot of research. But when they looked at how many of them become technologies, they found that there are very few. So what is the gap and how the government can facilitate this? So DST then thought to establish this technology enabling center. So what we do in a technology enabling center is to connect academic institutions and industry, and we, even within academic institutions, different disciplines. The different, we try to bring together doctors and engineers. We had Dr. Rajendran here, who just now mentioned that generally doctors are working in their own areas and there is no crosstalk with other disciplines. So we facilitate this type of crosstalk between different disciplines and try to facilitate the development of technology. And as technology gets developed, you need to protect your intellectual property. So we need to have patents filed. So we try to facilitate this IPR protection. And then we are also facilitating transfer of technology. Now, research findings may be there not only with academic institutions, but also with the industry. So we also need to talk to the industry. They have certain observations. They have problems. So we need to understand what are the problems of the industry and try to see how academic institutions can address these problems of the industry. Next slide, please. So our mandate in a technology enabling center is to create an ecosystem for technology development in universities, academic institutions, and collaborate with other academic institutions and also national laboratories and also with the industry. So we are only enabling, we are not incubating. So we are between the academic institution and industry or incubator, and then trying to connect these two and provide an enabling environment. So we try to bring together institutions, have discussions with them, they may need funding at this stage. So we facilitate them to get projects to carry on this activity further and so on. Next slide, please. So these are our main activities. So we are trying to mine technology. So we were talking to the main thing is we need to connect with other institutions. And when we talk, we come to know many things. So when we were talking to many of the startups, we were talking to Atal Incubation Center at Krishnadevaraya University. So when we talk, we get a lot of ideas and what things can be done and taken forward. And we have expertise in different institutions. So we have to bring together these expertise from different institutions and different sectors of this technology readiness level where institutions can come in and then see how we can facilitate this development of technology. So mining the technologies, then assessing them where they are at the technology readiness level and see how we can support them to take these forward. And now, for example, NITE University as an example, but we work with all academic institutions and incubators. So we have a hospital, we have dental faculty, medical faculty, engineering faculty. So we try to bring together these faculty and try to see, for example, developing medical devices or testing drugs or pharmacologically important compounds and trying to develop diagnostics. So this kind of activity we try to promote in different institutions. So we work with other institutions also, St. Joseph Engineering College we see here. So we are working with them also, Canberra Engineering College, and number of other institutions where we are trying to facilitate this type of activity. Next slide, please. So these are some of the activities that we conduct by networking and developing projects and facilitating technology transfer and facilitating pilot testing of these products developed by startups. Next slide, please. So these are some examples of academic institutions and industry partners with whom we have been working. And of course, there is no limit. We are open to working with institutions everywhere. Wherever there is need, we can try to fill in the gap. Next slide, please. So presently, of course, we are working with, for example, problems of the Coffee Planters Association. We are working with KCCCI, trying to understand what are the problems of the industry. We are working with CFTRI, Mysore, and other medical colleges, and trying to bring together experts from these different institutions. And we are expanding this to other areas of Karnataka, because Technology Enabling Center is supposed to be for the whole state of Karnataka. And there are Technology Enabling Center in other states also. So we try to connect with them and try to see how we can act together and try to see how we can bring in expertise from one area to another. Next slide. So I'll give some examples of this type of interactions. Next slide, please. Now, for example, this is an example of a startup, because they needed, this startup developed a device that can help babies. Now, when babies are born, sometimes the infants go into asphyxia. So how to prevent this asphyxia and try how diagnosis can be done early. Now, in a hospital, in a say city, there are big hospitals. These hospitals have blood gas analyzers. So quickly they will analyze the blood and see whether the infant can, is there any chance of the infant becoming susceptible to asphyxia. But what about in a rural area? They don't have devices. So this startup, Mr. Avinash, he has developed a device which can analyze the blood and give the parameters that are required. And it is a one-time use device. So it can be used in a rural area. Now, he has developed, as a biochemist, he has developed this device. Now, this has to be tested. So how to facilitate this testing? So then we connected him to the doctors in our medical college. So we have pediatricians here. So we had the project was submitted to the Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, and he is now incubating in an incubator. So now we are going to do validation of this device. So we are facilitating this through our medical college. So this is how we can help a startup. Well, he has a product, but that product has to be validated. And that requires an institution where he doesn't have connect. So this is where we come in and try to facilitate this. Next slide, please. So these are some of the other startups. We also connect with the Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship of IIT Mumbai. So IIT Mumbai is a great institution, engineering institution, and they have so many engineers working there developing devices, medical devices. But then these devices have to be validated. So this is where we come in. So we partner with them and we help their startups to validate the prototypes that they have developed and see how that can be made more user friendly, more possible to use in hospitals or in mainly rural areas. So these are some of the startups with which we have been working. Next slide, please. And we also facilitate academic institutions. So we bring together institutions and help them support submit projects to BIRAC, that is the agency, but we can help to fund other funding agencies also, we can help. So these are some of the examples. Next slide, please. And this is one more engineer who has developed a device or a system for storing fish in a hygienic manner and without wasting the material and reducing the waste. So this is now, of course, he has also become a startup. He's going to further develop this, and we are trying to see how this prototype can be supported. Next slide. This is another startup that came up from collaboration between a medical college and a dental college and an engineering institution. So this a dentist, they came up with the problem of periodontal disease. Now all of us face problems of pain in the oral cavity because of infections. So when these infections occur, how to detect them. Is it an infection or is it due to something else? So normally we know that if we have an injury, there will be warmth. So there is an increase in temperature. So this dentist wanted to develop a device which can measure temperature within the oral cavity regions where they suspect infections to have taken place. So they collaborated with our engineers, a team of engineers from our NMIT, and developed a periodontal probe. So this probe can not only detect temperature, but it can also measure the depth of the cavity. So it can tell many things which the dentist would require for treatment. So now they have registered a startup, and with our incubator, they are doing this further. They have made some prototypes which have been distributed to different dental colleges, and to get opinion from them how to improve this and make it more user friendly to dentists, connect to dental chair and so on. Next slide, please. So these are some of the examples of other institutions with which we are working. Next slide, please. And also we try to bring in industry. So now here, this was a project that we tried to help an academic institution, a researcher who is working on carbon credit. Now, of course, we have one startup who there from NITE who has developed a device for measuring carbon credits in various areas. Now, this researcher, he is working on ocean acidification. We know climate change leads to the oceans becoming acidic. Now, how to manage this problem and what are the chemical changes that are taking place? So, this researcher wanted to identify, because he is from a physical research laboratory. So, he wanted collaboration with biologists. So, he approached us, and with the help of this industry partner, who is a big producer of ornamental fish. So, he's a big exporter of ornamental fish. So, we set up some studies, microcosm studies, to see how the carbon or acidification is taking place. So we try to facilitate this type of collaboration between academicians and industry and try to see how these ideas can be taken forward. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we are working with number of industries and trying to facilitate addressing their problems. One of the problems we are addressing is also with Camco. We are working on the possibility that, of course, if you, it's generally believed that Areca is grown in this region and so much of consumption takes place. But normally people consume this Areca with tobacco and number of other things. And people have a belief that, okay, even WHO has said that if you take these products, there is a possibility that you may get oral cancer. So the oral cancer may not be due to Areca, but due to other components that you are taking along with that. So Camco wanted us to investigate whether Areca alone is carcinogenic. So we are working on that using different models, cell culture model, animal model, zebrafish model, and also our dentists are working on the community setup. So we are trying to facilitate this type of research to address the questions which industries have. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we have a number of MOUs with other institutions. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of the examples of this type of collaborations. We also collaborate with even institutions abroad, with Sahlgrenska University in Sweden. So public health students from there came and they were trying to see how Indian system works. So we try to facilitate that type of collaboration also. And of course, NITE is also working with Northeast. Our Chancellor, Sri Vinay Hegde, has a lot of affiliation to help students from Northeast. So NITE is offering students from Northeast seats in many of the institutions here. I think some 40 seats are offered to students from Northeast. Now, so we have developed this connect with institutions and students in Northeast. And now we are trying to see how we can connect with the incubators and academic institutions there and see how our technology enabling center could contribute to this and try to see how technologies developed there could be taken forward. Either it can be transferred to industries here, or if they are at a lower level of technology readiness level, how we can facilitate them being taken forward. Next slide. So these are some of the MOUs with other institutions. Next slide, please. And some of the technologies developed and in pipeline through our Technology Enabling Center. Next slide, please. So we have a list of these technologies available and the technology readiness level is also indicated in our website. So this can be seen by anybody. So this is an open website. So people who are interested in these technologies, we can facilitate the transfer of this technology. And whatever action is required to take them forward, we can try to facilitate that. Next slide, please. And this is a continuation of that. Next slide, please. And yeah, these are some of the products and some of the food technologies from Nite who have developed this. Next slide, please. And we have number of technologies which have been also transferred and commercialized. Next slide, please. So this is one is the example of beetle leaf tea. I think yesterday Indrani spoke about that. So this one startup came to us because he was a journalist at that time. He was observing that beetle leaf is grown in his village and he wanted to see what product can be made from that which is available to common man. So our food technologists developed a tea with this beetle and which is now become a product and is already commercial. And then that is the other group is the Dentronics I mentioned. You have the professor of dental surgery and also engineering professor who have come together to develop that periodontal probe. So that is also now a startup already. That product is under development. Next slide, please. Yeah, this actually, it was a project of a postgraduate student, Dr. Karishma, who is there. So she is the CEO of the startup and she is taking this forward now. Next slide, please. And this is the product release of this beetle tea, which happened in Bangalore. So we had a program when the product was made available to journalists and others who came for this program. Next slide, please. And other technologies, we have diagnostics for medical purposes or for aquaculture or for other, because we have molecular biologists and specialists who are working in different areas of biotechnology. So we facilitate this. So this is one technology for detection of salmonella. We know food poisoning is mainly caused by this organism, salmonella, which is there in poultry, eggs. So to detect this very quickly. So we have this technology which has been taken by the industry. Next slide, please. Yeah, and he is working with us in number of areas. Next slide, please. And there are other technologies like bacteriophage technology. Now, antibiotic resistance is a big problem in all hospitals. So doctors are finding it difficult to treat patients because the bug which is causing infection is resistant to all drugs. So how to address this problem? So we have a biological control. So we have a virus which can attack these bacteria. Now this technology, actually we developed such a technology for aquaculture as early as 2005, and the product came to the market also with this company called Manglo Biotech. So they had this technology, which of course they are still producing this for aquaculture. Now we are working on a more advanced form of this with groups of bacteria, like the whole group of Vibrios, which can cause infections in aquaculture. So this is one technology which has been transferred. Next slide, please. So this is another technology for detection of these Vibrios for diagnostic purpose in aquaculture. Next slide, please. And of course, we facilitate patent applications from, it could be a startup or faculty or students. So we facilitate that. Next slide, please. So on our website, we have examples of these patents which have been filed, published, and so on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we also organize programs for other institutions on awareness of this IPR protection. Next slide, please. And also how to facilitate the transfer. And we bring also experts from different areas. So we have we had a scientist from institute called Agarkar Institute in Pune. It's a DST institute. He has developed a number of nanotechnologies, and he wants to see that every PhD thesis leads to a technology development. So we brought him here to explain to him, to our students, this concept and how they can also go in that direction of producing every PhD thesis leading to a technology development and patent, and then finally a commercial technology. Next slide. And we also bring experts from industry. So now this expert, Dr. Narayanan, he's actually a biotechnologist and also a very well-known entrepreneur. And he has developed at least 7 or 8 technologies, and 2 of his technologies have been bought by Tatas. So Tata Soulful, you might have heard. So that is a product that he developed, and he has now sold it to Tatas. So we also brought him because he has number of ideas about how these agri technologies can be developed further. And in fact, we are bringing him again in joint collaboration with KCCI. We are having a program on 28th February where bringing different experts in the agri-tech, food tech area, so that entrepreneurs, technology developers can interact with them and try to see how we can avail the expertise that is available with these experts. And of course, another professor, he is a dental professor who has developed a bone replacement material from eggshell. So we brought him also to explain his journey. So he was explaining how he was struggling to get some funding initially, but then once he got funding through BIRAC, then now of course he has got crores of funding and his product is becoming commercial. Next slide, please. And startups created. Next slide, please. And we also facilitate ideation. So we start with ideation and help them to take it forward through hackathons. And we also try to identify best ones and try to see how we can support them. Next slide, please. So we had Dr. Vishal also with us, and there is another professor from Indian Institute of Science, Hardik Pandya. So when we said Hardik Pandya is coming, people were very excited. So they thought cricketer Hardik Pandya is here, but it was scientist Hardik Pandya. But he is also very exciting scientist, and he has done number of this type of technology development promotions. And we had another doctor there. He has just completed his MBBS. And by the time he completed his MBBS, he already has 4 companies. So he has been working with engineers and developed number of technologies which is useful for the medical community. So we wanted to expose our doctors to this type of thinking, where we think, okay, the doctor means it's only to treat. But doctors have a lot of ideas. They know the problem, which engineers do not know. So we need to understand the problems from doctors and try to see how we can address it through scientists or engineers. So that is what we are trying to do. Next slide, please. So these are some of the winning proposals from the hackathon that we had. There was one team from, I think the Smart Wheel team is from St. Joseph Engineering College, and then from other institutions. So we work with bringing together all the institutions. Next slide, please. And these are our startups. Of course, Shiv Kiran is already here. And his technology has now become a startup. This is another faculty from our Physiotherapy Institute. So these are some of the examples of startups that we have enabled. Next slide. So now this is, now we started with some 100 ideas and then tried to see how many can be supported. I think some 15 came, it has been narrowed down, and now out of that, maybe some 10 or so may be supported by NITE, which can become a startup immediately. Next slide, please. So how the screening has been done. Next slide, please. And the boot camp and other support was arranged for these. Next slide, please. Orientation program was held. Next slide, please. So these are some of the startups which have been selected for pre-incubation. Next slide, please. This is with our Atal Incubation Center. Next slide, please. And of course, we connect with the government bodies and international institutions. Next slide, please. We are connected with the Food and Agriculture Organization in Rome, which is a UN organization, connected with food. So we are working with them. We have been recognized as a reference center for antimicrobial resistance and aquaculture biosecurity. So we work with aquaculture industries, we work with other institutions, government institutions working on this. We work with FAO. So we conduct training programs, capacity building in other countries as a reference center. So this reference center was launched in Rome last year. So we were there for the launching in Rome. Next slide, please. So these are some of the programs we have been virtually organizing. Next slide, please. And also with the industry, on World Food Day, we brought together the MSMEs, KCCI, FSSCI, and try to understand the problems of the food industry and how institutions can address this. Next slide, please. And training programs for the industry. Next slide, please. So we organized a number of training programs. We brought experts from FSSCI also. And yeah, we are having, as I mentioned, on 28th program along with KCCI on agri-tech. Next slide, please. A number of webinars. And yeah, on World Ocean Day, we had a lecture by a very distinguished American scientist who is one of the giants in microbiology, recognized by the American Society for Microbiology. Next slide, please. And we have also produced some white papers for the industry to take forward. Next slide, please. One is on jasmine, which is produced locally here. So what are the products that can come up and what is the potential to take these forward? And we are working on the others also. Next slide, please. And we produce a newsletter. So our website has our newsletters which explain our activities. So if anybody is interested in connecting with us, we'll be happy. So just send us an email, see our website, send us an email, and we'll be happy to get connected with you and try to bring together the expertise from different institutions and try to facilitate development of technologies and how this can be further taken up to become startups and technologies. I think that's it. Next slide. Yeah, this of course, yeah, this is not relevant. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is our team. Yes, all our team members are here in our stall here. So you are welcome to contact us and we'll be happy to connect with you. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Abhishek Krishna. I'm an oncologist working at KMC Mangalore. I was associated with the Emerge 2024 as one of the team members. One of its kind event where, Beachside Startup Festival, which is probably the first time happening in India, where a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of startups, a lot of students, budding entrepreneurs could come here, meet the people, meet the persons, meet the investors, talk to them, have a good interaction and carry forward their ideas and carry forward their innovations. We also had an ideathon that was specifically focused on one non-student crowd and the non-student crowd. We got a lot of entries. It was a very good experience throughout here. So we look forward to host more of such such programs in the future in Mangalore, because Mangalore is as you know, has a lot of medical colleges, a lot of engineering colleges. Talent is immense. So Mangalore being a tier 2 city, it is high time that we build up an ecosystem here, ecosystem of startups, of innovations. So Mangalore should lead the world. That is what our intention is of brand Mangalore. So let us all work together towards that and let us host more and more such sessions and such programs in Mangalore so that we lead, that Mangalore can lead from the front for the world. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm from Tech Talks. We work with B2B technology-driven companies and focused on engineering, manufacturing, and software product companies. We provide end-to-end services in technical content development. Our offerings include technical manuals, interactive content, learning content, and process documentation. So we decided to participate in Emerge 2024 because we thought that a lot of new entrepreneurs and startups will be participating. So it will be a good opportunity for us to network with them, to understand their requirements, how they are promoting their own products, and how we can really integrate our services with them. So with that objectives, we actually participated in Emerge 24. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi everyone, I am Vinayak from Chikmagalur, and we started Ragnarok Furniture in Chikmagalur last year 2023, and we are producing dining tables, teapoys, and live edge tables and clocks. And our main intention is to increase the beauty of the house with our tables and clocks, and just support us, and yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm Dr. Vishal Rao. I'm glad to be a part of this wonderful fest today of the Emerge 2024. It's a very new beginning, and I'm recollecting that beautiful old quote that says that if you think something is impossible, do not disturb the team that's trying to achieve this. I think the team out here pulled off something for the first time on a beachside festival with startups, and the vibrancy, the entire enthusiasm, the entire networking was all very inspiring, from the PSA's office to the state government's participation to the innovation teams that came up to the young brilliant startups, innovators, inventors, to the wonderful talk that Anurag gave about innovations and about how we can think differently, and how India should move from Make in India to now the next Create in India. A lot of ideas were shared and exchanged, and I'm hoping and looking forward to the next event of 2025, which I think will be more meaningful, more stronger, more robust, and exciting to more of the startups who are going to come with more funding opportunities, which will be able to have startups go back with some amount of reassurance of their future, to secure a future which is reimagined for the ecosystem that's going to benefit the state, the country in a new way, and help India position ourselves internationally in a bigger way. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Moving on to our next session, it is a fireside chat with Dr. Sapna Poti on industry, academia and startup academia alongside Anupai and Indrani Karuna Sagar, which is moderated by Mr. Naveen Lakur. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and lovers of inspiration, welcome to our fireside chat by the beach. Tonight, we have the pleasure of gathering under the starlight sky with the soothing sounds of the waves as our backdrop for an evening of thought-provoking conversation during the fireside chat on industry, academia, and startups academia. Tonight, as we come together on this picturesque Tanirbavi beach, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration, exploration, and discovery. Thank you for joining us for this fireside chat on industry, academia, and startup academia. May our conversations tonight be as invigorating as the ocean breeze and as enlightening as the stars above. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that we welcome our panelists for today. I request Dr. Sapna Poti, Mr. Anup Pai, Dr. Indrani Karuna Sagar, and the moderator of this session, Mr. Naveen Lakur, to please come on to the dais. Dr. Sapna Poti is currently the Director, Strategic Alliances in the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Dr. Poti is a PhD from IIT Madras with a dissertation in Enterprise Resources Planning and has around 30 years of experience. Her current role is to facilitate and promote scientific research and development and innovations in India. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Anup Pai is the founder of eSamudai. Anup is building eSamudai, which is a decentralized digital community network for local sustainable living. Building eSamudai is a 1 to 0 journey which enabled him to navigate the increasing rate of change, which he terms hyper change. Previously, Anup had a 0 to 1 journey with Fintellix Solutions, which he built from scratch to sell to Nasdaq, listed Verisk after 2 rounds of funding from Tier 1 VCs like Sequoia. eSamudai is actively engaged in building a network of digital districts interconnected on India's national digital public infrastructure. Within each district, a nest is created which combines community commerce, community finance, and community media. Nest integrates people into a network of cooperatively operated local digital businesses. Recognizing climate change as the greatest challenge of our times, eSamudai has configured Nest to prioritize local action while fostering global cooperation for sustainability. Welcome, sir. Dr. Indrani Karunasagar is an MSc PhD in Medical Microbiology from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, India. Her professional career has spanned across 4 decades in multiple prestigious institutions such as Kasturba Medical College, JMI MPR, Pondicherry University of Agricultural Sciences, Mangalore, and Karnataka Veterinary Animal and Fisheries Sciences University, College of Fisheries, Mangalore. She was also the Associate Director of Research at KVA FSU, Bidar, until her retirement. She has served on several national and international committees, including FAO, WHO, Joint Expert Committee on Microbiological Risk Assessment, member of FAO Subcommittee on Antimicrobial Resistance, Scientific Advisor, International Foundation of Science, Sweden, faculty member of the International Life Science Institute, Singapore, and National Academy of Science, USA. She is actively promoting One Health research and education. Her recognition at the international level includes the coveted position of Director of UNESCO Center for Biotechnology, Chair of the International Jury for UNESCO Life Science Prize for Research and Social Relevance. She was the Director, NITTE, and also headed the NITTE University Center for Science Education and Research and was the Dean Faculty of Biological Sciences for 6 years from July 2014 to October 2020. Presently, she is the Director Projects and heads the Technology Enabling Center of Department of Science and Technology at NITTE. She is a recipient of several awards and recognitions in India and abroad, notable being National Technology Development Award, Government of India, Fellow National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Sir M. Vishweshwaraya Award for Excellence in Research and Lifetime Contribution to Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Outstanding Woman Scientist Award, ICAR, Government of India. She was recently ranked 11 among the top scientists in India in microbiology 2023. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Moderating this session is Mr. Naveen Lakur. Mr. Naveen Lakur is the founder and chief innovation coach at Institute of Inspiring Innovation, corporate divisions such as Dell R&D, Mercedes-Benz Research and Development, Standard Chartered Bank, TCS Healthcare, Fujifilm Sericol, Crimson Logic, have utilized his training programs to nurture their human capital with innovation competencies. Naveen Lakur is a serious entrepreneur turned innovation coach. Naveen loves to inspire enterprises and entrepreneurs to innovate and guide them to grow in the right direction. In his professional career, spanning 25 plus years in the industry worldwide, he has co-founded several innovative companies. He has also been a catalyst for 250 plus ideas to have become commercial realities. He's passionate about sharing his practical knowledge of building companies and nurturing ideas. He brings to the table his personal experience of a unique combination of systemic innovation, a structured and scalable approach, and tactical innovation, a frugal and flexible approach. Besides his active engagement in the industry, he indulges in writing books with international recognition, and he loves telling business stories. Sir, we're glad to have you here. I kindly request you to commence this session.
One side it is industry, the other side is the academia, and then the other dimension, the three dimensions, right? So is the startup. And looks like all three of you are bringing all those three aspects to the table. Like, when I heard your keynote talk, it was coming out, and with your IIT Madras, one side the academia, and now with the startups that you're doing, and also from the industry experience that you've had. So you're a combination of all three, and similar is what I'm getting to see from the other panelists also. Welcome. I'm sure it's going to be interesting and useful for our audience. So this was the synergy that we wanted to bring. And we were looking at curating some questions while asking the audience. At the same time, this was done even before the session. So I have few of them for all of us. And are you game? So yes. Wonderful. So here, the very first one, interesting one, it is between synergy or silos. Okay, the theme is it synergy or silos? In your experience, how effective are current collaborations between industry, academia, and startups? What are the biggest challenges faced, and how can we foster greater synergy? Okay, so synergy versus silos. What's your thought?
Yeah, initially, earlier days, I think the industries and academia and startups used to have their own silos. But now it's more and more industries are also coming forward, looking for startups. We also included from the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor 2 clauses in the CSR. One is to fund research, which is aligned to Sustainable Development Goals, and the other is to incubate any startup. So these clauses also help the CSR funding to reach the startups and academia. So that is the other reason why they're all wanting to work on some of the Sustainable Development Goal areas like water, waste management, renewable energy, etc. So there's a lot more synergy now. However, as you mentioned, what are the challenges? There are quite a few challenges. One is the pace at which people are going. So industry goes at a different pace. Startup is able to match that pace in some ways. Academia surely is not able to go on that pace because they have their regular jobs of teaching along with research. So they are not only doing one or the other. And hence they are not, and they are also technologically, interested in cracking bigger and bigger technology problems. So they are not interested in the mundane stuff. So they are always seeking something very challenging and so on. So they are in a different world altogether.
Manthan itself as a platform is actually promoting that synergy, right? Yes. So bringing the ecosystem players together. And one of the books that I've authored is by name Inseparable Twins. Like they are two sides of the same coin. To me, I see the synergy and the silos are like the two sides of the same coin. They coexist. In fact, in the previous panel discussion, we saw that some investor are focused on the specific areas of the investment in the gaming, right? So it is in silos in a way, but there is synergy. So they are like two sides of the same coin, and in the way you are focused on developing a platform which will bring everybody together and optimize the efforts. And I'm sure she's spending more time on the academia side, right? So, but then you want to connect with the industry and also want to see how startups are benefiting. And NITE is one of those institutions where, incidentally, I was the super mentor for Atal Incubation Center NITE. So I have a special connection with your institution that way, and where startup, from the startup focus. So what's your approach? Do you think it is in silos or is it synergy? And what are the challenges that you think should be addressed?
It's $1 million question. When I think that I come from a generation that did not look at anything beyond what happens within the four walls of a classroom, max a university portal, that's it. And through the 5 decades that I've spent, and as they mentioned in different institutions, I have seen the change that has happened in the thinking. And that change has been also undergoing a lot of innovation. While the government had, started off incubation centers, along the way they realized before they incubate, understanding the TRL level of any technology that one is interested in has to be probably looked into and has to be mined, whether it's from a school project, a college project. No one ever thought that what they did was going to become of significance because we were limited to getting a degree, finding a job. But today the situation is different. Research encompasses, apart from basic aspects that you study, a translational value. And this has made all the difference in the connect. In my former years, if somebody in a university was associated with a company or worked for some company, it was considered criminal. But in the last 2 decades, things have been changing, and government also has started supporting through, as I said, incubation centers. And as the director of a center set up by Department of Science and Technology, which is called as a Technology Enabling Center, we serve as the link even before identifying who can become a startup by making them realize that what they did is of significance. We have, of course, some startups from our center, and you are very well aware of it.
Yes.
Apart from, say, looking at developing apps, which in the engineering college is happening all the time, I lead a biotech center, and therefore the focus towards understanding real life situations to think of solution. For instance, the climate change aspect that was talked about by one of the startups. Who is going to be interested in a device if you tell them you can have this to reduce the carbon footprint? This would come, I mentioned to him, under the corporate social responsibility. So they have a responsibility towards a larger project such as reducing carbon footprint, and not merely thinking about something that an individual can just benefit for themselves through sales.
Okay. So I'm an entrepreneur, and when I see a silo, I take out my bazooka, right? So it's always been that way. See, I mean, silos come from an old world where protecting and, sort of being ultra competitive was a thing, right? We are in the new Web3 decentralized network economy, which is symbolized by what is known as competitive cooperation, right? So there is cooperation at some level, and there is competition at many levels as well. So, and synergy is the only way to be in the network world. I mean, when you try to hoard information decays at a very rapid pace, because now we know that information has got half-life, and the more you hoard your knowledge, the less it becomes in value. When you share knowledge, it increases in value exponentially. Absolutely. And these are all learnings that we're having from physics and other natural sciences and other things. So I am a big advocate of the fact that silos need to be broken down. Faster you do it, the better. I take out bazookas every day to break out silos. And that is done through conversation, that is done through, consulting and trying to share each other's point of view.
I think in general, I agree with you, right? But you as an entrepreneur and you've raised investments for your entrepreneurial ventures, well, as much as the synergy is what is required from an ecosystem side, but as a startup, you need to specialize, you need to actually focus on particular area. That is also in another way as a silo.
That's
right?
focus.
So how important is that to specialize and to focus?
So look, I mean, nothing can be done without focus, right? You can't achieve anything if you don't focus. But at the same time, I think our work has become so interdisciplinary these days that we have to collaborate with other people with other walks of life, right? Because you're not building in a silo.
Yeah.
You live in a society and solutions have to come and live in, I mean, and for example, since we're talking about academia, industry and startups, so we think building from our perspective, but I think that we're building, I'll be living in the world of the young tomorrow, right? In 20 years, the world I'll be living in is their world.
Correct.
Right? So why can't we see the whole world from their perspective? Because eventually, what the biggest opportunity in India right now is the youth of India, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the opportunity, right? So if you build for them, I mean, if you build, everything we think about is saying, what can we do with young people and how can their lives
That's the
be?
vision and enrollment. And actually, the next question is actually based on that theme, which is the talent bridge. Okay, so here is the question based on the theme talent bridge. Many argue that academic research often lacks market application, right? That's been the way. We all know that this current academic, the design of the education system was for Industrial Revolution 1.0, and while we are there at 4 and looking at knocking at 5 and also talking about 6, but the system is stuck at 1.5 maybe, right? So, and while we are wanting entrepreneurship as the mindset which is required with the youth, and youth as the biggest asset, so the talent bridge, the gap is pretty large, right? So how can startups and industry help bridge this gap? Attracting and nurturing talent with both research expertise and commercialization skills, okay? So, that's a pretty big one, right? While there is a gap which is high, and you being an entrepreneur, I would love to hear from you. If you are hiring people or if you want youth to embrace entrepreneurship, what are the gaps and the challenges that you see, and how do you think we can address that? Your ideas, your thoughts.
So first and foremost, I think I spend a lot of time with people in campus. And I think entrepreneurship has gone from being like a sexy thing to being something that they want to pursue, definitely, because everybody has come to the realization that a job is not going to give you security, financial security, and fulfillment through the 40 years we're going to work, because change is happening so fast, right? So entrepreneurship is definitely there. I feel I've got very, stoic old ideas about how to implement. I think the alumni networks of every college are crucial here, right? To be able to bring the alumni network who come from either academia or in government policy making or in industry or in startup, connect to the institution at a deep level, right? Because there is already trust, right? You already know that you are from that institution. If alumni networks engage with student networks, job done, right? You have collaboration built there, and the synergy already there. I mean, there's so much
That's a wonderful secret that you have brought out. I think today, all that what you need to learn from just as an academic, as a content, right, is all available. And even ChatGPT and the AI is all available. You don't have to go to college for that degree and, that kind of learning. It is the network which is going to be very useful. And are we building that platform? Educational institutions, are they building that? I think that's the new mindset, right? One of the quotes in my book, A Little Extra, refers to, building from an entrepreneur perspective, it's very appropriate. Building a net worth is ordinary. Ordinary is not bad. We need to build net worth. Building a network is extraordinary. Ask any of those people who built great net worth, they will tell you how their network mattered, right? So educational institutions in the entrepreneurial mindset, I think it's so important, and in the research perspective, that, can we build that network, right? Can that play as a platform? And moving that question to you as a research, right? Because you're from biotech aspect, and, so most of the educational institutions, the way it works, it is based on the ranks, and based on the placement is where the demand for their institution grows. Yeah. And we are talking about entrepreneurship. It's not about getting a job, it's about giving jobs. And the mindset is about research, mindset is about solving some problems, and so on. So how much of that is happening in academia, and what do you think is the gap in India, and how can we bridge that?
The first point is, I think doing research in a laboratory is all about a lot of honesty with what you're doing, not looking at how much is going to find a place in the industry. Whereas when you get into an industry and start working on the same aspect, you deal with a lot of lies. And this big divide is what sometimes frustrates people who have gone from a laboratory where they did probably research of a very high order, and then they go to an industry and say, especially we've seen this with so many people, telling us that it's completely different in an industry. It's about getting certifications. It's about having the right market approach to its saleability ultimately. But somewhere the two meet, because I think industries also have realized that for them to be sustainable, marketable, internationally acceptable, one does need to go through a very good R&D system in their own centers. And I think this in-plant quality controls, in-plant R&D and networking.
But is that happening?
It's beginning
because
to happen.
The way academia, the way it is taught, right? Mug up, answer, and if it is A for not apple, then you don't even get a mark. When today people relate apple to a phone than a fruit. That is the world that we are in. And, where the gap between the academia and if you see what the research mindset is required, it's no connection only. So how do we think we can bridge that?
I personally think, see, we have to consider every method of approaching a problem from the perspective that exists in a particular country.
Yeah.
We can talk about these kind of methods in Germany. We talk about it. I've been to most of the countries.
I think.
But in India,
yeah.
if you look at the number of students in a classroom, the number of students in a university, all of us have gone through that old-time kind of education. But there is today opportunity for the younger people to have exposure, either online or through the visits, to know how they can maneuver and mold what they have learned to suit the industry.
I'm sure if there is an opportunity and time, I would have wished, how do we get many more Indranis, right? So where Sir M. Vishweshwaraya's award is what you are a recipient of, and what does it take for that research mindset, that wonderful engineering aspect in terms of be it bio or be it any other field today, right? How do more students develop that? And I think those are the secrets probably the industry needs, the academia needs, and the startup would also need, because the research oriented here in India, as part of our startup ecosystem and my personal experience of dealing with hundreds of startups around the world, I've seen here that the research mindset is low here with the students, young entrepreneurs. It's either they say it's a gut feeling, or it is like, somebody else is doing, so I'm doing it kind. It's a copycat model, or somewhere else it has worked, so let me do. And even the investors are backing that way, right? So that is where I think the new mindset altogether is required for India, and for India to lead from the front. for entrepreneurial thing,
It's
right?
changing, but it's changing.
Yes.
Any change in India will be slow. We wouldn't be having Manthan,
Yes.
which is addressing so many issues.
Yeah.
Everything against the background of the very, very large numbers. And we need to realize that gone are the days where you proposed research projects and they got approved for the basic science that you were doing. Today there is a social science component to it. There is a component where the translational part of what you're doing is taken into consideration by the experts. And it is here that I would maybe say the startups should come even to centers like us to talk and apply for projects with the government where it doesn't become so highly, I should say, I wouldn't say competitive, it's like pressure about what you're going to deliver.
I think there's a hidden...
Say BIRAC, big grants from the DBT, all these are available and we have been hand-holding people, and I can I can inform you that quite a few of them have got support.
Actually, that is where the secret is, right? Where the young youth especially should know how to tap into the resources of the academia, where there's labs, research centers and so on. So it's not as much utilized, right? So I think underutilized, and that shifts to her when you mentioned about Manthan, and she was actually traveling last several days and straight landed up here, and the talent bridge. Talk to us about how your travel, just recent one, and about the Manthan, and how the talent bridge is bridging, and how are you bridging, and what do you think can be done?
Right. So I was traveling to Dubai because Manthan got selected by the World Government Summit, which is organized by the Prime Minister's Office of UAE, along with WHO, United Nations, and World Economic Forum. So this got nominated in the last minute, and they kind of came to know about it through an interview that I gave in Government Insider. What I feel is that when it comes to industries, yes, they are very keen on certification, etc. They do whatever is required for livelihoods because they have to generate them, they have to pay salaries to their people, and hence the pace at which they need to go is much faster. However, I think the research outcome that comes from various academic institutes is also very useful for startups. Almost all innovations that we see are somewhere or the other an outcome of research. If it's not an outcome of research, then at least it has some international journal papers behind it. Because almost anything to do with drug discovery or biotechnology or even Ayush for that matter needs certifications. So because of that, I think it needs to work closely with academia. In terms of Manthan, of course, it brings in, the whole idea is to source CSR grants, foundations, line ministries and so on. So people think once you make this platform, everybody will come on their own, just like it is in Facebook or Amazon, right? But the point is, it's not true. You have to have people behind it who convince these industries, convince these foundations to come on the platform. The minute they get good proposals, they'll keep coming back. But if they don't get good proposals or they don't get good solutions, they are not going to come back. And it's a big task to bring them back. Or if one academic institute or one startup has burned their fingers with the industry, then we are dead. I mean, I have cases like that, where one IIT, I don't want to name them, but I was so frustrated and furious. I really had a big fight with the director, where they have returned some of the funds which they received. Can you beat that? Like, I mean, here we are dying and trying to get people to pay and all that. And these guys, and they're telling me that we didn't get enough good startups. I said, how come? The first 3 startups could have been, you would have given them more money. Just because you didn't get 5 of them. So that less people want to think today. And this is also coming back to your AI, that AI is making, and also a lot of these gadgets are making people stop thinking normally. That intelligence that has to be used, why are you not using that intelligence? You're a faculty member of an IIT, for heaven's sake. And we have put a lot of efforts to bring that organization to you.
What are the emerging areas of research and technology where collaboration between industry, academia, and startups hold the most promise? Bonus question, each one will get a chance to share a success story of a collaboration between industry, academia, and a startup that has led to a significant breakthrough or positive impact. Okay, so we will come back to that. But before that, future focus. What should academia, the startups, and the industry should collaborate for as a future focus?
So first thing is, I think a lot of focus is going on bio and technology synergies, right? I mean, a new space of research around how we can build systems that are biomimicry and how can we make have more, let's say, artificial intelligence in the whole biotechnology. Or so I think there's going to be a lot of research in there, and that can, if we can extend the life of the human, if we can make our lives more healthy, productive, that's excellent, right? The other, I think, is I feel we do less, but we should do more is in theoretical physics and looking beyond current instrumentation. We depend, in current science, we depend a lot on instrumentation and experimentation and proved results. Whereas we're entering periods in theoretical physics which go beyond what we can experience or experiment with.